Helo, prynhawn da. Croeso I seminar Llenyddiaeth British Council. Rebecca fy enw I o British Council Cymru. Hello, welcome to the British Council Literature Seminar. I'm Rebecca Gould, Head of Arts at the British Council in Wales. The title of our seminar, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, is We Are Wales, Disparate Voices, Landscapes and Stories. Thank you ever so much to all of the people who've joined us over the last couple of days, and a very warm Welsh and German welcome to all those people who are joining us for the first time. We will be using both the national languages of Wales today, so that's English and Cymraeg. Some of our authors will speak in Welsh throughout the seminar. If you don't speak Welsh, there will be simultaneous translation from Welsh to English throughout the event. All you need to do is to click on the little globe icon on the bottom right-hand side of your screen and you select English. Our translator, Lynwen, who's here with us this afternoon, he's here to translate from Welsh into English. And so we're just going to test this now, Lynwen, if that's okay. I'm just going to read my, my introduction again, and if you could translate it, let's check. Okay. Hello. Prynhawn da. Croeso I seminar Llenyddiaeth British Council. Rebecca fy enw I, British Council Cymru. Perfect. I hope you all heard Lynwen's lovely voice then. We will also have closed captions throughout the event. There will be a link for the live captioning in the chat. Please click on this tab and open, and you'll be able to adjust the text and the background and situate it on the screen in a space of your choice. The idea is that you can view the speakers and the live captioning throughout the event. We've had some fantastic discussions in the chat box so far, and we'd love to continue that today. We'll also be making announcements, and we would encourage you to write your comments and questions via the chat. Please, if at all possible, if it's a question, can you write the word question in front of it, just so our moderators can find it more easily. It would also be really lovely if you told us your name and where you're calling in from. We'll be tweeting today throughout the event. The hashtags are Wales Literature, Wales Lit Germany, and you can join in the discussion on Twitter by using this hashtag. Now, to the main reason why we're here. You'll hear about lots of different books today by our fascinating authors, and we'd love it if you wanted to buy some of those books. So we would encourage you to buy them from local bookshops, if at all possible, or from the Welsh publishers and UK publishers that they're published by. And links to help you do this will also be posted in the chat. Throughout the seminar, we've been running a blog so that alongside the discussions you're hearing on screen, you can find out more about all of the writers who are taking part. There's a separate blog for each writers and another blog that just contains general information about literature in Wales. Again, Divya will be posting the link to this blog in the chat now. So first of all, this afternoon, we are going to see a wonderful short film with writer Eluned Gramich reading from her short story, 0 Hours on the Boulevard. This is a short story collection edited by Alexander Bulkler and published by Parthian Books. Straight after this event, we will be joined by Suan Rossa, Suan is Deputy Director of the Welsh Language Unit at Cardiff University, and also Director of the MA in Welsh and Celtic Studies. She will be joined on the panel by 3 writers, by Joao Morais, whose film we saw yesterday, by Eluned Gramich, and also by Ifan Morgan Jones, whose film we also saw yesterday. So we're all set up for a great afternoon. Please do chat, keep in touch with us. We'd love to know what your thoughts are throughout the afternoon, and I'll be back to talk to you later. Thanks.
Enw fi ydi Eluned Gramich. Dwi'n awdur a chyfieithydd. Mae Cymru yn bwysig iawn I fi. Dwi'n Cymraes a dwi wedi cael fy ngeni yng Nghymru a dwi'n byw yng Nghymru. Felly mae Cymru'n wastad yn rhan o fy ysgrifennu mewn un ffordd neu ei llall. Enw yddan ydi The Book of New Words, stori fer yw e. Mae wedi dod mas yn 0 Hours on the Boulevard, yn antholeg o ystraeon gan awduron o Ewrop a Chymru. Mae'n cael ei cyhoeddi fel ymateb I Brexit, really. Felly, y stori yma ydi stori o Maraike sydd ferch o ar Almaen. A mae'n dod i'r ysgol yn Lloegr. A yn Lloegr mae'n cael sioc I ddarganfod, dydy e ddim fel mae hi wedi dychmygu. The first day of term. It's the happiest, most frightening day of her life so far. On this day, they must sit behind their desks and wait for the teachers to come in one by one and write their name on the board, which they're obliged to copy onto their cover of their exercise books in neat. The register is called. The geography teacher with a wart on his chin has left his reading glasses in the staff room. No matter, he says, like out of a black and white film, and perseveres, holding the list close to his face. Charles, he calls. Here, sir. Derek, he calls. Here, sir. Oscar, he calls. Here, sir. Marcus. No one answers. Marcus? Again, no one. Marcus? Isn't there anyone here by the name of Marcus? The sniggering begins near the front, then creeps to the back where she sits. All right, Maraike thinks. He means me. Maraike is forced to correct him. Her voice is very, very quiet. She has never heard her voice like this before. It's hardly coming out of her mouth at all. The teacher must lean over his desk to make out her words. The teacher with the wart is apologetic, but not in the end overly bothered by his mistake. He regards them as miniature adults, believes it doesn't matter, a mispronunciation here and there. He doesn't understand the damage he's inflicted, what Maraike must live with now. Marcus, what are you doing hanging around inside at break, Marcus? Don't you have any friends? Give me a rubber. Give me your pencil case, Marcus. What's with your bag? Why is it so massive? Why are you so massive, Marcus? Are you dyslexic? Can you actually talk normally, Marcus? Only I can't understand a word you're saying. On the second day, the Chinese boy next to her has advice. You should change your name, he says. To what? Something easier. Your name is too long. He's serious. Speaks to her conspiratorially, like he's cheating on a test. You see, he himself has changed his name, Shang Li, to John. It's worked out well. In fact, she hasn't heard a single person make fun of him yet. Isn't Maraike already short enough for a name? Do you think? Mary's good. Why not go for Mary? Well, she says, all right. A Welsh girl gets wind of it and comes over to her when she's pretending to play netball, but really standing at the edge of the court, avoiding everyone. They can't say my name either, the Welsh girl confides. Why? What's yours? Llinos, she says. It's a sh sound. A l sound? No, says the Welsh girl sadly. Not quite.
Prynhawn da, good afternoon and welcome. It's a pleasure to have your company this afternoon as we talk to our three fabulous writers. Eluned, Joao and Ifan, I think you're there. If you'd like to say hello and put your cameras on so that we can check that everything's working.
Hello.
Hello.
Morning.
Afternoon. Hello pawb, croeso mawr. Hyfryd eich gweld chi, prynhawn ma. Right, a couple of words from me to start with then, by means of introduction to our writers this afternoon. Eluned Gramich was shortlisted for the Wales Book of the Year Award in 2016 for Woman Who Brings in the Rain, and has since then undertaken a PhD in creative writing on the legacy of German expulsions on modern day Germany. And she's also been publishing fiction exploring her own Welsh-German heritage. Joao Morais is an award-winning writer from Cardiff who was awarded the Terry Hetherington Prize for Young Writers in 2013, and his first volume of short stories, Things That Make the Heart Beat Faster, was published in 2018 to great acclaim. And then Ifan Morgan Jones is a lecturer and writer founder of the independence news website nation.cymru, and author of 4 Welsh language novels. The most recent of which, Babel, won the Triple Crown of prizes at the Wales Book of the Year Awards in 2020, emulating, of course, the rugby team's fantastic triumph last week, where he won the overall Book of the Year prize, the fiction category prize, and the Barn y Bobl People's Choice Prize too. So it's my privilege to introduce you to these writers. And as you'll find out over the course of this discussion this afternoon, they've got very different styles, writing ideas and impulses, and they truly reflect the disparate voices, landscapes and stories that this seminar has brought together over the past couple of days. They also write in Welsh and in English, so we're going to use both languages during this discussion. As Rebecca said earlier, do use the interpretation button if you need. It's at the bottom of your screen. And I'll say a few words. Mi ddwedai chydig o eiriau yn Gymraeg I roi blas I chi o'r ffordd mae'r system yn gweithio. A cofiwch adael I ni wybod os oes na unrhyw broblemau'n codi drwy roi gair yn y chat. Okay, so I'm back in English now and I hope that worked. Any problems, do let us know in the chat. And just a word to say a big thank you, diolch yn fawr iawn, to Lynwen, the translator, before we go any further, because she's here to make it possible for us to flow between 2 languages. Okay, let's turn to our first writer this afternoon. Eluned was born and brought up in a Welsh-German household in West Wales, so she could therefore access 3 languages at least, and cultures from a very early age, Welsh, English and German, and she went on to study Japanese at university. Lynette, I'd like to talk to you about your memoir, Woman Who Brings the Rain, in 2015, where you reflect on an autumn that you spent on the island of Hokkaido. You observe and appreciate with great delicacy and detail the beauty of the area, the hospitality of the people, but there's something quite poignant about the descriptions too. I'm thinking in particular of the chapter where you get lost in the rain on your way to calligraphy lesson, and once you arrive, you feel painfully aware that you're the outsider, your position, struggling to understand the language and the cultural nuances that surround you. Can you therefore talk to us a little bit this afternoon about why you chose to revisit your time in Hokkaido through prose? Were you trying to articulate something that you felt at the time when you were there? Or was it the process of looking back and writing about the experience that you were able to make sense of it all? Over to you.
Yes, thanks so much for the introduction, Siwan. Yeah, absolutely. I think you captured it really well. I lived in Japan for about 2 years, and a month I spent in Hokkaido. I lived mostly in Tokyo. And during those 2 years, I really didn't write any fiction at all. I just learned Japanese intensively every day. And it's only when I returned to Wales that I wrote Woman Who Brings the Rain. And I guess it is that kind of thinking and reflecting on my time in Japan, and particularly Hokkaido. And I think, personally, I've read many books by, I suppose, Westerners or English-speaking people about Japan. And there's a kind of always a problem where you have to, I've read many texts where people kind of pretend that they understand everything about Japan. It's a problematic, problematic relationship, because really Japanese society is one that is quite, if you don't grow up there, it's one that is sort of perhaps difficult to access from our perspective, and it takes a long time, and it takes a lot of dedication and learning the language, and even then, you're always on the outside. And I think it's important to recognize it and acknowledge that. So that's why Hokkaido was important for me, because the point of access for me was the Ainu in Hokkaido. And the Ainu is an indigenous people who live from Japan. And really, when I went to Hokkaido, I didn't know much about Ainu at all. We went on a trip to a museum of Ainu life, and it really reminded me, of course, of St. Fagans, the Museum of Welsh Life. I mean, it's too easy to make sort of connections and parallels, but it was a way for me to understand the complexity of Japanese culture, that there was other languages. It's not a completely homogenous society. There are these other languages, like in Wales, and I began to think about those kind of parallels as a way of exploring Japan and Japanese culture. And I suppose in the memoir, I was trying to start from a humble position of not really always understanding everything, and trying to make that clear on the page, and just exploring as best as I could from this position of incomplete knowledge, of half understanding everything that was going on around me.
Thank you. More recently, you've been exploring your Welsh, British, German heritage, and that's informing your writing. And the short story that we heard you read from in the short film earlier, you introduced us to a fictional character, Mareike. So you're moving from memoir writing of the Japanese experience of being in Hokkaido to a fictionalized experience that reflects something similar, doesn't it? She finds herself caught up in half understandings when she leaves her childhood home in Germany as an 11-year-old girl to attend school in England. And it's beautifully told. As Mareike tries to make herself understood and understand what's happening around her. But it's also, isn't it, about crossing cultural and linguistic boundaries and what happens when that experience affects both a young child, but also the family and family histories that she explores through traveling between cultures. And you're interested in your research and writings through your PhD studies at Aberystwyth, I believe, in how histories are remembered and forgotten in different cultures. And this story brings forth ideas of how Second World War is remembered and the differences in that remembering. So can you tell us a bit more about Mareike and how her story reflects your current thinking about Welsh and German history and identity, and your own personal relationship to those histories and identities?
Yeah, of course. I feel I could talk a long time about it, but I have to keep it short. But yeah, the story is kind of part autobiographical and part an imagined life. I had a friend when I was growing up in Germany, from Munich, who when she was 11, she went to a boarding school in England. And I often think about what that experience must have been like. We lost touch, so I never got to find out really. But certainly I went to an English school, actually, not a Welsh school. And my name was constantly mispronounced, so as you can imagine, both first name and surname. So it's sort of a bit of a amalgamation of both these experiences. And certainly my experiences of being in an English school, this the Second World War remembrance thing is something that is perhaps people, Welsh and British people in the audience will already be aware of this. It's not interesting, but maybe if you're German people in the audience, like there's the Remembrance Day, 11th of November is a big thing in Britain, and especially in schools. We have a special assembly, people wear the poppies to remember the war, and it's always so incredibly self-conscious during that day. It was kind of an awful day for me, because they were constantly talking about the war and Germany, and of course at school, now as adults, we think of ourselves slightly more open-minded about these things, but at school, and school children often reveal the kind of insidious prejudices that exist in the society, I talk about more openly. So there's a lot of anti-German feeling in my school, both primary school and secondary school, and it was kind of really particularly, you could really feel it on that day in particular, the Remembrance Day, because of how history is taught in school, which is very much Germany is the enemy and so on. So there was a lot of that at school. Obviously, as you grow older, you begin to reflect. It becomes slightly more complex, that remembrance work. But at school, it wasn't, and it was constantly kind of revealing the tension in my own identity between Welsh and German. That I somehow couldn't quite bring those two parts of me together. They seem to be in tension all the time. So, and that's where my PhD also is kind of connected, because I'm exploring the expulsions. And again, this is a topic that is really well known in Germany. It's absolutely not at all well known in Britain. And I know 95% of the people I talk to about my research have not heard of it. and I have to explain, at the post-war period in Germany, there was a huge mass displacement, huge movement of people, almost something between 12 and 15 million people were forced to move. But it's not known here at all. I go to school. I went to school with all of this baggage. My grandparents were both expellees, my German grandparents, and these stories came down the family. My dad talked about it all the time. My grandmother talked constantly about how she was expelled from her home. And I went to an English school where all this history was completely hidden. Nobody knew about this. And I was given a very different history from my teachers. And it was a sharp tension, contradiction that used to upset me a lot as a teenager. And I guess I'm still working through it. And my PhD is in a way about that. So my father, for instance, he wrote a novel, a German novel called Die Brücke über den Fluss, which is published by Miller. There's actually a translation published by Parthian in English as well. And it's a sort of a novel about my grandmother's experiences, post-war experiences. And I guess the novel I'm working on now is the third generation novel. It's almost like we haven't, as a family, we haven't quite moved away from those kind of hauntings of our past, of the kind of historical trauma. It just keeps on going. And it's what the theorist Marianne Hirsch calls post-memory, that they're not your memories. My grandmother's experiences after the war are not my memories, and I wasn't there, but they kind of fill my head all the time, just through the stories being passed down. So we're still kind of working through that history, and as I said, with the research, it's constantly amazing for me that this is not known here in this country. So the different histories is really clear to me. But of course, I think it's important to have lots of different histories. Yeah.
Well, that's really fascinating, that the personal tensions that you felt as a child growing up in Wales, with the stories from your family informing the way you saw yourself as a child growing up in Wales, and how that's now informing your writing. It's really fascinating, and yes, do bring these stories to light, because you're right, it is virtually unknown, and the point you're making about how history is taught in schools resonates with me as well, because I'm thinking of how far have we moved on decades following the end of the war, as it's still the case that these tensions that are felt as lived experiences by people in Wales. Thank you, Eluned. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yes.
We'll move on to our next writer now, and Joao Morais. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Joao, to start with.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr, Joao. Now, you have Portuguese heritage in your family, and you're very much a Cardiff writer, aren't you? So in Things That Make the Heart Go, Things That Make the Heart Beat Faster, you offer us slices of Cardiff life in full riotous technicolor. Your stories offer us an alternative tour of the city's streets and into people's lives, and there's lots of humour and wit to give your characters life. They're sort of reaching out to each other, aren't they? With often trying to make ends meet. They're taking chances, they're looking for love, they often hurt each other as well, looking for the next high, looking, I suppose, ultimately to be recognised. I'd like to, Joao, to introduce us to some of those characters that you write about and how they're grounded in your experience of growing up and living in Cardiff.
Yeah, sure. Any character in particular? Or...
You can choose. The gym freak in Anatomy of Beating scared me.
Yeah.
Pavement poet inspired me. Kung Fu also made an impression. But yes, tell us about how they come from your experience of living in Cardiff and what you're trying to explore through their stories.
Oh, okay. Let's start with The Anatomy of a Beating then, which is the story of a drug dealer who is for want of a better term, a steroid freak. I just know loads of people like that, loads of unstable people who say take a lot of drugs, but also work out to try and find something, I guess. And it just, those two things together can make people very violent. So I was just trying to reflect that. The character in Kung Fu, lots of people think that it's based on a very well-known Cardiff character called Ninja, who is very famous for playing the bins around town. I've known him about 20 years, Ninja. I used to, first time I met him, and for a couple of months after that, I taught him Welsh, as it happens. But it's not based on him. It's based on just the people you see around Cardiff. Cardiff has a big problem with homelessness, and you do get a lot of mentally ill people in the city. I hope that I wasn't bad to anyone in writing that. I can see how some people would think that I could have been nicer, but that's just also the way that literature goes right now. I kind of feel that, how do I say this? There's a thing called Own Voices, which has come out in the last couple of years, where people are encouraged to talk about their own experiences and their own experiences only in literature, which is not something that I agree with. I think writers should be able to write from lots of different positions. And this is just one of the things that I was trying to encourage by writing, you know, a character such as Kung Fu into a story. I think it's kind of dangerous if we only write from our own perspectives in literature. At the same time, I'm very apprehensive about this kind of thing and about characters such as Kung Fu, or such as, well, not, you know, to a lesser extent, the big steroid freak, just because I'm not one. Just because of the way that stories can be interpreted, and the fact that it comes from one person, and not say like in a film where it's like a collection of people, how this there can be like a lot of onus on you if you get it wrong. It just seems that social media can be particularly unkind to people at the moment. So it's just something that I hope that I've got right.
Yeah, you're obviously interested in ideas of authenticity and how to and responsibility towards your subjects, but the energy of your story, the humour, often stems from language. And you talked about this in the film that you made for this weekend. It's the language of multicultural Cardiff, isn't it? Despite their diverse backgrounds, they all soak up this dialect, this urban dialect, Cardiff dialect, and it drives the stories forwards. Was it always the case that these stories were formed through dialect? You know, did these particular stories have to be written in this way? Perhaps you can give us a taster of what we mean by a Cardiff dialect as well when you're answering. So yes, did they need to have that authentic sound to them as you were writing them?
Yeah, God, yeah, I couldn't help it. I'm pretty sure, say for instance, in the first story we just mentioned, The Anatomy of a Beating, I can't even find it in here. The character, for instance, yeah, he doesn't say says, he's saying their own story. He doesn't say he says or said when he's talking about dialect, he says goes, just because that's the kind of way that Cardiff people talk. They never say said or says, they'll always say goes. So that's the kind of thing that I had to do. Also say the story Asking a Shadow to Dance, that's from the point of view of like a 13 or a 14-year-old kid. So I just naturally had to change what I was saying. That was really difficult because, you know, 13, 14-year-old kids say completely different words to like me, you know, as a 30-something adult. I remember last summer, a kid came up to me when I was in Cardiff Park, and he said, "Oh mate, got any slim?" And I was like, "Slim? What the hell is slim?" And he was just like, "You know, slim." And I was just like, "What are you on about?" He wanted Rizzler, but to him they're called slim. To me, I would have called them skins, but I just felt so old in that moment. This, like, I don't know, 16-year-old was asking me for slim.
And there are some words that you use in the stories that people who don't use the dialect won't be familiar with. You're not scared about using language as a means of offering the reader a very different experience.
I hope not. I hope that there's enough context there that they'll understand it. If they don't understand it from the context, then I hope at least they'll just like be like, "Oh, cool, that's a cool word." You know, like when you read A Clockwork Orange, there's just so many like crazy words in that, like based on Russian. You're like, "Whoa, what the hell's going on here?" But you kind of just go like, "Oh, okay, I'll accept that. That just works for me," and you just carry on. So yeah, hopefully there's a bit of that going on.
Definitely. Thank you, Joao. I'll move on to our third writer now. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Joao. Joao plunges us deep into 21st century Cardiff urban city life. And Ifan's Babel plummets us into 19th century industrial Wales. And there's, I suppose, a similar drive and energy to both of these writers. So I'll turn to Welsh now in order to speak with Ifan. Pnawn da I ti, Ifan.
That's right.
Mae hon yn glamp o nofel yn dydi, sy'n mynd â ni ar garlam nôl i Gymru'r 4eg ganrif ar 15. Da ni'n cael yn cyflwyno i Sara, y prif gymeriad, sy'n mynd o gefn gwlad i ryw le digon tebyg i Merthyr. Dyna oedd yn dychymyg i wrth i mi ddarllen dy ddisgrifiadau di. Mae yna ffwrneisi tân a bydreddi a drewdod ym mhobman, ond i fod o'n lle afiach, mae yna potensial ynddi. Mae'n bair berwedig o le. Lle mae yna syniadau a dydleion sy'n ysbrydoli Sara i fod yn newyddiadurwr. A hi, y ferch o newyddiadurwr, sy'n herio'r grymoedd patriarchaidd o'i chwmpas sy'n yr meistri haearn, yr arweinwyr crefyddol a'r perchnogion papurau newydd. Felly hi sy'n gofyn y cwestiynau, hi sydd yn herio'r grym yma. Ac mae'r Cymru'r 4eg ganrif 15 da ni'n gallu adnabod yr hanes, ond eto nid nofel hanesyddol ydy hon o bellffordd, oherwydd wyt ti'n gwefru'r narratif, rhyw supercharger narratif, efo elfennau sy'n perthyn yn nes at nofelau gwyddoniaeth, science fiction. A mi nes di greu'r nofel Gymraeg gyntaf yn y genre steampunk, neu ager stalwm, fel y ti wedi alw fo. Felly, Ifan, os allai ofyn i ti egluro, be ydy y genre ager stalwm a steampunk, ac ydy'r ddau'r un fath yn Saesneg a Cymraeg falle? Ac pam oedd ti'n teimlo mai dyma'r ffordd orau i archwilio stori Sara a'r 4eg ganrif ar 15?
Wel, fe ddath yr syniad ar gyfer y nofel. Dwi wedi trafod themaeth a tebyg trwy gydol fo nofelag, os mae'n nghefndir i mewn newyddiaduraeth a newyddiaduraeth gwleidyddol. O'n i'n hebydd ac yn dirprwy lygydd ac yn wedyn yn lygydd efo golwg, cwmni golwg am rai blynyddoedd, yn adrodd lot ar wleidyddiaeth a Chymru ac yn y blaen. Felly, o'n i wedi magu diddordeb mawr mewn gwleidyddiaeth Cymru a pynciau cyfansoddiadol Cymru a lle oedd hyn i gyd wedi datblygu ohono fo. Felly, pam nes i ddechrau wneud doethuriaeth yn Mhrifysgol Bangor, un peth o'n eisiau wneud oedd mynd yn ôl i ail hanner y 4eg ganrif ar 15 a edrych ar y cyfnod yna o safbwynt datblygiad pethau fel mudiad Cymru Fydd, Lloyd George, a'r holl fwrlwm oedd yn yr wasg argraffu yn Gymraeg ac yn Gymreig ar y pryd, oherwydd o'n i'n gweld o bron fel rhyw fath o ddrych i'n cyfnod ni, nid yn unig o ran yr math o bwrlwm gwleidyddol oedd yn mynd ymlaen, ond hefyd y ffaith bod o bron iawn yn debyg i'n cyfnod ni o ran y rhyngrwyd hefyd, lle oedd pobl yn y cyfnod yna, oedd nhw'n gallu yn hawdd iawn ar graffiau papurau newydd eu hunan, so o'na ddegau papurau newydd Cymraeg yn dod allan bob wsos yn ystod y cyfnod yna. Felly o'n i'n gweld, wel, os da ni eisiau rhyw fath o paralel i'r cyfnod ni, mae'n syniad mynd yn ôl i'r 4eg ganrif ar 15. Felly nes i ysgrifennu'r doethuriaeth ynglyn â cenedlaetholdeb a'r wasg Gymraeg yn y 14th ganrif ar 15. A trwy gydol yr amser o'n i'n sgwennu'r doethuriaeth yma, mi oedd rhyw syniadau mynd i gwybod sy'n ymhenni a ni'n meddwl, sut sy'n ni'n gallu troi hwn mewn i ryw fath o nofel, a mi o'n i wedi sgwennu nofel hanes o'r blaen wedi osod yng Nghaerdydd yn 20 ganrif ddiwetha, sef 100 mlynedd yn ôl erbyn hyn ar y penwythnos. Mi nath yr llyfrgell Amgueddfa Genedlaethol Cymru ar Caerdydd ennill yr FA Cup yr un penwythnos, felly nes i benderfynu gosod y nofel hanesyddol yma yn y cyfnod yna, nes i alw hwn yr argraff gyntaf, a ddaru fatha nofel detective. A ges i brofiad anodd iawn gyda'r nofel yna, agos o'n i'n teimlo fo'n trwystedig iawn fel awdur, bob dim oedd yn digwydd yn y nofel, mi oedd rhaid i fi wirio bod y peth yna wedi bodoli go iawn ar y pryd yng Nghaerdydd, felly oedd rhaid i oedd rhaid i'r tywydd fod yn gywir ar y penwythnos yna, oedd rhaid i'r dechnoleg oedd yn bodoli fod yn gywir, a o'n i'n teimlo bob golygfa ni'n sgwennu, o'n i'n gofod stopio a mynd i chwilio mewn rhyw bapura newydd ac yn y blaen i wneud siŵr bod yn bodoli a bod y technoleg yn bodoli a bod y tram yma lle o'n i'n meddwl oedd y tram yna ar y pryd. Felly, wrth fynd i'r afel gyda cyfnod hanesyddol eto yn Babel, mi nes i cheatio tipyn bach, dwi'n meddwl, trwy yn hytrach na jyst gosod y nofel yn Merthyr Tydfil yn y 14th ganrif ar 15 a gofod mynd trwy'r holl rigmarole yna o wirio bod bob dim yn bodoli, trwy osod y nofel mewn tre Merthyr Tydfil aidd, ond mewn cyfnod sy'n amlwg diwedd yr ail hanner 14th ganrif ar 15, ond diolch yn eglur'r pryd yn union yn y cyfnod yna mae'n digwydd. A hefyd peidio enwi'r dref maen nhw yn rhan ohoni, a hefyd cyflwyno'r elfennau technoleg ac arstalwm y steampunk yma. Mi o'n i mewn ffordd yn cael mwy o ryddid fel awdur i ymchwilio mewn i bynciau themau oedd wedi codi trwy gydol cyfnod y doethuriaeth o'n i wedi sgwennu, sef ail hanner yr 14th ganrif ar 15. A mi oedd hefyd, mi oedd na nifer fawr iawn o fewn genre steampunk ac arstalwm. Mi oedd na nifer fawr iawn o bynciau sy'n tueddu i gael eu trafod o fewn yr genre yna, oedd yn cyd-fynd gyda pynciau ni isio eu trafod o fewn cyd-destun y nofel hefyd. Mae yna bwyslais mawr o fewn steampunk ar pris cynnydd, sef dwi'n meddwl yn bwnc pwysig iawn ar hyn o bryd. Da ni efo llywodraeth mewn grym yn San Steffan sydd yn neoryddfrydol iawn ac yn rhoi y pwyslais ar gynnydd o hyd. A mae yna lot o sôn am bethau fel pandemics iechyd a falle yn y nofel hefyd. A da ni ddim yn gwybod bod yr coronavirus yn dod, ond rhywsut mae'r nofel wedi troi allan i fod yn trafod rai pynciau falle sydd yn berthnasol i ni yn ystod y cyfnod yma. A'r ffordd mae rai pobl falle'n rhoi cynnydd a datblygiad economaidd o flaen iechyd a diogelwch pobl hefyd, dwi'n meddwl, yn thema sydd yn flaenllaw iawn yn y nofel a sydd wedi troi allan i fod yn thema sy'n flaenllaw iawn yn y byd go iawn hefyd. Hefyd, un pwnc sydd yn bwysig iawn o fewn y genre steampunk ydy natur y gwirionedd hefyd, a beth ydy'r gwirionedd a'r ffaith bod yna'n aml iawn fersiynau gwahanol o'r gwirionedd. Felly, trwy osod y nofel o fewn y genre yna ac o fewn swyddfa papur newydd, mi oedd o'n gyfle i drafod lot o'r themau ynglyn â datblygiad y wasg brint yng Nghymru a hefyd y modd yr oedd y wasg brint yng Nghymru wedi datblygu cenedlaetholdeb yn ystod y cyfnod yma a'r ffordd oedd bron o bod yr dyfodiad papura newydd dyddiol Saesneg ar yr un pryd yn cyflwyno rhyw fath o hunaniaeth gwahanol ar yr un pryd, hunaniaeth Brydeinig oedd yn cystadlu gyda'r hunaniaeth Gymreig a Chymraeg yr oedd y papura newydd yma yn ceisio i datblygu. Felly, dwi'n cofio, dwi'n tueddu i wneud hynny efo nofela, cos mae'n rwy'n nofel dwytha wedi bod yn hir iawn, wedi bod dros 125,000 o eiriau. A gyda bob nofel dwi'n ysgrifennu, dwi'n eistedd lawr i sgwennu nofel fer iawn, felly o'n i'n, efo'r nofel yma, nes i eistedd lawr yn meddwl, mae yna ddigon fan hyn ar gyfer rhyw 50,000 o eiriau, mae'n siŵr neu rhywbeth fel wedyn, nes i jyst sgwennu lawr y holl syniadau oedd gen i a datblygu nhw, ond sydyn iawn oedd gen i rhyw glamp nofel, rhyw 160,000 o eiriau, oedd rhaid i fi docio fy nôl yn sylweddol wedyn mewn i rhywbeth o dipyn tunallu, ac o'n isio taflu'r holl syniadau a'r holl ymchwil o'n i wedi wneud yn ystod y doethuriaeth mewn i'r nofel yma, ond oedd rhaid i dderbyn yn diwedd nad bod oedd yn slofi'r nofel i lawr mewn ffordd lle, a bod rhaid i fi dorri lot yn y fallan i gael nofel oedd yn rhyw 125,000 eiriau yn diwedd.
Ardderchog ydy, wel, dyma chi'r nofel, ac mi nath y darllenwyr ymateb mor frwdfrydig i'r nofel, a fel sonis i mi ges ti lwyddiant aruthrol gyda hi, mi oedd hi werth i ti fod wedi dyfel barhau a gadlewyrchu'r holl elfennau gwahanol na oedd ti eisiau archwilio yn y nofel yn sicr. I fynd yn ôl at yr elfennau ffantasiol yma, yr elfen ager salwm, da ni'n sôn am bethau technolegol ti'n cynnwys yn y byd yma, sydd yn tynnu sylw at y ffaith mae byd dychmygol ydi o, bod na themau a sail o wirionedd hanesyddol i rai o'r digwyddiadau o safbwynt y byd, mae'r ddaearyddiaeth yn wahanol, mae'r dechnoleg yn wahanol, mae yna wahanol ddulliau trafnidiaeth, mae yna rhyw awyr ofod yn does yn hedfan o gwmpas a popeth felly. Wedyn, yna rai o'r technegau, ond o safbwynt be oedd ti'n trio i gyflawni, fysa ti'n deud bod gwneud neu llunio nofel o'r deill yma'r ager salwm yn Gymraeg yn gallu gwneud rhywbeth gwahanol i nofelau steampunk Saesneg o ran herio neu atgynhyrchu syniadau sy'n rhan o'r genre Saesneg yn ynglyn â trefedigaethedd a rhywiaeth yn y 4edd ganrif ar 15. Felly, hynny yw, ti'n cynnig rhywbeth i'r genre yn rhyngwladol yn fan hyn hefyd?
Dwi'n meddwl bod hynna'n rhan o be ni'n trio i gyflawni, ac os un peth o'n i wedi sylwi oedd mae yna lot fawr o weithiau steampunk ac erstalwm allan yna yn y byd, a mi nes i droi at nifer o'r rheini wrth hel syniadau ar gyfer y nofel yma. Ond un peth o'n i'n tueddu i sylwi ynglyn â'r gweithiau yna oedd bod oedden nhw'n cael eu sgwennu o safbwynt eitha trefedigaethol, lle mi oedd yr antur oedd yn rhan o blot y nofel i raddau helaeth yn un trefedigaethol lle pobl yn oedd o ddim yn feirniadol iawn o'r cyfnod ei hun. Mi oedden nhw'n eitha imperialaidd i agwedd at pobl yn mynd allan ac yn cael antur ac yn concro cenedloedd eraill ac yn y blaen, ac yn darganfod bydoedd newydd ac yn y blaen. A mi o'n i'n meddwl fysa fo'n un peth falle sa'r persbectif Cymreig yn gallu dod i'r nofel oedd persbectif gwrthdrefedigaethol mewn ffordd. Ond o'n i eisiau bod yn ofalus iawn efo ni hefyd, ac os un peth o'n i ddim eisiau gwneud oedd dod yn ôl ar hen syniad yma bod yr Cymru, oherwydd bod ni wedi cael ein concro, bod ni rhyw fath o gynhenid wrth drefedigaethol, ac os dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna rhyw fath o myth sydd wedi datblygu bod y Cymru wastad wedi bod ar ochr y cenhedlaeth yma oedd yn cael ei trefedigaethu gan yr Ymerodraeth Brydeinig ac yn y blaen. Felly o'n i'n ofalus iawn i wneud y pwynt yn y nofel bod y Cymru wedi bod yn rhan o'r Ymerodraeth Brydeinig ac yn aml iawn wedi bod yn rhan brwdfrydig iawn ohono fo hefyd. Felly o'n i eisiau ar yr un pryd dangos effaith Cymru yn cael ei drefedigaethu, dim cael ei drefedigaethu o ran yr tancs yn rwlio mewn, yr milwyr yn rwlio mewn yn cael ei drefedigaethu o ran yr rheilffordd yn rwlio mewn, a papurau newydd Saesneg yn cyrraedd, a llyfrau Saesneg yn cyrraedd ac yn y blaen. Ond o'n i hefyd eisiau gwneud y pwynt bod y Cymru hunan hefyd yn ystod y cyfnod yma wedi bod yn frwdfrydig iawn dros drefedigaethu rhannau eraill o'r byd ar yr un pryd. A dwi'n meddwl bod dwi'n eisiau sboilio gormod o'r nofel, ond mae'r rhaid i'r prif gymeriad neu rhyw fath o di'r prif gymeriad ddim yn berffaith yn hynny o beth chwaith, mae hi'n ambell un yn berniadau hi am ei agweddau hi, falle sydd falle chydig bach yn naif tuag at yr cwestiwn yma hefyd. Felly, do'n i'n eisiau i'r prif gymeriad fod yn rhyw fath o gymeriad oedd jyst yn iawn am bob dim, a ti'n gwybod yn chwalu'r holl ddrygioni oedd yn bodoli o gwmpas hi mewn ffordd eitha afrealistig, ond bod hi hefyd yn cael ei signo mewn a cael ei ddylanwadu yn lleisiau gwahanol, a falle portreadu'r hynny mewn ffordd chydig bach yn fwy realistig. O ran bod yn rhywiaethol, o'n i'n sylweddoli bod elfen arall o weithiau steampunk ydy'r tueddiad i falle portreadu merched mewn ffordd lle, ydych chi'n gweld fel convention steampunk yma ac yn y blaen, a mae'r merched i gyd yn gwisgo fel dillad o'r cyfnod, ond dillad lot mwy amlygus mewn ffordd. Felly, o'n i'n meddwl bod yna elfen ychydig bach yn rhywiaethol o fewn rai gweithiau steampunk, felly o'n i'n meddwl saf o'n yn fwy addas, falle fwy diddorol gosod yr nofel o safbwynt merch, ond oedd e hefyd yn gwneud sy'n reiddiol nes I ddechrau sgwennu'r llyfr oedd y prif gymeriad yn ddyn, a wedyn wedi darllen lot o ymchwil ynglyn â lle'r ferch o fewn Cymdeithas Cymru yn y 4th ganrif ar 15, ond wedi methu a ffitio hwnna mewn I fy noethuriaeth, ac os y noethuriaeth I wedi mynd yn lot rhy hir beth bynnag lle. Mi nes I benderfynu datblygu rai o'r themau yna fewn y nofel, a bydda fo'n, oedd yn gweithio i'r plot oherwydd wrth gwrs, os ydych chi'n cael menyw yn yr cyfnod yna'n trio gwneud y pethau yna, mae'n lot mwy o wrthdaro o fewn y plot hefyd, o ganlyniad I hynny, a mae wrthdaro yn ofnadwy bwysig wrth gyrru'r nofel yn ei flaen, ond roedden nhw hefyd yn lot o'r, datblygu lot o themau ynglyn â'r cyfnod mi o'n I eisiau trafod hefyd.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. A mae beth sy'n newydd fod yn drafod yn adlewyrchu trafodaeth ddwy hefyd efo Manon Steffan Ros a Charlotte Williams ynglyn â berthynas gymleth iawn yma sydd gan Gymru a Threfedigaethau, a bod ni yn barotach nag erioed erbyn hyn gobeithio I ddechrau cwestiynu a gofyn ac archwilio'r berthynas yna yn y gweithio creadigol ni. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn, Ifan a Eluned a Joao. Thank you very much. I think it's time that we should pass over to Rebecca in case there are any questions or comments that she'd like to raise from the chat.
Thank you very much. That was an absolutely fascinating canter through many different aspects of writing. Brilliant. And we've got lots of comments in the chat, but I can't see any questions. So I'm just having a quick look, sorry. No. Unless anyone wants to raise their hand and ask a question. If not, I'm sure, Sue-Ann, you've got some more and I've got some. Oh, here we are. From Dagmar. He says, or she says, I think she says, I think this is to you, Ifan. Is it not more important to look forward rather than looking backwards?
Yeah, I think that's an extremely important point, but I think the reasoning behind it really is that because there are so many parallels between the 19th century and the present day, I am trying to sort of look forwards by looking backwards in a way. And actually what I'm doing is not discussing the second half of the 19th century, but actually discussing Wales's kind of present predicament. And we had the First Minister of Wales last week say we need a kind of home rule in Wales. And I was thinking we're almost going back to sort of that period at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century when many of these sorts of subjects were coming up and being discussed. So I think that the intention really wasn't to sort of dwell in the 19th century and look backwards, but actually in the novel to discuss our present predicament here in Wales, but doing that by looking back to an era in Welsh history that was very similar, I think, politically and constitutionally to our own. And actually, my last novel was actually set in the kind of present day, or the present day as it was when I was writing it back in about 2016, sort of post-Brexit and so on. So in that last novel, I looked at sort of the present day, and in this novel, I was trying to sort of look back and learn some lessons from the past as well.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
If we do have a few minutes, Rebecca, remaining just to bring a few things together, perhaps, Joao, I'd like to invite you to comment here as well. Ifan, looking to the past in a science fiction type way, you're looking at present day Cardiff, the issues related to class, and sort of politics is there, but not in an obvious, direct way. But the characters' situations all emerge from the circumstances, the background, the class and poverty as well. So would you like to talk a little bit about that?
To answer, I'll answer Dagmar's question as directly as I can. It is important to look forwards, but honestly, how the hell are we meant to do that? No one knows what the hell's going on. I feel like, 20 years ago, felt like you could kind of predict how the world was going to be and it was going to be stable. And now we don't know what's going to happen in 3 months, let alone 50 years time, so to speak. One thing that I would like to see though, I'm not the person to write it, but I would love to see the book. Is it Eluned Folk Ellis wrote Wythnos yng Nghymru Fydd, which translates in English to A Week in the Wales That Will Be. for people that don't speak Welsh. I'd love to see an updated version of that novel, so to speak. I think it could be really interesting, but whoever writes it is going to get it completely wrong, because no one knows what's going to happen, like, you know, next week. Like, you don't even know what's happening with the Six Nations, like, if that's going to finish. So how are you meant to tell what's going to happen in 20 years?
Yeah, but at least we've got the Triple Crown this year, so
Yes.
We won't worry too much about the rest of the championship. Diolch yn fawr, Joao. Felly, wrth gwrs, wyt ti yn siarad Cymraeg hefyd, wedi bod yn yr ysgol, ac Eluned hefyd yn siarad Cymraeg. Mae gen i ddiddordeb meddwl gofyn i chi am berthynas y Gymraeg gyda'ch gwaith chi, ac Luned, wyt ti'n sgwennu yn y ddwy iaith, wyt ti'n teimlo bod yna lais gwahanol wedi datblygu yn y ddwy iaith, wyt ti yn awyddus i archwilio ysgrifennu creadigol yn Gymraeg ac yn Saesneg?
Ie, dwi'n sgwennu ffuglen yn Saesneg, ond wedi sgwennu cwbl o sgrifau yn y Gymraeg o'r 4 gwynt, sef cylchgrawn llenyddol Gymraeg. Y reswm am hynny yw, es i ddim i ysgol uwchradd Gymraeg, felly rwy'n hunan ymwybodol iawn o sgiliau Cymraeg, a sy'n gallu sgrifennu yn y ffordd hawdd, naturiol yn y Gymraeg fel dwi'n gwneud yn Saesneg. Rwy'n credu bod angen hynny, y llais naturiol, llyfn i ysgrifennu ffuglen. Ond, ie, byddai hwnna'n gwych yn y dyfodol i ysgrifennu pethau creadigol yn y Gymraeg, ond dwi'n dwlu ar darllen ffuglen yn y Gymraeg na beth fi'n gwneud, yn darllenydd.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n ymwybodol bod amser yn rhithron i flaen. I'm very aware of the time. So I'd invite Rebecca perhaps to let us know whether we have a few more minutes or should we bring things to an end?
If you wouldn't mind bringing things to an end, is that all right? Just because you're the first session of the day, so we can't get behind quite yet, if that's all right. Diolch yn fawr Sue and all the writers. That was just a brilliant way to start today. Thank you ever so much. And thank you to all the participants and some lovely comments in the chat. Now, it all gets a bit complicated from here in, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. So those of you who have chosen to join one of our brilliant writers for a workshop, if you've received an email from us, that means you have got the golden ticket, you have got one of the very limited places that were available in the writers' workshops. And so the workshops now are with Richard Gwyn and Manon Steffan Ros. You need to leave this platform, we need to say goodbye to you, and you need to join the platform and the Zoom link that was in the email that was sent to you about the workshop. So this is a goodbye from us to all those people who are joining the Richard Gwyn or the Manon Steffan Ros workshop. Please do, though, come back straight afterwards. We want to see you back here. But have a great time. Thanks very much. For the rest of us, okay, we're about to take part in a brilliant session with Lleuci Shenkin, who is the CEO of Literature Wales, who are our partner organisation in this seminar. And Lleuci is going to be talking with Mared and Lee and Mairead Hopwood and Elena about the Plethy Weave films, which we've seen throughout this session. We've had a number of them dotted throughout. They're going to talk about them in that session with the artists about the process of making them. And that session will be taking place in Welsh, so yn Gymraeg. So please do stay here for that session. This will be immediately followed by either 2 more workshops, well, it would have been 2 more workshops, and this is where it gets complicated. Unfortunately, though, Charlotte Williams, who was with us yesterday and will be with us later, isn't very well, so we are giving her the workshop off. So if you have decided that you are going to join Charlotte Williams, then please wait for the email and you'll be told what to do. Either we've managed to allocate you into another workshop, or you'll be asked to come and join us for the discussion. Alongside those 2 workshops, there's a second Plethy Weave session with Paul Keynes, who is the CEO of National Dance Company Wales, and he's also joined by Lee Johnson and Mared, and also by Alex Wharton and Crystal Lowe, who made the beautiful film that we saw right at the beginning of the seminar. and they also will be talking about the Plethy Weave session. So that's what happens next. So immediately, if you have signed up to a workshop with Richard Gwyn or Manon Steffan Ros and you haven't left yet, then please do leave us and join using the link that was in the email that was sent to you. All those who are remaining, lovely. We're about to hand over to Flaky for the first Plethy Weave session, which will take place in Welsh. Okay, so that brings me to just a quick reminder. Linwen, oh no, actually we're being joined by our translator Gwyn. I hope Linwen's gone for a cup of tea. She did great work in that session. So we've been joined by our second Welsh translator, Gwyn. Just a reminder that if you would like a Welsh to English translation, you click on the globe in the bottom right hand of your screen and you choose English. And that's how you will hear the translation in the next session. Okay, so thanks very much, everyone. That's all from me, and I'll see you a bit later. Prynhawn da, Lleucu, croeso.
Prynhawn da.
I just thought I'd come and join you while you waited for everybody else. I think there's a little bit of confusion. Oh, there we are. We're all there now. Brilliant. Handing over to you then. Thanks very much.
Prynhawn da, a croeso i chi gyd i'r cyntaf o 2 ddigwyddiad arbennig sydd gyda ni pnawn 'ma yn trafod y prosiect Plethy Weave. Fi'n hynod ddiolchgar i'r Cyngor Prydeinig am y gwahoddiad caredig i gymryd rhan yn y seminar ardderchog yma, a llongyfarchiadau iddyn nhw am benwythnos hynod llwyddiannus hyd yma. Mi fydd Paul Keynes, Prif Weithredwr Cwmni Dawns Cenedlaethol Cymru, yn cadeirio'r ail sesiwn yn syth wedi'r digwyddiad yma. Fy enw i yw Lleucu Siencyn, a fi yw Prif Weithredwr Llenyddiaeth Cymru, y cwmni cenedlaethol gyda'r cyfrifoldeb dros ddatblygu llenyddiaeth. Ein gweledigaeth yw Cymru sydd yn grymuso, yn gwella ac yn cyfoethogi bywydau trwy lenyddiaeth. Un o brif amcanion ein gorchwyn gwaith yw dathlu diwylliant llenyddol Cymru, ac mae'n bleser cael bod yn rhan o'r penwythnos arbennig yma o ddathlu ein llenyddiaeth yn y ddwy iaith, gyda chynulleidfaoedd yn yr Almaen, yng Nghymru ac ar draws y byd. Mae Llenyddiaeth Cymru yn un o 8 cwmni cenedlaethol Cymru ar Ienyr gan Gyngor Celfyddydau Cymru, a mae'r rhain yn cynnwys cerddorfa chorws cenedlaethol Cymreig y BBC, Ffilm Cymru Wales, Llenyddiaeth Cymru, Cwmni Dawns Cenedlaethol Cymru, National Theatre Wales, Theatr Genedlaethol Cymru, Canolfan Millennium Cymru ac Opera Cenedlaethol Cymru. I ni'n gweithio'n agos iawn gyda'n gilydd mwyn sicrhau diwylliant celfyddydol, amrywiol, cyfoes ac uchelgeisiol i Gymru. A heddi byddwn yn dathlu partneriaeth arbennig iawn rhwng 2 o'r cwmnïau cenedlaethol, ac un o uchelbwyntiau celfyddydol llynedd a sy'n parhau eleni, sef y prosiect trawsgelfyddydol Plethy Weave. Mae llawer o'r ffilmiau hynny wedi cael eu creu wedi cael eu dangos dros y seminar hwn. A'r prosiect yw a daeth i fodolaeth yn ystod y cyfnod clo, a sydd wedi rhoi cyfle i fardd ac artist dawns gydweithio i archwilio thema gyda'i gilydd o'i dewis nhw eu hunan a chynhyrchu ffilm fer. Heddi byddwn ni'n clywed gan ein cydweithwyr o'r Cwmni Dawns Cenedlaethol a Llenyddiaeth Cymru, Lee Johnston a Mared Roberts, am sut aethwyd ati i lunio'r cynllun arbennig yma. Cawn gyfle i weld rhai o'r ffilmiau gynhyrchwyd, a byddaf yn holi'r bardd Mererid Hopwood a'r ddawnswraig Elena Sgarbi am ei profiad creadigol nhw fel artistiaid a barwyd gyda'i gilydd. Ond cyn dechrau'r y drafodaeth, beth am mynd i weld ychydig o'r ffilmiau. Can I ask my colleagues to show one of the films?
Enw fi ydi Eluned Gramich. Dwi'n awdur a chyfieithydd. Mae Cymru yn bwysig iawn I fi. Dwi Cymraes a dwi wedi cael fy ngeni yng Nghymru a dwi'n byw yng Nghymru. Felly mae Cymru'n wastad yn rhan o fy ysgrifennu mewn un ffordd neu llall. Enw yddan ydy The Book of New Words, stori fer yw e, wedi dod mas yn 0 Hours on the Boulevard, yn antholeg o ystreion gan awduron o Ewrop a Chymru. Wedi cael ei cyhoeddi fel ymateb I Brexit, really. Felly, y stori yma ydy stori o Maraike sydd ferch o ar Almaen. A mi'n dod i'r ysgol yn Lloegr. A yn Lloegr mae'n cael sioc I ddarganfod, dydy e ddim fel mae hi wedi dychmygu. The first day of term. It's the happiest, most frightening day of her life so far.
It's the wrong film.
On this day, they must sit behind their desks and wait for the teachers.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just bear with us for 1 second, Lakey. Very sorry.
Hwna wrth gwrs oedd y ffilm hyfryd gan un o awduron y seminar Eluned Gramich. Mae'n werth I weld, ond I ni'n gobeithio byddai'n gallu dangos un o'r ffilmiau plethu wyf.
Mae'n hawdd meddwl am yn ôl, ail-wawrio'r dydd o falurion doi, ail-droedio'r eiliadau ar hyd am linell bell gan bwyllo, I gael yn ôl y golau hen a aeth, a chael hyd I eiliadau a fachludodd yn wyll. Ond o frigau man, fe ddaw na a'n dawns yw'r hyn a gyneuwn yn ein nawr, a'r enid yn danbaid, lle gall fflam droi'n alarch. Y nawr lle mae'r corff yn glorian, y nawr lle nad yw disgyrchiant yn ddim ond aelod o'r gynulleidfa, nawr ydyn ni, a ni yw'r hyn y mae'r meddwl yn ei freuddwydio, yn ein gweld yn hedfan yn yr unfan mewn gwynfyd, a'r enid o dan rew. Ydy mae'n hawdd meddwl am yn ôl, ond ymlaen o hyd y mae lôn a'i hael.
When my Khala speaks, a metallic voice on the phone, I want to respond, Zain alhamdulillah. I have swallowed too many dandelion seeds. I cough up a cardamom. What's the word for cardamom in Arabic? I can't remember. Guilty, I reply into a tin can, I'm fine, auntie, and watch the miles of quivering string disappear into crackling darkness. That night I remember. It's hell. The H a sweet exhale. The string knots inside my chest, and it feels dangerous, like I'm holding too much, like a world pretending to be a city, and so I run, my feet pounding on Cardiff concrete, melting myself into the memory of here. The string in my chest never ceases its song, about a land abandoned, her beauty braided into my bones. Yeah, Biladi, sings the string. I always stop running in the same place. She is there when I look out to sea. Eternal as the cedar tree, she strides the horizon towards me. The string, rooted in my chest, handcuffs around her wrists. I am sorry to see her bound, to see how my longing leaves angry memories on her skin, but wallahi, I hope it never tears.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, gobeithio wnaethoch chi fwynhau y ffilmiau hynny o'r Llidw gan Aneurin Caradog a Joe Powell-Main a'r ail ffilmodd Ble Mae Bladi gan Aisha Nami a'r bardd Hanan Issa. A hoffwn ni droi nawr yn gyntaf i'r cydweithwyr sydd gyda ni fan hyn o Llenyddiaeth Cymru a'r Cwmni Dawns. Croeso i chi. Ac os gai holi yn gyntaf, Lee, I'll turn to English now. Welcome to the event. Lee, I remember just under a year ago, you approached us at Literature Wales with very early on in the lockdown last year with a very intriguing idea. So can you talk a little bit about your own background and how you came to this interesting idea that you pitched to us?
Yes, great. Thank you, Flaky, and welcome everyone. It's great to have you here. Can you hear me? Yes? Fabulous. Okay, so I'm the Associate Director at National Dance Company Wales. So I'm responsible for devising some of our artistic projects and artistic activity. And we were doing some analysis of what had worked for us since switching to digital programs in as a result of the COVID lockdown. And we'd done a few months. And we'd found that short form video had been really successful with our audiences. We'd put a few of our full length works out there, about 30 minutes long. But we'd also put a 1 minute film out, and it was that 1 minute film that had reached the most people. So that was buzzing around in my mind. We were looking to do more short form work. And for me, it was important that those short form works were complete artistic works in and of themselves. So that was buzzing around in my mind. And then, like you do, I chatted to a neighbour on the street, socially distanced, and she said, oh yeah, I'm keeping myself sane by watching national theatre, so theatre programmes on the TV. And then she got embarrassed because she knew I worked for National Dance Company Wales. She said, but I love dance, but the thing is that I live alone and I'm very lonely. So I like to have people speaking in my house. So that was buzzing around over here. And then I was watching the news one night and they were doing a report on how people were turning to poetry in the pandemic as a way of solace. That usually poetry, maybe not for us here, but usually poetry for general public maybe, is reserved for like occasions like weddings or funerals. But suddenly people were turning to it as an everyday like need. So with those three things happening and experience, I thought, well, this could be it. What a wonderful thing to do is maybe to join poetry and dance together in a short form and make complete artwork so that the poetry and the body come together and make a new form of expression that can express more than both art forms alone. And in the report on the news, they had a poet recite a haiku, and I thought, well, that's a nice short form. And for about 20 seconds I pursued that, and I thought, well, hang on, this is Wales, we've got plenty of our own traditions here. And I was a bit obsessed with the incl at the time, because in another project I had a figure that writes incl. But when we got together, Flaky and Married rightly said, well, maybe a different form is the right form. And that's how we began.
I remember it was such a blank piece of paper. We didn't even know what the name of the project was. And we sort of landed the whole concept of what this project would be and what it was named and titled on the first pairing of poets.
Yeah, we did. So the first pairing was Faye, Tan, and Ap Ifan. That's right. Yeah. And there was, in his poem, there was this wonderful phrase around weaving together the two art forms. And there it was clever, and because I'm not a Welsh speaker and I don't know all the nuances of a word, with Literature Wales's help, we landed that was a really good word, actually, a really good title for the project.
Mae'r teitl yna, na i droi nôl i'r Gymraeg nawr, yn cwmpasu gymaint o elfennau creadigol y prosiect yma. Na i droi at fy nghydweithraig Mared, os fedrai. Mared, allu di sôn tyma bach am dy gefndir di yn Llenyddiaeth Cymru, a wedyn falle'r gwaith yma o dewis a dethol y beirdd, y job eitha pleserus yn y bôn. Mared, ni'n cael gwaith dy glywed di. Fi'n gweld bod ti ddim ar mute. Os na broblemau technolegol falle gyda'r darpariaeth Zoom yma.
Possibly. We'll just look into it. Lakey, would you mind moving on and we'll come back to Mared? Sorry about that.
Of course. Well, I'll go back to Lee for a moment, if I may, while we see if we can hear Mared. Obviously, you know, we were just talking there about the process of matching, if you like, the dancer and the poet. It was a bit like an artistic dating agency, Lee, and you and Mared spent a lot of time carefully matching both artists to each other. Can you talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah. So in the first season, we had some of our own company dancers being brought into that project. So Elena, that we have here today, is a company dancer, a main company, National Dance Company Wales dancer. But we didn't, we wanted to support freelance artists as well. So we did a call out for dance artists that might be interested in working and collaborating with poets. And we got a fantastic, overwhelming response, over 30 applicants of freelance dancers throughout Wales. And so Mared and I and another colleague from National Dance Company Wales looked through these applications and sifted out some that we thought would be really interesting, what they proposed to make for Plethi and how to respond to this. We'd set a really light touch overarching theme for the project, which was a sort of a way as a conversation starter, but maybe we'll get into that later. And so they put forward what they might want to dive into. So we did a selection, and then from there, Mared, you know, knows a whole group of people, and she very sensitively matched up people and told me about the poets and who they were and why she thought they would match with the artists, the dance artists. And because Mared had helped me, had supported me select the dance artists, she knew their applications and who they were and their characteristics and what they were interested in quite carefully. So Mared would explain to me why she thought that this was a really good pairing, and eventually I just grew to not question it, because she's so good at it that I thought, wow, this is fantastic. There was one occasion that we entered a quite deep discussion where we were really nutting it out, and it was around a pairing that's actually in creation right now. So we've got 4 artists in creation right now, and they're about to deliver their films. 2 poets, 2 dancers, 2 of them. So one is a hip hop artist, Ed, Mr. Formula is his public name. And we also had a street dance artist. So in the beginning, months ago, we thought we'd pair them together, but as we got closer, we felt that wasn't the right pairing to do. It was too obvious. We wanted to push them. And so we matched them differently. We matched a contemporary dance artist with Mr. Ed, Mr. Formula, and we matched Yeston with another young poet. And yeah, and I'm really pleased that we did. Like, I knew it would be a push for Yeston as a street dance artist, because normally, like he said, he responds to music, but because he didn't have this, he had to respond to the spoken word as music in a rhythmical fashion. And he sent me through some sample videos of what he's done, and it's magical. It's really powerful. I'm really glad we made that choice. Mared's here, and I'm hoping we can hear you. because you have some wonderful insight on this.
So, can you hear me now?
Yeah!
Okay. Dyna ni, da iawn.
Wel, diolch yn fawr Mared am ail ymuno ni ni, a mae'n hynod braw I glywed y lais. A fi'n gwybod bod ti'n dod ato ni o Wynedd sy'n siŵr yn heilog ac yn hyfryd reit nawr.
Mae'n awyr las braf heddiw.
Gallwn ni fy nôl I ofyn eto, Mared, os ti eisiau sôn ychydig bach am y gwaith ti fel arfer yn neud I Lenyddiaeth Cymru, a yn dilyn lan o beth oedd Lee di sôn fan hyn, y broses wedyn o ddethol a matcho'r beirdd yma gyda'r dawnswyr.
Felly, rheolwr llen yn y gymuned di teitl yn swyddi, sy'n deitl hyfryd, a dwi'n gwneud llawer o waith dydd I ddydd gwaith cymunedol, prosiecta. O'n i'n gweld Neil Griffiths yn sôn gyna am brosiect Mererid Topwood fel bardd preswyl yn Ysbyty Branglais, fi sy'n cydweithio fo Mererid yno, ac llawer o brosiectau iechyd a llesiant. Yn ddiweddar, da ni wedi bod yn gwneud galwadau agorad ar gyfer rhan fwyaf o brosiecta mwyn rhoi cyfleoedd I bawb ac dod ar draws awduron ac beirdd newydd ac ymarferwyr. Efo'r prosiect plethu, o'na 8 cyfle, 8 prosiect gwahanol, ac oedden ni yn awyddus iawn I gael cynrychiolaeth gwirioneddol o feirdd ac yfarddoniaeth Cymru rwan. Ac felly, darin ni ddim gwneud galwad agorad, arin ni fel staff fynd ati I feddwl sut I gynrychioli Cymru. Oedden ni isio beirdd, oedd yn enwa wedi sefydlu, oedden ni isio lleisio newydd, oedden ni yn awyddus bod yna 4 bardd yn barddoni'n Gymraeg, 4 yn Saesneg, ac ieithoedd eraill, oedden ni'n awyddus bod ieithoedd eraill yn dod I mewn hefyd, ac bod ni'n cynrychioli diwylliannau gwahanol Cymru, oedrannau gwahanol ac ati hefyd. Wedyn oedd yn dipyn o jigsaw ac yn her, ond oedd yn pleserus iawn. Dwi'n eitha siŵr bod dipyn o'n hydweithwyr I reit gen fy gennus. Mae fi gath y job.
Wrth gwrs, mae'r 8 fideo cyntaf I ni wedi gweld darnau ohonyn nhw dros y penwythnos, gyda'i gilydd fel cyfanwaith. Maen nhw fel sy'n nhw cynrychioli lle oedd Cymru, pwy o'n I fel cenedl, mewn ffordd oedd yn eitha gobeithiol yn y themau, ond hefyd yn eitha heriol mewn sawl un o'r fideos, falle rhaid ni ddim wedi gweld dros y penwythnos yn arbennig.
Darin ni ddim gosod brief mewn gwirionedd, naddo li. Nathon ni just rhoi cryddid, oedden ni'n deud harmoni fel rhyw fath o fan cychwyn. Gewch chi droi hwnna ar I ben, neu gewch chi wneud fel liciwch chi, neu gewch chi rhoi hwnna I naill ochr. Ac oedden ni just yn rhoi y prosiect i'r artistiad. Ac oedden nhw wedyn wedi mynd ati I edrych ar be oedd yn agos ati calon nhw. Ac mae yna gymaint, mae wedi bod yn flwyddyn mor sobor mewn gymaint o ffyrdd. Mae'r themau sydd wedi codi, yn adlewyrchu hynny, mae Black Lives Matter yn sicr wedi codi. Mae perthnasau pobl ei gilydd. Mae sawl thema eitha dwys. Oedd yna brosiect gen Mererid ac Tim Fulman ynglyn ag heddychiaeth ac ynglyn ag ysbartyn gwreiddiol oedd cofi epynt. Oedd yn digwydd mis Mehefin llynedd.
Mae'n hynod gyfoethog. Ac wrth gwrs, i'r awduron hefyd, buon ni'n cofnodi'r y broses creadigol ac yn gofyn i'r awduron a'r dawnswyr I ddarparu blogs neu rhyw gofnod o'r profiad. Ac I sawl awdur, fi'n credu I Hanan, o'n ni wedi gweld nawr a hefyd Grig News, ond nhw'n eitha onest bod nhw mewn ffordd wedi mynd tyma bach mas o'i comfort zone nhw trwy cydweithio gyda dawnswyr yn y modd yma. Oedd yr ymateb yna'n anusgwyl I ti, Mared?
Mae'n brosiect datblygu awduron I raddau mawr hefyd, sy'n un o flaenoriaethau ni fel Llenyddiaeth Cymru. Ac mae o'i bob, mae bob awdur, dwi'n meddwl, darin ni ddewis beirdd oedden ni'n dychmygu fydda yn awyddus I gael y sialens yma o gydweithio efo cyfrwng arall, efo artist dawns. ac nathon nhw bawb neud ar y cyfle a dysgu o'r peth ac cael eu cyfoethogi. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n wir am yr artistiaeth dawns hefyd. Un o'r pethau hyfryd oeddech chi'n siarad am Hanan rwan, mae Aisha di dechrau barddoni sgil y profiad o gydweithio efo Hanan. Mae'n just yn, eisiau neu fi grioch, mae'n bendigedig.
Wel, pam byddwn ni'n troi siarad gyda Mererid a Elena am y munud, falle gallai ofyn i Mererid oeddi hi wedi dechrau dawnsio fel rhan o'r profiadau yma. Ond cyn i ni droi at yr awduron, licen ni holi eto wrth gwrs i Lee ag i Mared, mae'r 8 fideo cyntaf wedi bod yn gymaint o lwyddiant, mae'r ymateb wedi bod mor wych, maen nhw'n parhau i fod mas na'n diddanu ni. A wrth gwrs mae'r Llywodraeth Cymru wedi comisiynu ni fel 2 sefydliad i greu 2 ffilm ychwanegol yn rhan swyddogol o eleni sef Cymru yn yr Almen, a mae'r seminar yma yn rhan o ddathliadau trwy gydol y flwyddyn mae Llywodraeth Cymru'n ei gynnal. Ac i ni wedi penderfynu bwrw mlaen gyda comisiynu'r 5 arall, so mae gyda ni plethu wyf 2.0 ar y ffordd. Lee, you've already given us a little bit of a preview with some of the hip-hop work. Do you want to talk about, give us a little heads up about what we expect with Plethu Weave Mark II?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a film about to be released actually for Mother's Day here in the UK. And it is from company dance artist Camille Girardeau, and I'll ask Mared, it's Rufus, but I wouldn't want to, Rufus what?
Rufus, yeah, Rufus Mufasa.
Yeah, and they've dived into the topic of motherhood. So Camille's expecting and Rufus has children, and so they found a connection there, and they wanted to dive into motherhood as a subject. So that's due out Mother's Day. And we have just had, as I said, 4 artists finish this week their creation period, and Taylor Edmonds and Yeston James, Yeston James is the street dancer, they're diving into how to find inner peace amongst all the noise going on in the world at the moment. So how it is we can just slow that down and not block it out, but find that sense of peace. And next week we have 3 more pairings, so 6 more artists kicking off. So of course we don't know their topics yet, except for one of them. So Oshan Mayhir, who's the dance artist, and Yeston Times is the poet. And they have been asked they're one of the Welsh Government films, so they're diving into themes around sustainability, our relationship with nature, caring for our environment. But the other 2 pairings, of course, they haven't kicked off, they haven't started having conversations yet, so it'll be in a couple of weeks where they define their theme that they're diving into. But what I would say is I'm so gratified and pleased that the project has enabled the artists to dive into such vital and important subjects. And whilst this overarching theme of harmony was intentionally done in a light touch way, but maybe to direct them towards these, because if it's harmony and looking at what is the opposite of harmony, we know what's been going on at the moment. There's a lot of disharmony in the world, climate emergency, issues around equality, so the COVID pandemic. So I'm really pleased that the project enabled people to give voice to those really vital subjects.
It absolutely proves the importance of art forms in all its forms to bring joy to our lives, but also to help us question and hold a mirror to society and all of these things. So thank you very much for your contribution there, Lee and Mared. Please stay with us and we'll come back to you after this second part maybe of the event, where hopefully we'll be able to see another film, Aberbach, with Mererid Hopwood and Elena Scarbi, and then talk to Mererid and Elena about that particular film. So if my colleagues at the British Council are able to play Aberbach next.
mwlch y blynyddoedd, beth wnawn ni nawr ond casglu ein geiriau fel edafedd o'r llawr. Und hier in der Sprache, wo Warten heißt hoffen, lasst uns zusammen die Bedeutungen flechten.
Let's gather the meanings together and weave glauben a credu, think and believe.
Let's unfold the future, pass words hand to hand, o galon I galon, vom Wasser an Land.
Gwennol Schiffchen blau, glas blue, wir a we a ni a they a sie an hu, bisschen chydig bach, stream, nant, frwd, Frieden, peace, heddwch, eifrig, keen, brwd.
Vielleicht, perhaps, falle, still, stoned.
Hope, cariad, love, aber, but, ond.
Aber, mouth, mündung, mene, mein, mung, sichal, murmel, rauschen, zwischen, between, rhwng, Wahrheit, truth, gwirionedd.
Singen, canu, song.
Cadarn, cadarn, cadarn.
Perthyn, gehören, belong. Kugel, sfeer, cronell, môr, mwy, mer. Schreiber yw llenor. Sterne yw'r ser.
Wel, dyna hyfryd, fi'n siŵr bod chi'n cytuno. Felly, fi'n falch iawn nawr I gyflwyno Mererid Hopwood ac Elena Sgarbi I chi. Mae Mererid yn fardd, yn awdur ac yn academig, ac yn gadair Ysgol y Gymraeg ac Astudiaethau Celtaidd Prifysgol Aberystwyth. Mae wedi treulio'i gyrfa ym myd ieithoedd, llenyddiaeth, addysg a'r celfyddydau. Enillodd gadair, goron a medal ryddiaeth yr Eisteddfod Genedlaethol a gwobr barddoniaeth Llyfr y Flwyddyn yn 2016 am ei chasgliad o gerddi nes draw. Bu'n fardd Plant Cymru ac enillodd wobr Tirna Nog yn 2018 am chyfraniad I lenyddiaeth plant. Mae wedi cyfansoddi geiriau ar gyfer cerddorion, artistiaid gweledol a dawnswyr ac wedi cymryd rhan mewn gwyliau llenyddol yn Ewrop, Asia a De America. Cyfieithodd nifer o weithiau llenyddol i'r Gymraeg gan gynnwys dramâu o'r Sbaeneg a'r Almaeneg ar gyfer Theatr Genedlaethol Cymru. Daw Elena yn wreiddiol y Bolonia yn yr Eidal a hyfforddodd yn Codarts yn Rotterdam. Fe ymunodd â chwmni dawns de Stilt yr Iseldiroedd a pherfformio ar draws y byd tra'n addysgu gweithdai I blant a phobl ifanc. Mae wedi cydweithio gyda Jagoda Bobrowska fel perfformiwr a choreograffydd llawrydd ar sawl creadigaeth annibynnol. Mae wedi datblygu gweledigaeth artistig drwy gydol ei gyrfa gyda choreograffwyr ac ymchwilwyr symud fel Jack Gallagher ac Emmanuel Gatt. Mae'n bleser cael y ddwy o chi yma i'r digwyddiad, ac os allai droi at y tîm Mererid gyntaf, wel, ni newydd gweld aber bach fan hyn, a dyna chi brosiect unigryw, achos mae yn plethu'r dair iaith. Alli di sôn wrthyn ni chydig bach am beth oedd y weledigaeth tu ôl y prosiect yma?
Ie, mae'n hyfryd cael bod yma, diolch yn fawr. Wel, fel un sydd wedi treulio'r lockdown yma yn hiraethu am gael mynd I Aberbach, oedd yn hynny fi gerfydd yng Nghalon, allech chi ddweud. Ac ie, o'n i'n ymwybodol erbyn hyn o'r shifft na o'r harmoni, oedd mae'n siŵr wedi dod o'r gynghanedd a'r ffordd ni'n plethu geiriau i'r syniad yma o blethu. Ond hefyd, wrth gwrs, y gwahoddiad penodol y tro yma I ymwneud gyda y ffaith bod Cymru a'r Almaen yn dymuno bod yn ffrindiau. A beth sy'n hynod am y gair aber bach yw bod aber yn air Cymraeg yn golygu ceg yr afon, bach yn groesi mawr. Mae'r ddau air hefyd ag ystyron yn yr iaith Almaeneg. Cwbl wahanol, wrth gwrs, cyd-ddigwyddiad, ystyr aber ydy but, ond, ag ystyr bach ydy ffrwd. Ac felly oedd oedd y ffaith bod yna gysylltiad rhwng y geiriau. Wel, fyna o'n i'n dechrau, a wedyn fel mae Lee a Mara wedi esbonio, cydweithio ydy hyn, felly sgwrsio wedyn gydag Elena, ac oedd hithe yn dechrau disgwyl babi, dwi'n edrych ymlaen i glywed a gweld sut mae hi heddiw, ond oedd y syniad yna wedyn bod ni'n pasio pethau o un genhedlaeth i'r nesaf. Y finne wedi cael yng ngeni a Maggie yma, Elena yn cael ei chroesawu i Gymru, y baban yn mynd i gael ei eni yng Nghymru, yn dod yn Gymro bach newydd, a wedyn cael syniad a mentro gofyn i Hanan Isa a Rufus Mufasa, fydden nhw'n ymuno ac yn benthyg i lleisiau, fel bod ni'n cadarnhau'r syniad yma. Ac un peth bach ola, y nant yna sy'n rhedeg mewn i'r môr yn Aberbach, hi hefyd sydd yn mynd drwy Felyn Tregwynt, ac i ni'n gyfarwydd am Melyn Tregwynt am greu'r carthenni hyfryd yma. Sy'n bod rhan o'n hentyndod i erioed, wastad â charthen o Tregwynt ar y gwely, ac meddwl wedyn wrth gwrs am y plethu llythrenol yna, yr edafau yn creu'r carthenni. Rhywbeth fel yna oedd yn y meddwl i.
Wrth gwrs, wel, ti wedi llwyddo fyna i blethu nid yn unig yr ieithoedd a'r prosiect trawsgelfyddydol, ond hefyd y thema plethu yn llythrenol. A ti wedi sôn am Aberbach, mae Aberbach wrth gwrs yn Shir Benfro sy'n bwysig iawn i ti ar ges ti dy fagu yng Nghaerdydd, lle i fi heddi mewn gwirionedd. Mae dy wreiddiau di yn Shir Benfro, a fel merch o de Shir Aberteifi, fi'n teimlo bod tyma bach o Shir Benfro gyda ni hefyd. A mae tirwedd yn bwysig iawn, nid yn unig i'r ffilmiau plethu, ond i thema falle penwythnos yma gyda'r seminar.
A beth yn hyfryd wrth gwrs, oedd hwn yn golygu bod Elena, nid fi, cael mynd yno, achos oedd hi'n gallu mynd mewn fan fach, mewn rhyw fath o swigen fach, ac i ni'n ddiolchgar i Eifion ffatri am agor yr lle a chaniatau i Elena a Tim Folleman i fynd i ffilmio. A felly fe gawson nhw rhyw fonws bach o gael gweld y rhan o didog o Gymru a ffilmio yn y fan a'r lle.
Ac i ni gyd yn dymuno croesawu pobl i Gymru pan mae hynny'n saff i wneud, achos wrth gwrs mae'r rhan o dathliadau yma sydd gyda ni trwy'r flwyddyn gyda Cymru a'r Almaen fel Sonias di Mererid, bod Cymru fel gwlad yn dymuno bod yn ffrindiau gyda'r Almaen a gyda'n ffrindiau eraill ni ar draws Ewrop wrth gwrs, a mae hwnna'n bwysig iawn i ni yn diwedd Mererid.
Yn holl bwysig ydy, ac fel nes di gyffwrdd dwi'n meddwl, dwi wedi astudio ieithoedd ac wedi cael cyfle i fyw yn yr Almaen ac wedi dotio at y ffaith bod cael dysgu iaith newydd yn agor ffenest newydd i ni ar y dealltwriaeth ni, a'r cyfle wedyn ni i ddweud wrth bobl yn yr Almaen a thu hwnt, wel sut mae'r byd yn edrych drwy'r ffenest yr Gymreig. Cymryd un siampl fach, pan i ni'n meddwl am yr offer i wehyddu, i wif, i blethu'n llythrenol, ynddo fe? Yr hyn beth bach na sydd yn mynd yn ôl ag ymlaen, yn gair ni yng Nghymru ydy gwennol. Os biodd symbol o obaith yn ôl, ynddo fe? Fel mae Waldo'n gweud, daw'r wennol yn ôl i'w nith, bydd pethau yn gwella, y wennol fach, yr aderyn bach yn mynd nôl ag ymlaen. Yn Saesneg, y gair ydy shuttle. Dim yr un cysyniad fyna o gwbl. A'r gair Almaeneg ydy schiffchen. Cwch bach, ac wrth gwrs mae e fel cwch bach yn mynd yn ôl ag ymlaen ar hyd y peiriannau. Felly o cyfle i chwarae gyda bob math o bethau fel yna hefyd. Diolch yn fawr.
Ie, dyna hyfryd yn dyfe, gallu gweld y byd trwy llyged iaith gwahanol a weithiau ni'n gweld cwch fel ti'n gweud a weithiau deryn fach a mae hwnna'n syniad hyfryd. If I could turn now to you, Elena, we've heard Mererid talk about the project here, and we could see from the film that this is a very personal experience for you being part of this. So can you talk a little bit about what was it like to do the film and collaborate with Mererid?
Yes, thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure to see Mererid as well again. It's been a very personal journey. It's been a very quick whirlwind. We had a very short time to meet and put together a concept and develop it to the final result. So it's been, for me, it's been a very deep dive and a sort of trust your gut process for me, which has been wonderful. We've talked practically daily with Mererid and Tim Volleman, who who filmed and edited the video. And it's been very organic somehow, how we got to the idea of the weaving, which was the overall umbrella of the whole project. Merarid proposed initially about the idea of passing words, passing cultures, so weaving cultures together, weaving words one with the other. And she proposed immediately the location of the Eluned Gramich. So it's even going to Pembrokeshire, it's been wonderful. It's really been a breath of freedom, of fresh air somehow, from like being sort of just at home, not being able to really travel or do anything. We suddenly could go to Eluned Gramich, really to this small gem in the Welsh tradition, and really immerse ourselves into Eluned Gramich and Aberbach as well. Yeah, in the whole, it's been a very satisfying experience. It's been very organic. It's been a lot of information put together, but somehow what we found in the weaving of the machines at Eluned Gramich really happened with Merarid and Tim and myself. So it was a whole sort of 3 weeks of weaving ideas together. It's been really great.
And of course, we've already, Merarid has touched on the fact that there is an unborn child as part of this video, which is a symbol of the future and this passing on of language and culture. Can you talk to us about that particular experience as a dancer?
Yes. Yes, well, when we filmed Aberbach, I was 6 months pregnant, and somehow my bump was starting to show. So we thought of not hiding it. It was just this is who I am now. This is who we are now. So initially, we didn't have the idea of the passing things from generation to generation. It was the idea of mixing cultures, especially basing our project on the Wales in Germany idea. But the fact that I was pregnant and the bump was beginning to show, we started including also the passing culture from generation to generation, and it felt as well a very organic way of adding one more element into the film. So yeah, it's been great. Personally, for myself, it's been wonderful to be able to perform really with my baby now, with my bump. I haven't been able, of course, to perform for a whole year, and yeah, this has been the first performance of my baby, which has been a very special occasion, and I will treasure it forever somehow, very personal.
It is, and it's a wonderful legacy and a snapshot, as we said, of these projects have just given us a glimpse into a moment, you know, almost an eternal moment, which is really what poetry is all about. And we've talked about languages, and obviously you're clearly at least bilingual, if not multilingual. But the form of dance uses a different type of language. And that obviously came through very powerfully with your video. But was working with a poet like Merarid a new experience for you in your career?
I've performed before with text. I'm not really with poem as like poem, but with text, yes, I've had the opportunity before. I really enjoy it, but at the same time, I find the dance part, the movement part of the performance extremely powerful because it's a universal language. It's the language of the body, which we all speak somehow. A smile speaks to every single language, and a gesture speaks to every single language. It might mean different things. It might be interpreted in different ways, but that's the beauty, as well as what Mererid said about same words, which could be interpreted differently in different languages. The same is for movement. So there's this idea of freedom behind movement, which allows you to see what you need or what you want in a performer, in a dance performer. And it allows you to see something depending on where you are in life. Depending on your previous experiences, you will interpret a dance differently, whether you've had this sort of experience or that sort of experience, whether you live in a certain place in the world, or it's very open, but at the same time it speaks. And I find movement very important to allow an audience to read their own stories through the body somehow.
That's very interesting. Mererid, fe Sonia wedi defnyddio bod ti'n awyddus i ddefnyddio lleisiau eraill yn rhan o wead ffilm arbennig yma, sef Hannah Nisa a Rufus Mufasa, sydd hefyd wrth gwrs yn rhan o'r prosiect Hannah Nisa wnaethon ni weld i ffilm hyfryd hi'n gynt, ac bydd hi'n gyda Rufus i ddod. Mererid, sut beth oedd ei weithio gyda'r dwy fardd hynod y dylentog yma?
Ie, wel, o'n i wedi bod yn ffodus iawn i ddod ar ei traws nhw yn bersonol felly, jyst ychydig cyn y prosiect yma, gyda cynhadledd o'n i wedi bod yn nghlwm â hi, enw Trwy Brism Iaith, ac o'n i'n edrych ar ieithoedd ym mhob fath o ffyrdd, ac oedd ei gwaith nhw'n hynod ddiddorol a phwerus, ac o'n i wedi meddwl sai yn braf bod ni'n gallu cydweithio i ni'n dair efo cymaint yn gyffredin a chymaint yn anghyffredin. Hannah a finne yn ddwy Gymraes o Gaerdydd, ond efo profiadau gwahanol, wrth gwrs, ag oedran gwahanol. A Rufus wedyn yn dod o ardal Rhydaman, a dwi'n nawr yn byw yng Nghaerfyrddin. Felly llawer o bethau yn gyffredin ar tair ohono ni, wrth gwrs, wedi gwirioni ar eiriau. Ac o'n i'n meddwl, wel, mae yna basio fan hyn rhwng cefndiroedd, rhwng profiadau, a mae yna eiriau wedyn gallwn ni gael menthyg wrthyn gilydd. Ac Rufus yn cynnig y gair cadarn, wrth y modd efo'r gair yna, a Hannah yn cynnig y gair chwb a'r sillafiad, yr ysgrifen wrth gwrs, ganddi hi yn wahanol iawn i'n sgrifen llythrennau Rhufeinig Lladinaidd ni, a chwb yn golygu cariad iddi hi, wrth gwrs yn golygu anogaeth i ni, ac eto'r chwarae yna. Ac falle anghofius i sôn, ond pan mae pobl yn gofyn, mae pobl yn hoffi gofyn y cwestiwn yma wrth rai fel finne sy'n ymddiddori mewn barddoniaeth. Beth yw'ch hoff air chi? A byddai'n aml yn dweud, ym mha bynnag iaith mae'r cwestiwn yn dod, byddai'n aml yn defnyddio'r gair Almaeneg Kugelschreiber. Dwi wrth y modd efo'r gair Kugelschreiber. Mae'r patrwm llafariaid a wedyn y cytseiniad rhyngddyn nhw, mae'n sŵn mor hyfryd. Ond wrth gwrs, ystyr Kugelschreiber ydi beiro. Wel, yn llythrenol ballpoint pen. A pan ych chi'n meddwl wedyn, Kugel wrth gwrs yn sffîr, yn gronell, yn blaned y bosib, Schreiber yn llenor, a gallech chi gyda chydig o ddychymyg meddwl mai ystyr Kugelschreiber yw rhywun sy'n ysgrifennu'r byd. Ac felly oedd hwnna wedyn yn rhyw ffordd i ni dynnu'r byd at ei gilydd. A bwmp Elena yn ychwanegu at y sffîr bach oedd gyda ni ar y diwedd. Felly oedd un peth ar ôl y llall yn pentyrru. Ond beth sydd wedi bod yn hyfryd, a dwi'n diolch am y cyfle, un cyfle nawr yn y llall, mae Rufus a Hannah a finne nawr yn mynd i fod yn gwneud rhywbeth arall gyda'n gilydd, achos gafon ni gymaint o hwyl yn sgwrsio yn y clo mawr, ac i ni wedi creu rhyw gyfle arall i ni wneud rhywbeth gyda'n gilydd hefyd. Felly pwy yw'r beth aw o hwnna?
Mae hwnna'n hyfryd i glywed bod yna gwaddol bod un prosiect creadigol yn sbardun un arall, a fi'n dwlu ar y syniad yma bod ti'n sgwennu i'r glob, wrth gwrs mae'r cylchoedd bach na yn y beiros hefyd.
Dwi'n gwybod yn hynny amser, ond dwi'n eisiau gadlu enw Tim Follerman, dawnsiwr digwydd bod, ond hefyd y person nath roi'r ffilm at ei gilydd fynd ar goll o'r sgwrs. Wrth gwrs, mae mewnbwn creadigol a phwysig iawn gyda ni fyna. Elena falle, ddim eisiau gweud gormod os mae hi fe yw ei chymar hi, ond dwi wedi dysgu llawer wrth gydweithio gyda gyntau hefyd.
Hyfryd, wel diolch yn fawr am wrth gwrs am goffa ni am cyfraniad holl bwysig Tim i hyn. Gallwn ni siarad trwy dydd gyda ti ag Elena a Lia Mared am y prosiect anghygol yma, ond mae'n well bod ni'n cadw ychydig o amser rhag ofan bod yna gwestiynau gan y gwesteion. Felly na i holi ein cydweithwyr Cyngor Prydeinig, os yna unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau yn dod o'r llawr o gwbl.
Some lovely comments and one or two questions. So David Cottis in Cardiff asks, poetry is an art that's usually created and experienced by people alone, while dance is more often created and experienced in a group. Did the artists find that their work was affected by creating work for this specific setting, bringing these two contexts together? And I don't know if Marerid or Elena, you'd like to take that question.
Yeah, well, that is fascinating. But of course, David will know that in the Welsh tradition, poetry is actually quite a social thing. And though we may be, well, even writing it happens sometimes in the round, but certainly the sharing element of the writing is an important part of that tradition. I remember hearing about performance poetry as if it was something new, but in the Welsh tradition, all poetry is there to be read aloud, almost all of them. Dwi'n yn gwybod os fydda ti lleici yn cytuno gyda fi, mae yna falle wahaniaeth fyna, dwi'n yn gwybod.
I ni wastad yn credu yn Llenyddiaeth Cymru, dyn ni Mared, bod barddoniaeth yn llenyddiaeth yn rhywbeth byw, a mae hyd yn oed y broses o ddarllen fi'n credu yn broses cymdeithasol, dim jyst sgwennu, i ni'n cysylltu yn gilydd trwy lenyddiaeth. Ond fi'n yn siŵr, Elena, do you have anything to say about that? Because this perhaps because of the family connection with you and this particular video in particular, maybe it wasn't such an isolating experience.
Yes, no, it wasn't isolating at all. I think my personal view on dance is that it's there to be shared. Moving is something that makes you feel better. It releases endorphins. Chemically, it's a personal experience. But for me, what really motivates me to dance is actually for an audience to see a story in my dance. So unfortunately, it cannot be in person in front of a real life audience right now, but this was a lovely way to share with different people and even people who we would normally not be able to reach. So even through the media form, for me, it's been a very sharing experience. Dancing is being with people.
Thank you. Aros I glywed cwestiwn arall. Licen ni holi Mared os gallai syniadau am dyfodol gyda'r prosiect hwn. Mae Elena wedi sôn amdano pa mor llesiol yw symud. Wrth gwrs, ni gyd yn gwybod yn y cyfnod anglo pa mor bwysig yw i mas os ni'n gallu a symud o gwmpas. Ac wrth gwrs, mae darllen a sgwennu barddoniaeth yn llesiol i'n meddwl ni yn aml iawn. Oedd yna rhywun gynlluniau ar y gweill o ran adnoddau addysg neu sut ni'n gallu mynd ar neges mor bwysig mae'r llesiant gorfforol a meddyliol ymlaen?
Dwi'n gwybod mae'r cwmni Dawns a nina wedi bod yn trafod creu adnoddau addysgol i rannu cynnwys plethu efo disgyblion ag efo oedolion ag efo unrhyw un. Mae Gai o'r cwmni Dawns wrthi'n gweithio ar hynny rwan hyn. Dwi fel rhiant yn teimlo bod hynna'n eithriadol o bwysig. Dwi'n gweld y prosiect yma am ddau reswm. Mae cynnwys, wrth weld y cwricwlwm newydd yn datblygu i Gymru, mae barddoniaeth weithio'n cael ei gysylltu efo llythrennedd yn hytrach nag cael ei weld fel celfyddyd. yn yr un modd ac mae yn yr un modd ac mae dawns yn cael ei weld. Ac wedyn celfyddyd ydy barddoniaeth, so mae glymu o mewn ffilm fel hyn yn dangos yn glir iawn. Ond nid yn unig hynny, mae o bosib yna dueddiad yng Nghymru i fod o fewn y cwricwlwm, does o ddim cynrychiolaeth wedi bod. Mae hwn yn ymdrech glir iawn i symud i ffwrdd oddi wrth hynna, i roi llais i feirdd o bob diwylliant yng Nghymru, a sy'n ni wir yn licio gweld prosiectau fel blethu ac gweithiau beirdd o bob rhan y Gymru ac o bob lleisiau gwahanol yng Nghymru yn cael ei gweld mewn lle mwy amlwg o fewn yn system addysg ni.
Gwych, a gobeithio bod y prosiect yma yn mynd i fod yn sbardun falle i bobl i edrych ar diwylliant llenyddol Cymru mewn ffordd cyfoes sy'n berthnasol i bobl o bob rhan. Maybe, I think we've got a few more questions in the chat.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, lovely.
So we've got a lovely comment that I'm just going to read out, if that's all right, which is, I love the fluidity of languages in the poetry being echoed in the movement and vice versa. It works so beautifully, and the baby being part of it adds real magic. So that's a lovely comment I just thought I'd read out. And then there's a question from Harriet in London. For Literature Wales and National Dance Company, is this the first kind of cross-art form project that you've done as organisations? And did you have any hesitations, or did you learn anything surprising?
Oh, what a great question. I think I'll ask Lee to respond to that.
So I understand that this is the first time National Dance Company Wales and Literature Wales have collaborated together. But National Dance Company Wales, we've certainly done projects in the past, cross-art form projects with opera. So we collaborated with Music Theatre Wales and created a opera and dance version of The Passion. And we've done theatre, cross-art form works with theatre companies where both have existed on the stage, but they've always been for staged performances. So for me, this is the first time the company's done a literature, poetry and dance cross-art form project for the digital environment, which has a whole lot of different considerations when you're creating for digital. Did we have any hesitations? No, I have to say that this has been one of the smoothest, most pleasurable and most nourishing projects to have ever, because not only has it been a pleasure working with Literature Wales and working with Madid directly, just the embracing from all the artists in that first moment where we introduced the dance artist and the poet, that just openness from everyone in the room, the Zoom room, to the project, to the ideas, and that it's only we've only got a light dusting around it. Like really the only constraints that you have is it has to be 90 seconds long, because then we know that the audiences will really watch it. And but everything else is, and to kick off with a conversation based on harmony and see where that takes you, but it's so lightly done. There's a lot of openness, and it's not surprising, but I have enjoyed having it reconfirmed just how wonderful it is to hand it over to the artists and how brilliant it comes back. Like that trust and that wonderful trust, because I'm a creator myself, and it's just so wonderful to put this light dusting in the air, have a wonderful conversation with the artists and enjoy what comes back. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Madid.
Mae wedi bod yn brosiect mor gadarnhaol a hyfryd, mae'n cyfnod diflas, ac cydweithio efo'r cwmni dawns, da ni wedi dysgu fel cwmni gyda nhw yn sicr, a mae nhw'n griw hyfryd iawn. A mae gweld y partneriaethau ac sut mae yr artistiaid wedi dysgu gen ei gilydd ac wedi mwynhau y profiad wedi bod yn fendigedig. A da ni jyst Dwi'n derbyn e-byst efo cerddi yn nhw. Pa mor lwcus ydw i. Dych chi'n fod cael blas cynta o'r prosiectau cyffroes yma. Na.
A mae'n hyfryd yn Mared, achos mae'n ategu be wedys di jyst nawr, mae celfyddyd yw llenyddiaeth, a mae gosod barddoniaeth ynghyd destun dawns yn rhywbeth sy'n mor syml mewn ffordd yn yr hyn ni wedi gweld yn barod a clywed. I don't think we've got time for further questions. So, mae'n amser i ni ddod ar digwyddiad hyfryd yma i ben. Cofiwch bod modd ymuno mewn sgwrs arall yn syth ben nawr, y prosiect gyda Paul Keynes, Prif Weithredwr, Cwmni Dawns Cenedlaethol Cymru Cadeirio, gyda eto, ac y tro yma gyda cyfraniad gan Alex Wharton a Crystal Lowe, sydd wrth gwrs wedi bod yn rhan o plethu wyf yr ail ran. Diolch yn fawr eto i chi gyd am ymuno gyda ni heddi. Diolch yn arbennig i'r cyfranwyr, Mared, Lee, Mererid ag Elena. A diolch yn fawr i'r Cyngor Prydeinig am ein gwahodd i gymryd rhan yn y seminar gwych yma ac i roi platfform i ni drafod am ein prosiect ni. A diolch i Gyngor Celfyddydau Cymru a Llywodraeth Cymru am ein cefnogi ni ar hyd y flwyddyn. Mwynhewch weddill y seminar. Diolch yn fawr. Danke.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lleici, Lee, Mererid, Elena and Mared. Thank you. That was an amazing, beautiful, intricate session in which I learned a huge amount, and I know that those in the audience will have as well. Lee and Mared, you go now because you're going to get a quick cup of tea, if that's all right, and you're back with us at 1:15 to join the second session of Plethu Weave, and this time chaired by Paul Keynes, as Lleici has just said. Paul is the Chief Executive of National Dance Company Wales, and it has been a brilliant partner to, obviously on this project, but also on many projects that British Council Wales have worked on. So we're really glad that he could join us this afternoon to talk about Plethu Weave and to talk to Alex Wharton, who you will have seen on the panel yesterday, and also Crystal Lowe, who's a brilliant Cardiff dancer. Now, this is where it gets complicated again. If you have booked into a workshop with Charlotte Williams or Zoe Brigley, you now need to leave this session and you will have been sent an email with a new Zoom link, which you can hop onto once you've left this session. Please do, please do come back and join us for the rest of the afternoon. We do not want to lose you forever. We will still be here, so please just go and then come back. Lovely. Okay, so a little break now, if that's all right. Time for everyone to get a cup of tea, and we'll see you again at 2:15. Thanks very much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all managed a cup of tea or even maybe a sandwich. So on to our next session here on the main platform. I'm very, very pleased to introduce to you Paul Keynes. Paul Keynes is the Chief Executive of the company, National Dance Company Wales, and he's been there since February 2015, taking overall responsibility for the company and particularly planning, strategy and external relations and partnerships, of course, which this project very definitely falls into. Prior to this, he was Director of Creative Programmes at Birmingham Hippodrome and responsible for big outdoor festivals, including from 2008 to 2012, he was the West Midlands Creative Programmer for the London 2012 Olympic Games. And before that, for 20 years, he worked at the Royal Shakespeare Company in audiences and marketing roles. We're really pleased that Paul can join us to chair this afternoon's discussion about Plessy Weave. But before we begin, we are going to see Mairead Hopwood's, Hanan Isan's and Elena's film called Aberbach, and it's a real treat. So let's go with that first. Thanks very much.
Ymwlch y blynyddoedd, beth wnawn ni nawr ond casglu ein geiriau fel edafedd o'r llawr. Und hier, in der Sprache, wo Warten heißt hoffen, lasst uns zusammen die Bedeutungen flechten.
Let's gather the meanings together and weave glauben a credu, think and believe.
Let's unfold the future, pass words hand to hand, o galon I galon, vom Wasser an Land.
Gwennol shuttle schiffchen blau, glas blue, wir a we a ni a they a sie an hu, bisschen chydig bach, stream, nant, frwd, Frieden, peace, heddwch, eifrig, keen, brwd.
Vielleicht, perhaps, falle, still, stond.
Hope, cariad, love, aber, but, ond.
Aber, mouth, mündung, mene, mein, mung. Sichal, murmel, rauschen, zwischen, between, rhwng. Wahrheit, truth, gwirionedd.
Singen, canu, song.
Cadarn, cadarn, cadarn.
Perthyn, gehören, belong. Kugel, sfeer, cronell, môr, mwy, mer. Schreiber yw llenor, sterne yw'r ser.
Pronounced Guten Tag, good afternoon. That was Aberbach by poet Mairead Hopwood and dancer Eleanor Scarby, working with filmmaker Tim Volleman, and with additional voices by Hanan Isa and Rufus Mufasa. Welcome to this second session about the programme Plessy Weave, a film collaboration between dance artists and poets from Wales. My name is Paul Keynes. I'm the Chief Executive of National Dance Company Wales. We're a contemporary dance company based in Cardiff, the capital of Wales, and we create dance at our home in the Wales Millennium Centre and perform around Wales and the world. In fact, the nation where we perform most often outside of Wales is in fact Germany, where we've performed in around 10 different cities over the last 4 years. And we hope to be back later this year in December, after an absence of what will have been around 2 years. National Dance Company Wales is one of the 8 national arts companies of Wales. The others include organisations like the BBC National Orchestra and Chorus of Wales, Welsh National Opera, National Theatre Wales, Theatr Genedlaethol Cymru, the Welsh Language National Theatre, and of course, our partners for this project, Literature Wales. Since last spring, Literature Wales and National Dance Company Wales have been working together to create a programme of short films made by dance artists and poets working in collaboration. The dance artists include dancers from our own company. In fact, Eluned Gramich, who you saw just now in Aberbach, is one of our dancers, but also we've been working with a number of freelance dancers from across Wales who have joined us for the project. We've released 10 of the films so far, and we have plans to release another 6 in the next few months. They're all available both on the Literature Wales and the National Dance Company Wales website, and the address of that is ndcwales.co.uk, that's right. And each film lasts around 1.5 minutes. Later this year, we hope to create more cross-art form dance films as part of the same Plevi Weave programme. You've probably seen some of the films already as part of the programme over this weekend, as many of them have been shown between the sessions, and we will be seeing one more before the end of this session. Towards the end of this hour, we will give you, the audience, the chance to ask questions of our panellists. So please write your questions in the chat function, and we will put as many of them as possible to the 4 contributors to today's session. So could I ask those 4 people to join me now, Lee, Mared, Alex, and Crystal. First of all, we're going to hear from our colleagues at National Dance Company Wales and at Literature Wales, Lee Johnston and Mared Roberts, about how the programme came about. Lee is our Associate Director and is the person who really came up with the idea almost a year ago. She has been the programmer for the series, selecting the dance artists and working closely with Mared to pair dancers and poets, and we're going to hear about how that happened later on. Mared is the Community Participation Manager at Literature Wales. So first of all, Lee, I remember you came up with this ingenious and intriguing idea very early on in lockdown, after we'd been really switching to a digital programme for a few months after the arrival of coronavirus. Can you tell us how you originally imagined the project and how it developed?
Thanks, Paul, and thanks for being here, everyone. Yes, it came about because after some analysis inside of National Dance Company Wales about what was working in our digital program so far, it was really clear that the short form work, so film going out on social media platforms that are around a minute, minute and a half, were really getting a lot of audiences excited and watching. We were also putting out our full-length contemporary dance works that weren't getting the opportunity to tour. And whilst they were getting good audiences, they just weren't as many as this one-minute film that we'd put out. So that was buzzing around in my head. And I'd also had a conversation on the street, socially distanced, of course, with my neighbour. And she'd said to me that, you know, she was spending a lot of time watching works by National Theatre. And then she remembered that I work for a dance company, and she got a bit embarrassed, and she said, oh, and I love dance. But the thing is that I'm lonely and I live alone. So having someone speaking in my house helps me feel less alone. So that was also buzzing around. And I knew I knew I needed to devise some more digital projects. And then one night I was watching the news, and they were doing a report on how people were turning to poetry during the pandemic, that it was a form of both solace and escapism for them. It was something that was really helping them through the pandemic. This really struck me, and I've always loved poetry myself, but they were saying that often poetry is reserved for sort of high moments like weddings or funerals, that it's not necessarily part of everyone's day-to-day, but the pandemic was bringing it into the everyday. And for me, I want dance to be in everyone's everyday as well. So I thought, well, maybe I know that I know that a lot of choreographers use text and poetry maybe as a basis for choreography. I know that this works. So I thought this could be a really fantastic moment to look to put the two art forms together, make short form films, because that seems to be what audiences are engaging with, but I wanted them to be complete artworks. And then if we're reaching poetry audiences that have never seen dance, and dance audiences that maybe haven't engaged with poetry, and they're seeing a complete work, even though it's only a minute and a half long, how brilliant for people to experience a complete work. So initially, for about 20 seconds, I considered the haiku, and I thought, hang on, we live in Wales. We've got a brilliant literary tradition. We've got our own Welsh poetry forms. So in collaboration with Literature Wales, we landed on the Cynhenneth form. And yeah, so that's how it came about, that simply, and from three disparate sort of events just coming together, knowing that we needed to work in the single form as well, in the solo form, because of the inability to come together. And the very first films were right in the peak of lockdown. You weren't even really allowed to leave your house. So Faye Tan's, the first film, although it was released second, she's actually just on her balcony. She's really restricted to that small space. And then later you see the films going out into the environment more, because we were released from our homes. So yeah, that's how it came about.
And Lee, can you tell us about the title? I believe that the title of the project, Pleddie Weave, didn't emerge until that first film that you just referred to, that Faye Tan made with Ivor ap Glyn. So can you tell us how that title came about and the concept?
Yes, we hadn't landed on a title. We were sort of still roaming around. We knew everything about the project, but it was really that first pairing between Faye and Ivor, where, I mean, they did a lot of the guinea pig work for us. Like they sort of said, you know, they tested out what the boundaries were for us and questioned us. And so we defined things for the whole project through them. So they pushed us from an original 1 minute boundary to 90 seconds, because the Cynhenneth form needed longer to breathe. And we defined that it had to be in landscape, not portrait, because there was a question. And through the poem that was written, I read it many times, and it was in Welsh, but he translated it beautifully. And I understood that there was this wonderful word plethy in it, which meant weave, I think in the most literal form of translation. And I spoke to Marid about it, because you have to be careful when you don't understand the language yourself. You have to be careful about what it means. And she said, no, it's a beautiful word. It would really represent the project beautifully around weaving together the two art forms. And so together, the two organisations felt confident that this was our title for the project.
Thanks, Lee. Let's move on to Marid then. You had the job of selecting the poets, of identifying which poets might work on this project, which sounds like an amazing job. How did you go about it?
It was a privilege. And it was teamwork within Literature Wales as well. It wasn't just me. But we had 8 projects. We usually, with most Literature Wales projects in the last few years, we hold open call-outs so that we reach out and find new voices and give opportunities to as many people as we can. With this project, we really wanted to represent the poetry of Wales now. And we only had 8 chances in this original, the original Pleddie last year. And we wanted 4 Welsh language pairing poets and 4 English language poets, representing different cultures, some of them established poets, some of them emerging poets, and that was very important as well. So we wouldn't, and just because of the timeline, we wouldn't have been able to hold a call out. So we went about, it was a bit of a jigsaw, but yeah, I think we nailed it.
And for both of you, one of the things you then had to do was match the poets and the dancers. You had to act like matchmakers across the art forms and hoping that there would be a spark. How did you go about that, and what were the surprises along the way?
Well, Matt had joined me on the panel that, because we did hold a call out. We had 4 company artists in the first one and only 2 in this second series. And so we had a lot of space to provide opportunity for freelance dance artists throughout Wales. So we held a call out, and we had over 30 really high quality applications. And for the first, we only had 4 opportunities, which was really crushing actually for us. And I was so pleased to do a second round and provide another 6 opportunities to freelance artists. But because Marid was on the panel with me and another National Dance Company Wales staff member, Marid had read all the applications, so she knew the heart of who these people were, why they were interested in the project, what their interest areas were as artists. So that, I think, helped Marid make a sort of collection of poets. And then what happened then, Marid, for you?
That's it. Well, we had the 4 first projects were the National Dance Company dancers, weren't they? So we had a bit of time to kind of think how it worked, and looking at who we selected, that was another element. We'd selected the first 4 poets, but we'd held back until we saw who the dancers chosen were, and kind of looked at what interested them. So Jodie Ann Nicholson was chosen, and she was really interested in her heritage. And we knew as well that I then approached Connor Allen, who also has a dual heritage and has been exploring that in his work. So yeah, that was the kind of thing we did. We looked at the dancers and matched them with poets. And sometimes we kind of thought, oh, that person would work well with that. You get a feeling about a personality. I looked at some YouTube videos of the dancers as well and things. So you get a feeling about a person, do you?
Yeah. And in the end, Marid had done such great suggestions, and they'd worked out so beautifully in the first one, that in the second round, I just began to say, yep, I know, whatever, Marid, you're always right. And we just had a little nutty one where we really nutted out what was the right thing to do in the current 2 pairings that have just finished, because there was an obvious matching that we could do, which was a street dance artist with a hip hop artist, Mr. Formula. And for about 2 weeks, we were following that line, but then we shifted that up. We really interrogated that, and we felt it was too obvious, and let's match them differently. So Matt had put forward a different pairing, and it really seemed like the right way to go. So we went that way.
Thank you. As some of you will know, Welsh Government has commissioned us to make 3 additional films this year as part of the Wales in Germany year, which 2021 is. In fact, the film that you just saw at the top of this session, Aberbach, was the first in that series. And you'll see the second in that series, Good Things to Come, in a moment or 2. And we've decided to commission another 5 films, so to make up that second round of Cariwi films. Can you tell us, Lee, what further films we can expect, which artists, and Marid, perhaps you can tell us which poets we can expect to see as well?
Yeah, so I think the next one is due to be released on Mother's Day, and it pairs Camille Girardot, he's a company dance artist, with poet Rufus Mufasa, and they've decided to dive into the theme of motherhood. And that's why we've timed it for Mother's Day. And Cammie's an expectant mother, and Rufus is a mother. So they found this is a interesting point to dive into. And we've just had four artists finish this week. So that was Taylor Edmonds and Iestyn James. And Marid, it was Elan
Elidir and Ed Holden, Mr. Formula.
Yeah.
So yeah, exciting stuff. So Elan is a Welsh language dancer as well. So that's a truly Welsh language project, which is exciting, isn't it? And then I remember having goosebumps a few weeks ago when Tyler sent a poem to me on a day without broadband working and rubbish things happening in the house. And then we got this gift in the email. I was, thank you. You know, such a pleasure working on this project, honestly.
Yeah, they're diving into, so Iestyn and Taylor are diving into how to find inner peace during such a noisy time in the world. How it is you find a peace and a stillness. And what's interesting, so they're going to be released before Easter and just after Easter, those two pairings. And next week, so on Monday, we have 3 more pairings kicking off. And so, of course, we don't know 2 out of those 3 themes because they're only going to start on Monday. But one of the pairings is Oshan Beillir and Iestyn Time, and they are a Welsh Government Commission film. So they're going to be diving into, similarly to Alex and Crystal, who are here with us, they're going to be diving into sustainability, care of our environment and our relationship with nature. So they will be coming out between now and May, and the 3rd and final Welsh Government film will be later this year in autumn.
Well, thank you, Lee and Mared. That's a really fascinating introduction to the programme and a tantalising glimpse of what is to come. I can't wait to see those future films as they're released. We're now going to find out about one of the films in particular. And that film is called Good Things to Come. And it was made by Crystal Eslow, who was the choreographer and dancer, and Alex Wharton, the poet. And they worked with the filmmakers Gundia Zandersona and Jonathan Dunn. Crystal Eslow is a dance artist, choreographer, writer, and lecturer based in Newport, South Wales. Her recent credits include Whimsy, commissioned by Articulture Wales and Surge Scotland, 7, commissioned by Le Public Space Newport and the Arts Council of Wales, and Rewild, commissioned by the Green Man Trust, presented at the Green Man Festival held in the beautiful Brecon Beacons mountain range in South Wales, and also at the Place Theatre in London. Alex Wharton is an award-winning writer and poet. In 2020, he won the Wales Rising Stars Award, launched by Literature Wales and Firefly Press. His debut poetry collection for children, Daydreams and Jelly Beans, was published just in January 2021. He's tutored for Literature Wales T Nuith Writing Centre in North Wales on the beautiful Flean Peninsula, and wrote a commissioned poem for the Future Leaders of Wales graduation ceremony. He facilitates workshops and visits schools nationwide to perform and create poetry. So now we're going to see their film, Good Things to Come.
Listen to the sound of frost twinkling, to leaves unraveling in the spin of morning light. I'll sit here all day, out of sight, quiet as rabbit, loose as willow. What else will I be but a memory of my footsteps? I am alive every breath, and I am free like the chit-chat of birds and quick clap of beating wings. in this field, this soon-to-be street, where the tip-tap of woodpecker will become that of door knocker, and street lights will blaze in twilight's quiet face, but they will never soothe, never inspire. We are humans being humankind. What will they find when we leave? What do we leave as we find? If we believe in the soul of sea, the heart of hill and lungs of tree, our creations will be of mass protection. This life is a celebration, and the moon will dance in the song of sun. Good things to come, good things to come.
Well, thank you. That is such a beautiful film. Thank you to both of you, Crystal and Alex, for creating that film. I love the soundtrack, not only your poetry, Alex, but also the bird song and the sounds of the wood. They're extraordinary. So croeso, welcome, willkommen to Alex and Crystal. And my first question is about the mix of music and dance, really. Whenever we perform as a company, the audience always asks in our question and answer sessions about the relationship between music and dance and how they are developed together. And of course, there isn't music in the traditional sense here. And I'm wondering how the relationship works between dance and poetry and how it differs from working with music, or indeed how it replicates it. So, Crystal, first of all, how does it work for you? You're very used to creating dance to a musical accompaniment. How was this different?
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, it was, in some senses, it was very much the same. I feel, you know, when Alex sent me his voice, first I thought, that's a nice voice, you know, and I think that matters just as much as the rhythm, is the sound. And I always describe people's voices. So his is innocent cinnamon, and it's like that boyish excitement, but it's this texture to it as well. And I think that really helped me to want to move to it. But yeah, and I think while the dancing was happening for the filming, his voice was in my head, you know, his rhythm was in my head, that cinnamon voice was in my head, and kind of, then I was surrounded by, like you said, Paul, the sounds of the birds singing. And so very much that was my music. And I think there's moments when I look at the film that they marry and they live really happily. You know what I mean? It's like this moment where it says Blaze and the movement goes right with Blaze. And it really, like, every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, that's nice. But then there's moments when there's separation from the two, but they're still in sync. And I think that's really important, in the same way as with music. I would never want to follow a rhythm constantly. You know, after what, you'd have to deviate from that in order to excite people. I mean, yourself as an artist. So definitely it's one and the same, but very different in very beautiful ways.
Well, thank you for that insight. Alex, what about you? How was it different writing poetry for a dance accompaniment, if you will?
Yeah, firstly, I'll just say to Crystal, thanks for, you know, those lovely words and everything. And I feel the same, you know, how it kind of married together and everything is really, really something beautiful. I just messaged her about it this morning, actually. So for me, I suppose I write with a kind of fluidity anyway, and I try and kind of write with a certain rhythm, not one that is particularly structured, but one is loose, you know? And I think, so for me, I wrote in the way that I would usually write. Maybe just thinking about other words that I could use, things like spin and unraveling, and maybe joining words together, like, you know, and I am free, like the chit chat of birds and the quick clap of beating wings, because I feel like that there's a beat within the words themselves then when you read them, you know. So it was more about that, really, more about kind of mimicking a sort of beat or rhythm amongst the words that I composed, keeping that in the back of my mind, knowing that Crystal's going to need to kind of create some movements and some dynamics to this. So yeah, it's being fluid with it is the main thing.
Thank you. And the topic of the film, obviously there's a strong sense of this being a film about environmental sustainability, a strong message. What inspired you both to make this work and to choose that focus?
I guess for me, what inspired me is kind of the same thing that inspires me to create as an artist. I question that as well. What will I leave behind as an artist? And not just in a really tangible sense, like, I want to leave behind really beautiful shows, but like in a real sense, what difference am I going to make? What impact am I going to make or not just the art sector or Wales, but to the world? And that sounds really big, but for me that it is big, and I feel it's a calling. It's a part of my identity to be an artist. And so just like as a human, I love the lines, where Alex does speak about that. Like when we find, then we think about it, and it's kind of like that seeking that helps us to see and to even consider what we leave behind. And so for me, sustainability is very much entwined in who I am as an artist, and why I am an artist. It's about sustaining something beautiful for those that come after me, and yeah.
And Alex, what about you?
Yeah, for me, I'm inspired by nature. Most of my work is inspired by the natural world, and I feel that if you care about something, then observing it is critical, isn't it? So it's how you're trying to join the natural, we're a part of the natural world always. And when you look at certain aspects of nature, you're joining it, and you have to wonder how it makes you feel, And I think that that's what I'm always trying to do, just join that natural world and then express my findings, really. But just like how we treat people remember us for how we treat them. I feel that perhaps that's all that we can, that's all that the world can remember us by, is the way we treat the world. So it's a kind of quest on finding a better harmony with the natural world. So I'm always happy to write about nature.
Absolutely. One of the wonderful things about the film is the way in which you contrast the transience of our existence and our time on Earth, and the longevity and potentially damaging impact of it. And that comes through so strongly, and yet this is a work of just a minute and a half in length, or within a few seconds. Tell us about the process that you went through before the poem was written and before the film was made. Did you talk extensively about that, or was it very much more starting with the poem and then creating the dance element to it?
We definitely had a bit of talking, didn't we, Alex? Go for it, sorry.
Yeah, we did. And for me, it was about, and it's always about, because like I said, it's the natural world that inspires me. So it was about just finding space. And for me, finding space means walking around, exploring the natural world, being attentive, being observational of those small things, whether it's learning about trees, learning about streams, listening, being sensory about those things. So I just needed to go away really and just live, which is the way I always do it. And then you wonder kind of what will find you when you're open to ideas. You never really know which ones are going to come to you, So I was walking around in fields, and I think this a lot, this in this field, this soon to be street, because if you could project 10 years, you really don't know if that field is going to be a housing estate or something, which is why I say, and streetlights will blaze in twilight's quiet face, but they will never soothe, never inspire. It's just the way we are as human beings, aren't we? Always evolving, always taking up more land, and just there's a selfishness about it. But I feel that it isn't always necessary. That selfishness can be kind of diluted if we just take a little look around us and appreciate those things.
Yeah, that's incredible. I think it was really interesting for me to spend that time with Alex as he shared this. I know at one point he kind of said, this is my practice, like this is what I do, I care about nature. And it was interesting to hear him discuss that you know, we get these commissions and that's incredible, but it's about that continuity with what already matters to us and not feeling like it's some separate thing. And Alex verbalized that quite well when we spoke. Yeah, he kind of said, yeah, for me, nature is my thing. And I think for me, it feels the same. You know, I've created, I mean, the works that Paul talked about at the beginning, you know, they all have nature at their heart. It's about that. Yeah, and I keep looking outside. It's about that life that's there that I can connect with. And you're talking about the lungs, and you know, if you see nature as alive, then you will create. It'd be about creation, you know, mass creation and not destruction. And I appreciated the time spent with Alex discussing that aspect of kind of what mattered to him in his art, and that helped me to kind of know what was going to come to me, because you know he needed that time to write before I could even, you know, there was this period of time when there was no text, and I was like, okay, I'll do everything else besides think about that. And then, you know, for me, I'm like so eager, but you know, he needed that space to create as well. And so, but having those conversations really did fuel that time when we had that separation, that Alex did need to go off in his quiet spaces and green spaces and reflect. And I know he has horses and he's very into that natural, nature. And I think that was beautiful. And then having that connection at the start, when we kind of separated and kind of explored through our own processes, that was valuable to have that connection to start with. And it meant that when we separated and processed separately as artists, we were still going toward the same goal. And that was really valuable.
Definitely. And I was, you know, just to quickly add in there, it was, I know, because at the start it was kind of like, you know, how are we going, or whenever, you know, like we'd speak to Mara and things, and I remember just thinking, oh no, you know, I hope I can find the space for it to come, because that is all it is. It is creating that space for me anyway. It's not something you can just start right. And you know, you could have all of this in your mind, but nevertheless, I never just go to the page and just start writing for the sake of it. It's just not something that I do. I really need to go out and, you know, walk beside the river, or just look around. You know, you could go as far as your garden, and that's enough, you know. Or like you said, Crystal, look out your window. There's enough going on, and we're a part of it. You know, we are a part of it. So we just, it's being loose with it as well. So there was a funny time at the start, wasn't it? Where's the poem, where's the text?
Well, thank you. You've created something really beautiful. I've got a couple more questions for you, but I'd just like to remind everybody that you can ask questions of any of our panelists. Please do write them in the chat if you have any questions to ask. And we'll be going to those questions at the end of the session. I wanted to ask you both, as artists, you both create work for family audiences as well as work for adults. Where do you see good things to come sitting within your respective canons? And can you imagine working together again in future on something more explicitly for families and children? Crystal first.
I guess for me, I'll make reference that most people may not understand. For me, it's somewhere between my specific family show Whimsy and the show and a screen dance film Rewild. It's somewhere in between that. It's like this challenge, but it's also a call. And so I feel like it's I don't want to say for everyone, that's, you know, you always need a target, you know, in a sense. It's for those people who are questioning how to occupy green spaces respectfully. It's for them to challenge, what will you leave behind? And even in the really, really small way of, are you going to leave your trash on the floor, you know, rubbish on the floor, you know what I mean? Just like, what are you going to leave behind when you leave these places? And then in the grander things, you know, what are we going to leave behind as humans for our children and our children, you know, the ones that aren't physically ours, but they're ours, because we all inhabit this earth together. And so for me, it's a challenge, and for those who can comprehend that challenge, is for them. And then for young ones, it is that same challenge. Like, what are you going to leave behind when you leave those green spaces? Are you going to leave it messy, or are you going to clean it up after yourself? And also, I think for me personally, for all, it's how will you interact with those spaces? And it's something beautiful for me to have the experience of dancing in nature. yeah, I think it's incredible. It excites me and it challenges me in different ways, just being in the midst of life. And so, yeah, for me, even just that is for everyone. Are you going to move outside, and how are you going to move with nature? So for me, it's kind of not exactly for children, but yeah, there's things that can be picked up and taken for everyone.
Alex, what about you?
Yeah, I feel that the language that I've used is creative but not complex. I know that my brother saw this video and he was going to use it. He's a teacher, a year 6 teacher, so year 10 and 11-year-olds. And he was like, fantastic, we're working around the environment at the moment. I'll use it in class. I haven't had a chance to speak to him of how it went, but I could imagine that it should have gone just fine, really, because like I said, the language isn't complex. It's creative and it's rhythmic and fluid. But so it should really speaking be open to almost, well, at least from 10, 11-year-olds. I couldn't see why not, really. And when I write for children, again, there's always an openness, because I mean, so many adults message me and say, this poem in my book, Daydreams and Jelly Beans, this is really good, or this made me laugh, this made me cry. And you think, yeah, there's something lovely about trying to keep this openness within your writing. And I remember watching Benjamin Zephaniah in like a comedy club a few years ago, and he read a poem about his mum, and he said, this I can read to nursery children, and I'm reading it to you, and we were just in like the Glee club or something, So I realized that's a special thing you can do if you can kind of tailor your writing and make it open to everyone. It's a tricky thing, but yeah, there's no need to be too complex about things, I don't think.
Well, thank you. I think you have created something which is universal and speaks to many, many people. I see that we do have some questions, so I'm going to hand over to Rebecca at this point to pose these questions to any of our panelists. You can ask questions of Mared and Lee, as well as of Crystal and Alex, but over to you, Rebecca.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Paul. So we've got a question which says, it's from Matthew Goff in Cardiff. So many of the films explore outdoor spaces when public performances are possible. When public performances are possible, have you considered a live outdoor production where the audience travels through the landscape with dance and poetry? Wow, sounds great.
That's a lovely thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crystal, would you be up for that, Crystal?
Oh goodness, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, that does sound lovely, actually. Have I considered it? At this very second, I'm considering it. No, I think that's something to be said, actually. I think it's something about being kind of home and watching these green spaces and getting excited about it. I think it's something else about kind of taking people on a journey with you and saying, hey, let's move together, and you're part of it, and you get to be in kind of choosing that location. I loved it because there was like these little parts to explore and to play in, and for me dance is kind of playful as well, and it was like, oh, I can play with that tree, and I can run up that hill, and I can be in that area and get my feet dirty and muddy and all of that. And I think it'd be an incredible experience to bring an audience with you in that. And I think for me, I'm really passionate about breaking down barriers so that more audiences can engage. And I feel like one of those barriers is the spaces in which we create, and not just create, but in which we present our work and how we present. And I think that, yeah, I'm going to steal your idea and make something of that.
That's nice. Yeah, I think too as well, obviously gorgeous. That would be a beautiful idea. Maybe make a bit of a longer piece, even if it was 20 minutes, and you could kind of be here reading poems, dance, and then move somewhere else, dance, poetry. It'd be gorgeous. Yeah.
And it's funny, I've had a lot of people ask, how might you stage Plethy? Like, how might you bring it together and be live?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought,
that would be great.
Yeah, because some of them rely on choreography for film, so they'd need, you can see in Aisha and Hanan's, for example, she pulls on Hanan's theme about string, and then she creates the choreography of the film is like a piece of string, and it's all filmed in the horizontal. And so this question has been put to me many times, like, how might we do a live version of Plethy films? And I think it's a really interesting proposal, and again, this This is like, I'm already thinking like, how could we have all 16 Plethy films staged as a roaming landscape where all the artists and dance artists and poets are present? My goodness, wouldn't it just be the most touching experience?
Sorry, I was just going to say, and the partners haven't, I don't think any of the partners have met each other in real life. Everyone's been over Zoom. So giving them space to meet up and kind of develop it, because the film element, it's something I've learnt over this year with Plethy, how amazing film is as a form, and editing. I think Marvin Thompson wrote an amazing blog about his project with Ed and how Ed edited the film. But looking at it again and working together as partners and actually getting to meet each other in the flesh and creating something not within a theatre, as you said, Crystal, but within a space that people feel comfortable in outside. So many of the films happen to have the sea or some form of water as an element. I think, well, I haven't seen the sea for months.
Same.
Probably the same, everyone. So we're kind of longing to see the sea.
I've got a question, if that's all right, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
So for the folks in the audience who may not know, Wales has got a very long and well-established tradition of performance outside or in spaces that are not theatres, and this goes back a number of decades. And I just wondered, in terms of the filmmakers, how much input did they have in choosing, I guess, where the films were shot, or was that, or did that come from the poetry, or did it come from the dance? You know, who made that final decision about exactly where the film was going to be?
I think it was Crystal. You chose this space, didn't you?
Yeah, it was near my house. We're in lockdown, but luckily I have beautiful places near me. But I think it also, in one sense, if Alex had written something about, I don't know, like caves or stones, you know what I mean? I couldn't forsake him. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to forsake him totally. So luckily, we were on the same page.
Yeah. Brilliant, because it feels like there's almost like you can see in the films that there was a kind of a sort of obstacle or a challenge in the fact that you couldn't travel that far. So I can just sort of imagine all of you looking for these places quite close to home, but looking at them in a different way and exploring them in a new way. And somehow, I'm not quite sure how, you know, through alchemy, as we were talking about yesterday, that kind of transfers, maybe just because, you know, it's in our heads, but it transfers through the film, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of Plethy, is that, and I wish I could say it as good as you do, Merit. But that's the beauty of Plethy, is that it causes us to question in the most beautiful way the spaces that we've been looking at. Some of us our entire lives, some of us for very long, and it causes us to see the beauty in the things that we once considered mundane. I think that's the beauty of the for us as artists, and then also for people. It's not, we didn't go to some remote location, you know, New Zealand and film this beautiful and then come back home. We're like, no, it's right by you, don't worry. You know, Faye's film is one of my favorites, and to think that's where she shot it. And it's just, it captivates me. And it's just a square, small porch, and you think there is beauty everywhere. And I think, yeah, that's the beauty of Plethy.
It's interesting in that way, because it is a sort of living record of different stages of lockdown and re-lockdown and second lockdown, because Phase was made when you really weren't allowed to leave home except for one exercise session. And she was restricted to her home environment, and it's filmed on her balcony. And then you see other moments where people are using the Cardiff Bay, if that's their local area, because they can walk there, they can film, they can walk home. And it's quite a low-tech project, actually. While some people have asked filmmakers to get involved, some dance and poet pairings have asked a filmmaker to support them. Some dance artists have just gone out with their phone and a support tripod and set it and filmed themselves. So it's just really, because you couldn't go out with another person at that time, you had to just deliver the project yourself, because that was what was happening with the restrictions at the time. So we also have this sort of undercurrent of a sort of living record of the COVID restrictions and lockdowns throughout it. But I think that those restrictions have added to the richness of the project.
And the themes of the last year have come across throughout the projects as well, I think. The sustainability theme, themes around identity, themes around relationships, and so on. We didn't give much of a, it was a blank canvas with most of the projects. I mean, the Welsh Government's projects, Alex and Crystal's, and we kind of went to Alex and Crystal because we knew they had a real interest in nature and so on. And the same with the other artists who were involved with the Welsh Government project. But the others are a blank canvas. We kind of just give them the project and some time to work together, don't we, Lee? It's so easy and wonderful.
Yeah. They get the other artists get a light conversation starter around harmony, which was very carefully chosen as a sort of, because you can look at harmony or the opposite of harmony, and a sort of, it gives a little light sprinkling and little light direction towards all the really important themes that are going on in the world, subject matters, vital and important topics that are going on in the world at the moment, but without being too heavy-handed with it. And I as an artist myself, I don't like something too heavy-handed, just something to start me off. And happily, wonderfully, all the artists just chose really profound subjects that were important to them and therefore important to everyone. So in that way, Plethy's been just really nourishing the sort of topics we're diving into and exploring.
Can I just add, the harmony came from Cynghanedd, the Welsh form that we started off with. So Cynghanedd is a very intricate poetic form in Welsh, but it's written through the Welsh language mostly, and it kind of looks at different the styles. I can't explain it just very simply, but it's literally translates as harmony. So it starts it with Cynghanedd, with harmony.
It feels as if we've started something here. There's now, I can hear the clamour for live versions of the Plethy films. That's going to be an interesting challenge for us to think about, but what an exciting one as well. I've got, if there are no more questions from the floor, I've got one more question for Crystal and Alex. Rebecca, do we have any more questions?
I think we've just got loads of beautiful comments, so please do look in the chat afterwards, guys, because there's a lot of love coming your way for this project in general, for this session, and for Llankeys as well earlier. So yeah, it's gathering an audience here, definitely.
Well, thank you to all of you sharing that love. I've got a question for both Crystal and Alex to finish with, which is about working cross art form. Do you have much experience, each of you, of working in collaboration with other art forms? And having had this experience, is there another art form that you'd like to work with other than dance and poetry? Crystal.
Thank you. I have most experience, if it's cross art form, with writing and text, but not, and then a bit with music as well, but not as much experience in any other art form. So I think for me, if I had to choose, I think I would love to kind of collaborate with a visual artist and see how that could work. But yeah, I think predominantly, music and text, and then in some sense it's cross art form, but still myself, my own writing in my work. And so for me, writing and dance are so linked, and I have a ballet background, so all of those come from a story or a play, and then, you know, putting that into movement. And so for me, yeah, literature and dance are so closely woven together already that this makes sense. And so, yeah, and then obviously there's the music element. And so I've had that experience, but not many other art forms, actually. I think it would be interesting to see what it would be like to collaborate with a visual artist. Yeah.
Yes, very interesting. And what about you, Alex?
No, well, I was just trying to think what, you know, my collaborations, but I suppose when we launched the book, I was working with Katie Riddell, who's the illustrator of this book, and we've done quite a few live events where I'm reading poetry, she's illustrating, which is just a real beautiful thing to be involved with. So I'd love to do more of that. You know, an illustrator has to have this kind of imagination, this again, openness to retell a poem, you know, visually for the people, and especially live. You know, it's got to be a tough thing to do, but some illustrators can do it marvelously. So I really like that. I'd love this project working with Crystal and yourselves. So I'd love to do that again in some shape or form. And film anyway, just recording is a cross-platform, really, isn't it? And I'm making quite a few films. I'm making a film for Hay Festival this year, and quite a few others. But I really enjoy the film element of it anyway. If you can get dance in there, then obviously all the better, really, isn't it? But nature's a dance that, you know, as well in itself. That's why I feel that Crystal did so well with this dance, because, and especially the way it kind of comes in and out, kind of quite ghost-like, you know, and that reminds me of, you know, what will we be but a memory of our footsteps? It's like, it's a shifting and fleeting thing going on in the woods. It's almost mythical. Yeah, she did a fantastic job there. But music, I'd like to do some maybe poetry over jazz or something.
Oh yes, he did say he liked jazz.
Yeah, I like. We spoke about jazz as well, didn't we? Being that kind of improvisation in the words and in the movements and the structures. So maybe kind of starting slow and the whispering, which is where it's like listen to the sound of frost twinkling and all those things. Then maybe a bit more complex somewhere in the middle. But we should definitely kind of collaborate with any artists, anyone we can, really. It pushes it forward, doesn't it? And it opens up a new element of art.
Yeah, definitely. I guess I forgot to add film. Yes, film. I've done a lot of collaboration with film. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, film quite a lot, and I really enjoyed that.
But wouldn't it be nice to be able to dance, Crystal, have poetry slipping into dance and illustration at the same time? You know, kind of like a film where you know, you just see the hands and, you know, some kind of swiggling going on, painting, illustration, whatever it be. That would be something else as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, something else.
Well, that sounds like an exciting challenge for all of us, and something we should explore further, definitely.
Well, can I just jump in just really quickly, just to connect some dots? So last night we saw another wonderful poet's work of Bardsey Island, and there was some discussion in the chat around a beautiful painter and poet, Welsh painter and poet, Brenda Chamberlain. And she developed a kind of notation, a sort of an artistic notation that she developed into her work with a dance artist called Robertus when they lived, well, first of all on Bardsey and then on Hydra. And so it just really, a lot of what you were saying really connects into her work and the way in which she developed that notation. And I just thought I'd mention it just because it came up in the chat last night, and it seemed like this is what we were talking about here as well in terms of cross collaboration.
Yes, Mared, I think you want to come in.
Let's look into going to Ynys everyone, and developing this project. Yeah, together, the next stage of Flethu. But artist development for us in Literature Wales definitely is it's key in one of our main strategic aims is developing writers at every stage, and obviously developing artists, and this is such a great project in that respect, because working with an artist from a different arts form does enrich even the most experienced poets, and everyone has found that very enriching, I think, haven't they?
That feels like a great moment actually to bring this session to a close, because I'm afraid our hour is up. But I would like to thank you all for joining us, and a very special thank you to Mared, to Lee, Crystal and Alex. And also to all of my colleagues at National Dance Company Wales and our colleagues and friends at Literature Wales for making this extraordinary project possible. Do go out and watch all 10 films that are available, and watch out for the film that's coming out around Mother's Day by Camille Girardot and Rufus Mufasa. That should be an extraordinary one to see. Thank you so much to the British Council for choosing to highlight the Plevy Weave project and for their general support of Welsh culture. And thanks to our funders and supporters, and of course to all of our venues and audiences in Germany. We really hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of the seminar. Diolch yn fawr, danke, thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you. Diolch, danke. Take care.
Diolch yn fawr, Paul, Mared, Crystal, Alex and Lee. What a fantastic 2 hours. Wow. Just a quick reminder, the links to the films are in the chat. So please go watch again, share with the world, because they really are beautiful. So we've got a little break now, a proper kind of half-hour break. So you might even get in a bite to eat before we come back and hear from Charlotte Williams, being interviewed by one of our co-chairs of the seminar this year, Francesca Ruddock. And so that session will start at 4:45 if you're in Wales or in the UK, and 4:45 if you're anywhere in Europe, but particularly to our colleagues and friends in Germany. Please do keep talking to us in the chat. We'd love to know where you're from and how it's going for you, and if you're enjoying the seminar so far. All right, diolch yn fawr. Hello, welcome back everybody. I hope you all had a lovely break. I can see that Charlotte is on the screen and ready to go already, which is incredible given the time of day that it is where you are in the world, Charlotte. But you look all sort of morning fresh and like a daisy, so that's brilliant.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful, Rebecca.
Yes. Beautiful. Where are we? We are about to start our second half of the session of the literature seminar. And first up, we've got a short film by Hanan, which we showed earlier in the seminar, but we're just going to show again because we've got lots of new people. So that's going to kick off this afternoon's session, and then we're going to be followed by Francesca Ruddock interviewing Charlotte Williams. And we're really looking forward to this session, having seen Charlotte on a panel yesterday. It'll be wonderful to hear her reading from her work and taking questions both from Francesca and from the audience. So thank you very much. Let's go to Hanan's film.
My name's Hanan Issa, and I'm a writer and an artist from Cardiff. So my work explores the way we tell stories, how history interconnects with the experiences of today and the voices of women. I think that for me, Wales is about understanding that there's more than one version of history, an understanding and acceptance of people who speak multiple languages. And I think the way that we use language and words to identify ourselves and others is becoming so important nowadays. So the poem I've chosen is called The Land Would Disappear. And there's a section where I talk about a BSL speaker not being able to express his grief. And that was a true story. Someone asked him, how do you feel about the loss of your mother? And he just signed no words. And that's really stayed with me, is just how sometimes language is not enough to communicate how we're feeling. On the drive to school, on a no conversation before coffee kind of day, my son asks, "Why do I have to learn Welsh?" I look out of the window to see the trees telling us it's autumn. A bending back of green, as crisp and curled as the fiver Nan slips into my hand with an extra squeeze. Hands are how we say I love you, isn't it? Like when my husband strums from my neck downwards, his rich, dark fingers read my landscape like braille, and I cuddle closer in response. But so often, his gentle colour spells PROBLEM, and everywhere I look, words begin to bite and break and change, choking the SAFE out of mouths, praying face downwards on the pavement. Trigger warnings are starting to sound like amulets, but while chanting, I keep a pebble under my tongue because some words are not meant for me or you. I heard that the Welsh mai cannot be felt in English. An ehlan was sehlan conundrum, leaving us clues in vapour and breath on the window. Maybe it says, "This is our homeland, and you are welcome here." I watched an interpreter sign a poem in BSL once, her arms arched, fingers glittering gorgeous through a stanza, like leaves whispering joy into the ears of passers-by. But when a deaf friend lost a beloved, his fingers were still as a willow, frustrated that they failed to capture the grief. "I see now," says my son, as we witness the world from our car. The land would disappear.
Well, wasn't that a beautiful poem and a fabulous film? What a lovely way to start our session, Charlotte.
Absolutely.
So for those of you who weren't at the seminar yesterday, my name is Francesca Rhyddach and I'm one of the co-chairs of the seminar, and it's my very great pleasure to be talking to Charlotte this afternoon, Charlotte Williams. Now, people who were here yesterday had the pleasure of seeing you take part in the panel discussion, Charlotte, and have got a good sense of who you are and your work and everything. But I think today is our opportunity really to discuss your creative work closely, to talk about what inspired you and where you're going with it and future directions, really. So I know that if you don't mind, I'm just going to repeat a little bit of the introduction that I gave yesterday. I won't go through all your great honours again and all the prizes that you've won, but I think certainly creatively, it's really important for people who maybe are not familiar with your work yet, just to be reminded of some of the publications. And the main one, of course, is Sugar and Slate, a memoir which was published in 2002 and which was awarded the Wales Book of the Year award in 2003. But Charlotte has also co-edited and contributed and written academic books. She's written several short stories and is a regular contributor to internationalist journals, including The Wonderful Planet and Wales Arts Review and Wasafiri. And you will have been the judge of the Book of the Year twice, won't you? Because this year you're reading again. It'll be very interesting to see how the field has changed and maybe opened up a little since you last judged the prize in 2005.
Yes, that'll be very interesting.
So what we're going to be doing in this session then is really just looking at Sugar and Slate and talking about the novel that you're working on at the moment. And Charlotte's going to be reading a couple of extracts, and we hope to take a few questions at the end as well. So we'll see how we go. But before we go into the extract from Sugar and Slate, Charlotte, I've been thinking a little bit this afternoon, having seen the wonderful sessions on dance and poetry, felt really inspired by them. And it just struck me that in the seminar this weekend, we've been talking quite a lot about, I think it was you who brought up the word hybridity. And I thought, I haven't heard that word for a while. It's almost as if discussions about cultural identity have become a little bit polarized. And it felt lovely to hear that word hybridity again, because there's something organic about it, isn't there, and sort of whole. And I thought that's been the conversations that we've had about that this seminar have been matched by the conversations about a hybridity of form, you know, bringing dance and poetry together. And so I thought that was a very nice parallel between the literary sessions that we've had this weekend and the sessions that we've had this afternoon about the wonderful Plethy Weave project. But I'd just like to start really by talking perhaps about the hybridity of form that's going on in Sugar and Slate. And if you could perhaps tell us a little bit about how you began writing that book, because it seems to me that that is integral to how it developed and the form that it eventually took.
Yes, thank you for that. I just want to say thank you to the British Council for me being part of it. It's been such a great seminar, and to hear the new voices and the range of voices has been just wonderful. So hello Stuttgart, hello Wales, I'm very, very pleased to be here. In terms of what you're hinting at there, I think it's very interesting, this form and this development in Black literature as a whole, because what we're actually seeing is what I've called a remix. You kind of begin to see people using various registers to make their points. That, you know, the point might be political, or it might be that they're rehearsing some trauma or something like that, but drawing on a whole range of artifacts, histories, poems, as you said, dance and texture in the work. And I think this really signals something of a departure in certainly in the Black British canon. So hybrid in that sense was something that I tried to do in Sugar and Slate, but also hybrid in the sense that a lot of Black literature was focused on, I suppose, quite London-centric, or focused on the city, or people who'd had an urban experience. And we certainly, when I set about the task of writing Sugar and Slate, we hadn't really heard or understood about those of us who are dispersed right across Britain, right across Europe, maybe living in small towns, living in countryside, living in rural areas, elsewhere places, as I've called them. And I think there's something quite significant about writing from the elsewhere places and what they bring, because they actually stretch out the idea of multiculturalism beyond where we were thinking about multiculturalism in terms of the city and in terms of urban space. So those are some of the things I'm thinking about when I use that word hybrid, to sort of signal that mixedness that we see now in writing, within Black writing, and also to signal that we're hearing voices from all over the UK, all over parts of Europe, other voices are coming into that kind of Black British canon or Black canon. And when I set about writing Sugar and Slate, I think I hinted yesterday that there was this kind of, I grew up thinking, why am I here? Why am I living in Llandudno? Why is a Black person in this part of the world, without community, without people around? And I started to question that. And at first it was kind of localized questioning about belonging and so on. And then it sort of went to a dialogue with Wales. So I always think that Sugar and Slate's story about me, but it's a story about Wales. It was a kind of political project, and I had something to say to my country, and that's how it came about, really.
And did you publish it as a series of articles, or did it begin its life as articles for Planet? Am I right in thinking that?
I put my foot in the water with just a couple of articles that later became chapters of the book, and they were just kind of musings on home and away kind of thing. And John Barney, as editor at the time, picked them up and had a conversation with me, and he said, I'm sure there's a book here, I'm sure you could write a book. And of course, I was, very much sort of immersed in my scholarly work in the university in Bangor and so on, and I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of extending it further than that, but just talking it through, it seems, a possibility, and yeah, that's how it emerged.
Well, it would be...
I'd like to tell you about the title as well, because of course it's significant to the work that these are two commodities, I call them commodities of empire, about two different kinds of empire. But my father comes from a sugar country in the Caribbean, so hence the reference there. And my mother comes from a small community town, Bethesda, in North Wales, which is a small town but has a huge history, because it used to be one of the largest slate quarrying, it was the largest slate quarrying mining in the world at one time. And there's this sense that there was exploitation of the slaves and the Caribbean riches in relation to the Pennant family who owned the quarry, and exploitation of slaves at home who were working in the mines. And I think it was Marion Gwyn, who's a heritage officer for Penrhyn Castle at the time. She said to me, did you know that Lord Penrhyn called his nieces affectionately Sugar and Slate, after these vast riches that he'd made from slavery overseas and from, exploiting working class labour in Bethesda? And that was just it then. Of course, the book is Sugar and Slate.
And it's the perfect title for it, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. Well, it would be lovely, Charlotte, if you could read us a little bit from that book, just to give people a flavour of the memoir.
Yes, okay. So the bit I've chosen to read today really, I suppose, reflects, I said it was a political project, but what it actually reflects is how wider politics reverberates through personal politics. So how it reverberates through the intimacies of home and connection. And in this passage, you'll hear talk about my father's angst and his dilemma, really, where he was resisting incorporation. He'd come from the Caribbean, he's an artist and a writer, He'd come from the Caribbean and on a British Council scholarship, I believe, there we are, British Council, as an artist to London. And he really was struggling against this kind of incorporation, and his book was, again, a search for his identity and his, and from a child's eye point of view, I'm talking in this reading about that. And the only other reference I should make is that I'm one of 5 sisters. So I will tell you how I grew up in a woman's house. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
The sound is perfect for me.
Looking back, ours was always a woman's house. Ma found it, Ma bought it after the come-donking conversation, and Ma was in it most of the time. She thought he would eventually come and live in Wales. He thought she would stay in Africa with him. So they compromised, they toed and froed. Seasons came and went, and so did Dad. That's why ours became a woman's house. There's no head of table in a woman's house, no master chair, no closed door room. In a woman's house, there are just chairs, open rooms. We went for a pee with the door open if we wanted to, dried our knickers over the bath and wore our nighties downstairs to watch Sergeant Bilko. Dad's home visits interrupted this happy rhythm with his Victorian discipline and etiquette. We were all please and thank yous and would you minds when he was around. This was the legacy of his Caribbean past. The Victorian morality, his manners, the directedness of his speech, and even perhaps the fact that we have all had Victorian names. His speech had all the elaborate decoration of the Caribbean, though we heard nothing of that place at all. Sometimes, just sometimes, a calypso song would be on his lips. Yellow bird, way up in banana tree. Or again, long time girl, me never see ya. That was all. He spoke only of Africa and his mission there. Perhaps the answer to the question, is your father from Africa, should have been yes all along. We formed a strong woman phalanx against his mannish ways. His tantrums and his tempers were just as unpredictable and fierce as they'd always been, but not quite so effective. We had the edge on him because he was on our territory. He could slam doors and shout, but in Llandudno, Ma was queen. He was the outsider. He needed us to mediate this alien environment, so we had something to trade. He was a welcome guest. A visitor granted permission to join in. We hosted him and we enjoyed his stay, but he never belonged. He never could. But Ma was happy when Dad was about. His presence located us publicly and, if only temporarily, explained our brown faces to all those who thought we were adopted. And he loved Wales, although it had something of a fairy tale quality to him. One time he flew into London and bought a silver metallic Volkswagen Beetle straight out of the showrooms and drove it up to Wales. That year we explored the interior, Better-Secoed, Tylwyth Ellen, Machynlleth, Dolgellau, Llangollen. We invaded the countryside, horn tooting, arms waving at those who stared as we breezed through. We were a travelling show, and like the Congo boys, a curiosity that people came out of their houses to see. Black people in the countryside don't go together in white people's thinking. At the end of every afternoon, we washed and dressed for the early evening promenade along the seafront like visitors, or up the pass into Glodus Woods, or perhaps the tropical gardens of the Happy Valley. When we went shopping, the shop assistants in Dumfries the grocer's would nod respectfully at him as he stood a foot or two behind Ma in his detachment from the mundane, hands gently clasped behind his back. Alf Roberts, the tobacconist next to the Savoy Cinema, said Dad was a proper gentleman. And in the sawdust butcher in Craigydon, where Ma always spoke Welsh to the man behind the till, they spoke English because Dennis was home, and they didn't seem to laugh nearly as much. He was as charming as he was difficult. His laughter filled us with a pleasant relief, and he was a beautiful storyteller. Most of his time was spent writing his book, pounding away on his portable Olivetti on the card table in the bedroom above our heads. Pages and pages of the African Lobo, struggling to get the European Lionel out of his head, struggling against incorporation, against the loss of his true self. He would rehearse his arguments with Ma in the kitchen when she cooked the roast dinner in the evening. You can't be a man if your head's been cut off by colonialism. How can you speak, act, create anything if your every thought has been shaped for you by the European? If you can't think a thought that hasn't already been cast with meaning by the colonizer? If your language has been relegated to the status of babble? Ma understood. He went on. Without the head, the snake is nothing but. That's what the Africans say. That's how they've done it, Katie Alice. They've got inside our heads hundreds of years of the European God shoved down the throats of its peoples until their spirit is disturbed, so that the church has put them in a trance, believing that tomorrow the missionaries' promises will come true and they will be lifted out of their miserable state. Rubbish, rubbish, man. Guns and gods broke up Africa. European guns and the European God. Guns, gods and Africans in our back kitchen, and all I wanted to be was ordinary. On one of his home visits, Dad was finishing his novel, Other Leopards, and he wrote, between Europe and Africa there is this desert, between the white and the black, this mulatto divide. You cannot cross it, whoever you are, and remain the same. You change. You become in a way yourself mulatto, looking both ways. Looking back to the vertical, sideways to the timeless mystery. Catherine, it will have to be, if ever I see those mountain eyes again. I'll tell you then what you asked and I never answered. I'll tell you who I am, since now I know. I am a man, hunting and running, neither infra nor supra, not equatorial black, not Mediterranean white, mulatto you could say, Sudanic mulatto, looking both ways. I guess that was always his dilemma. Dad was never staying. One afternoon he was getting ready to meet me from school when he caught sight of his reflection in the wardrobe mirror, dressed as he would be in his carefully pressed trousers, a shirt, a moss green jumper from Marks and Spencer, and his tan suede jacket. He was patting his hair into place when his reflection threw back at him a monstrous vision of Lionel, a gentleman, a muse, a white man, top hat, velvet jacket, high white collar, a real Jack D. All this fuss about being African, only you're really white, the words in his book rushed back at him. He stared at this dandy reflection, hardly believing it to be himself, and he saw across miles of deserts to the London schools where he learnt European art, and all the while he wanted to be painting human world. He thought about his work, painting in 6 related rhythms, a remarkable piece of which Wilson Harris had said, it glows like a jewel among 200-odd paintings, a witness of technical and spiritual revolution, where tension is contained and balanced, and the spirit of the man is independent and free. Free? Free to attend the gentlemen's parties in suits and neckties and drink fine wines. Hell, man, what's happening to me? He saw the death of himself, and he began wildly tearing off his clothes. What kind of ghost is this? He shouted. Ma came running. What's a black man doing in this mausoleum? Pulling and tugging at his jacket, throwing it across the room, shedding his incorporation, throwing out a picture of integration that he dreaded and despised. I can't live with this fairy tale. I'd like to say that same night, but I think my memory is askew. Well, one night shortly after, shall we say, one of those quiet Llandudno nights, a small haboob was mustering, whipping up the sands on the west shore, driving out the lovers nestling in the dunes. It can be that way in the Naples of the north. Our road was sleeping, Dad too. He finished his writing for the day. He was fast asleep by the time the wind picked up, stole through the open bedroom window and gently lifted the sheets of his manuscript, one by one, out into the night. By the time we were awakened by Dad's shout, almost half of the manuscript had taken flight. Pages and pages wafted past Mrs. Parry's house and past Mrs. Joan Fach, where the road bends to meet the Conway Road. Pages filled the air, curling and billowing down into Jones the butcher's garden like white ibis in flight. Pages of Dad's self just wafting away. We girls were out in our 90s and stocking caps, shouting and shrieking and making noisy efforts to gather what we could without damaging the pages. Dad was distraught. I can see him standing by the gate of Bayteal, flanked by the white stone pillars, trying to look dignified with his bare feet and pyjama pants, his wonderful brown chest bared to the world. Lights came on in neighbouring houses. Mr. Morris appeared in his striped pyjamas with Mrs. just behind him in curlers and a blue quilted dressing gown. More page collectors quickly emerged. Ivor Gwyn had raised the alarm. His reactions finely tuned after years of rapid response to any sound of a siren that might produce a story. Such was the life of a journalist. They were there, stripped of their respectable day, chasing and plucking the pages of Dad's life, caught up in the privet hedges of Little Wales. As we handed over what we could retrieve, black ink smudges across the white pages, I think we knew he could never stay. Dad was angry with Africa, not Wales, but Wales reminded him of the source of his anger. We made the local paper the next day, of course, thanks to Ivor Gwyn. The headline read, "High-flying first novel."
Lovely, thank you so much. That was a great reading. And I just love that scene at the end where you feel as if the words are almost coming off the pages as well, the way the pages are floating out. It's almost a tip over into magical realism or something like that. And I just thought it was wonderful. Thank you, Charlotte. I'm sure that the audience will have lots of questions that they want to ask you, but I'm aware that we're going to hear another extract from your fiction in a minute. So what might be nice is if you could just tell us quickly before you read that extract for us from the novel that you're working on at the moment. Has there been some kind of bridge for you between writing memoir and fiction, or has it been just a very natural movement for you from one into the other?
I think it feels quite natural. I think my enemy has always been that I was trying to get to be a professor. So I was doing all this academic writing and, you know, the pressures yourself of that. But I always, it was kind of like a hobby. I would always be writing more creatively on the side and so on. And I've written some short stories. And then there are demands on you to write more sort of polemic pieces and academic pieces. So, of course, the toing and froing between the different types of writing is quite tough. I think creative writing is very tough. And I feel I'm learning, you know, and developing through writing these short stories and so on and so forth. But I've got this novel that's bursting out of me and I must get on with it and open it up. And, you know, I've seen the whole kind of parameter of it in my head. So now it's just about starting to draft the pieces and bring it all together.
So the piece that you're going to be reading for us, is that from quite early on in the novel, or can you just give us a little bit of context of where you're thinking of placing it?
Yeah. Well, of course, it comes, the sort of inspiration for the novel comes from a wonderful piece of history that is right on my doorstep. And I'm sure people in Wales know about this wonderful experiment where a college for African boys was set up in Colwyn Bay at the turn of the 20th century. And in a period of something like 12 to 14 years, some 200 boys passed through this school stroke college. It was part of a missionary enterprise where they would learn about the Bible, missionary activity, but also learn a trade and a skill and take it back to their country of origin, initially just the Congo, but later other countries in Africa. And it's such a wonderful piece of Welsh history. I keep saying Welsh history as Black history is Welsh history. And it's interesting because quite a lot is known about the destinations of these boys, and many of them became high political figures in their countries of origin. But there were two girls who came. They were mixed race girls, Dutch Congolese girls. And we don't know so much about them. Their destinations are not clear. Well, one of them, we know she died, but the other one, Lula Coots. And so Lula, I'm borrowing Lula from that story as for my book, but I want to switch the lens. So I want to look at how this seaside town sees this phenomena, how this is a moment of racialized time and how they respond to it. So I have a character who you'll hear from just now called Margaret, and she is from the town, she's one of the townspeople. And so fairly early on in the book, I'm developing her perspective, and I'm trying to narrate it through Lula's perspective, through Margaret's perspective, and through a second generation male who will be in the 1960s. So it's a bit like your book, it's going to move between time. I was interested to hear you talking about historical fiction and how we don't necessarily see it as historical fiction because it's all tied up together. So this little excerpt will be from fairly early on because you're being introduced to this character, Margaret.
Lovely. It would be fantastic if you could read us a piece from that.
Okay. It was the summer before her 15th birthday when Margaret got the job with Mr. Harcourt. In truth, it was Margaret who told Mr. Harcourt she would work for him. She'd been running errands for Lil when she came across his kiosk by the pier gates. It was locked up, roughly abandoned, but through the glass she saw a clutter of seascapes, some propped up as if they might just be works in progress. The place was a dingy mess of old newspapers, magazines, faded postcards and bits of wooden board. She saw stained teacups, cracked paint tubes and brushes standing in brown water. Someone might give their eye teeth to make something of this sad little cubbyhole, which Mr. Harcourt clearly couldn't. A disappointment amidst the ordered elegance of the promenade. I could do portraits on a Saturday afternoon, 6pence a time, she said to him in English when she eventually found him open. You only need to get paper and a few pencils and give me a stool. I'll sit out front here and catch the passers-by. You'll see, Mr. Harcourt, visitors all want a picture to take home. Much better than one of those photographs held with him. Cheaper too. He charges an arm and a leg. What makes you think you can draw? He said, mildly interested. He had his back to her, working on one of his lifeless sea paintings, locked into the monotony of his preoccupation. He was daubing some pastry-thick clouds that looked like they might rise and dry bake, if only for want of the sun. Margaret looked beyond him to the sky he had not seen, to the thin wisps of cloud resting lazily on a silvery bed, a quiet light warming their underside. Harcourt was looking but not consulting his mind's eye, seeing without interpretation, his touch too clumsy. When her eyes settled back, she saw the black scum line on his shirt collar, and she momentarily felt a wave of sadness. She thought of Ted and how he'd been sent home from school for much the same, with a mochin bidir on his back, a scar that would give a shape to his whole life. What becomes of some folk? She heard them say Harcourt was a reputable artist, but this sorrowful arrangement suggested otherwise. Something had beaten the stuffing out of Mr. Harcourt, that was for sure. I'll show you what I see, she said. Margaret seized her moment and she pulled a stool by his side. She smelt stale tobacco and a whiff of a rotten tooth as she touched his chin and turned his face towards her. The eyes looking back at her were vacant. She licked her pencil and deftly sketched out his likeness, her eyes darting back and forth between his blank face and the sheet of foolscap she'd picked out from amongst the rubbish on the floor. No detail would have made her grasp of him, the sketch testing out the extent to which her hands could reveal what her eyes had already seen. He wasn't smoking a pipe, but Margaret restored it to the corner of his mouth. The worried look out of his gaze, a look that betrayed an exact point on the scale of his unhappiness, and she gave his drawline ambition. She drew a Mr. Harcourt with dreams and desire. She could have done more to relieve the craggy furrows on his brow that mimicked the craggy furrows cutting through the waves of his seascape, but he shifted in his seat as if to say enough. Margaret held the work up against her chest and gave the ancient mariner time to take it in. Saturday afternoon, then, I'll give you threepence for every one you do, was all the miserable bugger said. The summer day stuffed the small town to overflowing with trippers. The bathing season, pure air and a seashore. The bay was mobbed by playful crowds, a cosmopolitan rabble with a mix of voices and accents, shapes and sizes, colour and circumstance. Margaret's sketching performance would become a showpiece. She drew in the punters with her Iberian eyes, deep whirlpools that followed the Celtic trail across mountains and centuries, and that telltale coarse black hair caught up in the swoosh of the North Sea wind. This dark stranger was a striking addition to the Harcourt enterprise. She sat astride her stool in an ungainly manner, her smock stuffed between her legs, working at a makeshift easel. A small crowd would gather around, more fascinated by Margaret herself than the portraiture. An unused pencil cocked on her right ear, her lips pinned together in a straight line of concentration. In slack moments, she would stand up, taller than her natural height, arms akimbo, and shout out to her potential audience over the top of the sounds of the penny bazaar and the seagull cattle. Penny for them, dear, just sixpence for mine, a call to one of the Irish chambermaids taking the air between shifts. Ladies beware, I just might make you beautiful, in Welsh, barely under her breath, to those spilling off the steamers. Easy catch, she thought, working women from the mills of Lancashire, Liverpool shop girls, all on a glorious day out. And more, come on, you old rogue, take a look, I won't bite you, she bellowed out in affected English like a school teacher, and yet with all the confidence of someone standing on their history. If she didn't start out the year with very good English, by the end of the Harcourt summer, Margaret was proficient. The artist had forced the language out of her, and she had forced enthusiasm out of him. The kiosk was thriving. Purpose and useful activity infused into the fusty, dank little cabin, and, if only temporarily, into Mr. Harcourt's soul. Mr. Harcourt's scaled-down seascapes had taken a jolly turn with the addition of sea-going vessels that had movement, making their way across the horizon. The Cambria, St. Trithlo, Marguerite now sailed atop frothy waves, suggesting a big world and a wide open sea, places to go, places to see. The postcards were shifting too. Mr. Harcourt had placed a stand of samples in the kiosk window to shield his working space from view. Margaret could not recall or chose not to tell how Lil had acquired a job lot of old photocards of the piccaninnies from the Congo, but she made these available for sale. Man wants half a penny for each of them, she lied to Harcourt. Real Negroes, not just minstrels. To the photos of the boy Africans, she added more curiosities, pictures of a strong man from the continent, some Siamese twins and an Indian squaw. Let's get more of these odd ones, she advised Harcourt. The visitors laughed. He knew, however, it was Margaret who brought in the shillings. Margaret was a trickster. She drew characters, not facsimile. She would engage her subjects with an easy banter until she settled on the essence of them. A malcontent, a joker, a romantic, the peacock and the scamp. And then she would work up the depiction giving an accent to their temperament, a small exaggeration to their features that revealed their quiddity. Drawing opened up invention to Margaret, another eye that could disturb reality, bringing forward things onto the surface of the paper that would surprise even her. She imposed an impression of herself onto her sitter, inserting an imperceptible twist to their personal story. Lil Parry's girl, the townsfolk would say, the one who does the cartoons. It's true, they were caricatures. That's how she saw most of the holiday folk who passed through the place. But Margaret wouldn't have called her work cartoons. I'm a face painter, an artist, she told Lil boldly. That's the way I see. Lil laughed into her scraggy neck. An artist with a head full of nonsense, she said. Soon Mr. Harcourt offered Margaret the full day Saturday, and she had to fight Lil to release her.
Wonderful, thank you. That was a fabulous reading. And I love the way that you managed to get the sort of panoramic views in, but also homing in on Margaret. And we know so much about her character after just a few pages. I think, you know, we're with her already. That was wonderful. Thank you, Charlotte. Beautiful.
Great, thanks. Thanks for letting me read that one.
Well, and I think it's great for our audience to get a sense of your non-fiction and fiction at the same time. I can see we've got some questions coming in. I'm not sure who's moderating this session, if you've got hands up as well.
Hi, it's Harriet.
It's Harriet, great. Okay, thank you, Harriet. Do you want to read one of the questions from the chat?
Yes. So there's a nice question here from Susan from the University of Bamberg in Germany. She says, the Charlotte of Sugar and Slate alternatively feels at home in storytelling or among the crowds of commuters between Britain and the Caribbean at airports and in airplanes. Towards the end of the memoir, you speculate about how your granddaughter Ruby will belong to Wales. How has she made Wales a home for herself in the meantime? And has the notion of belonging to Wales and the Caribbean, or both, multiplied over the past years?
Wow, thank you for that question. So to my darling Ruby, my granddaughter who's now 21, I deliberately sort of avoided making any kind of presumption or prescription about the next generation and how they would receive these issues of identity and belonging and association and so on. Because I think it does change. And I think one of the really interesting things in Black British writing now is it's moving towards looking at this the intergenerational connections and what's happening and what's different and how young people can assume certain things or not. So I held back from assuming her in sense, but I think just knowing Ruby and how she operates and her confidence and so on, I don't think she has had to put up with a lot of the kind of questionings of self that my generation would have had to deal with as just part of everyday life. And I think there are many things she can assume. And we've been talking right through the conference of the ways in which Wales had changed and the kind of voice acceptance of more difference and diversity in contemporary Wales. So yeah, I'm hopeful and positive about the next generation and their sense of making their own Wales.
I think one thing that happened in Wales a couple of years ago, which seemed to me to be very symbolic, was when an Eisteddfod, the National Eisteddfod, was held in Cardiff Bay, but it was an Eisteddfod without a fence around it. It was open to the public.
Oh,
and, I think that was a very symbolic moment in every sense, and perhaps, you know, it shows you how things have changed, continue to change and evolve, you know, as they should. We've got some more questions coming in, just having a little look to see. Harriet, have you got anything at your end?
No hands up, so if anybody wants to ask their question, please do put your hand up and we'll come to you. There is a question from Ulrika in Dusseldorf. She says, hi Charlotte, I'm writing from Germany and we've met a number of times.
I know we've met. I thought you might be out there somewhere.
She says, listening to your contributions to the panel yesterday and reading today was beautiful. Many thanks. I have a question. I was listening to the panel yesterday and Penrhyn Castle was mentioned in the context of Manon's work. And there was this discussion about the need for a recognition of the implications of the past. You mentioned the history of the penance of Penrhyn prominently in Sugar and Slate. I wonder if you could talk about the generational implications of activism and political writing and art and its impact, and the responsibility that Black writers are burdened with, the responsibility of having to explain the past. How do you summon the energy?
Wow, thank you, and very nice to know that you're out there, Ulrika. And I should just say that Ulrika did this wonderful analysis of Sugar and Slate, which she came to speak to me about and sent me in a book called Narrative Projections of a Black British History, which I have on my shelf out here, and very kindly suggested in that article that Sugar and Slate kind of extended the autobiographical form by drawing on bits of history and artifacts and all of these other kinds of poems and various things that are in it. And of course, when I was writing it, I didn't know I was doing anything particularly, like this. You read how people have read your work, and it's really, really nice to understand and make sense of some of the things I did and why I was doing them. And the one about history was very important to me. I think now, I was saying yesterday, we've had this really big survey of public monuments in Wales and a very sort of explicit recognition of the association with slavery of certain monuments, place names, street names, and so on. I don't know if people will have seen that. But when I was writing Sugar and Slate, I just felt that these histories were so tucked away and not acknowledged. And the contributions of people from the past wasn't acknowledged, not even their presence. Just yesterday, somebody sent me a photograph of a grocer's shop from my town, must have been something like 1870. And there were these shopkeepers used to come out the front of the shop and sort of sit like this for their photograph. And amongst the grocers, there were two Black people in the photograph. And I thought, gosh, it's been such a cosmopolitan town all along, and yet this hasn't been really recognised. So, yeah, I think Ulrika is saying Black writers very often carry this political project of having to make histories known. And we just saw Hannah Nissa's film just before I came on, and she was saying that there isn't one history, there are histories, and in her opener. And yeah, it's a I don't know, a privilege and a burden. It's a burden because we feel often as Black writers, if we don't do it and if we don't draw attention to these things, they won't come into the sort of public frame or into the frame of literature. But it's also a privilege because it grounds us in place, because we know people have been there before us and made contributions before us. So yeah, thank you for that question, Ulrika.
And in relation to that, Charlotte, you've mentioned that sometimes you see, performance and performing your work as a kind of intervention in itself, and that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. I wonder if you could just say a little bit about that.
Yes, well, I drew attention to this when we did the digital reprint of Sugar and Slate, and I had to write forward again, and I was kind of looking back now and thinking, what was it about this book, just standing with it and talking about it in various places in Wales, like a drum in the National Library and in my local gallery. And, I travelled with it all over Wales. And I think writers like John MacLeod have said that this becomes a creolising of the public space. When I think he was talking about what West Indians did on the cricket pitch, just their sort of hollering and shouting. But when a Black performer, Black poet, I think we've seen Black poets, a Black author, steps into a space where they're not supposed to be or haven't been before, then in some ways they are transforming that space. And I did feel that performing the book was a very important part of the book. So even though if I'm still asked to read it now, a long time after I've written it, I see that as an intervention in itself, you know, being the book and performing it as a bringing some of these things to the fore for discussion as being part of the activism, if you like.
But I mean, it's also testimony to the fact that it's a fantastic book, and it is. I mean, I completely hear what you're saying about when you're writing a book, you don't sort of think ahead to how people are going to respond to how you've arranged it or structured it. You just do what you're going to do. But it was quite innovative the way you wrote it, and it has a little bit of everything. And as life writing, it was probably ahead of the game in many ways. And I'm sure that that's probably what people are responding to. They want to hear you read from it because it's just such a fantastic book. And, you know, this is 20 years later, people still want to hear you read from it. I think that's wonderful. I think we have another question or two coming through on the chat.
Yeah, actually related to that, a couple of questions about whether it's going to be republished. And Eluned says she struggled to get her own copy. Where is the best place to buy it?
I can come in there if you want, because I've done some research into this.
Oh,
great. So I think it is available on the dreaded Amazon. You can buy it on the dreaded Amazon, but you can also buy a Kindle version of it, which is much cheaper. And I've understood that also Planet magazine, I mean, it would require you writing to them, but they or emailing them. You know, we do live in the 21st century, and they have some copies as well. So Planet magazine, Amazon for a Kindle version, yeah, or there's a couple of Abe's books. I've got a few left as well.
Oh, thank you for that, Rebecca. That's great. I'm sure everybody, there'll be a rush now. You'll get a spike in sales on Amazon, Charlotte, after this event. So, oh, somebody's got a question about, you talked about Leonora's work, Leonora Brito.
Oh, yes.
Writing emanating from Butetown. Brilliant that you can see wonderful Reiki Ayala performing her work for the National Theatre Wales. Yeah, absolutely. I think she's a wonderful actress. So sorry, there isn't actually a question at the end of that. That was just a comment. Are there any more questions coming through, Harriet? I'm just looking at the chat. I'm trying to locate some.
I don't think so. I've got a question, if you don't mind answering one of mine selfishly. I was wondering, you talked a little bit about, well, Francesca asked you a question about characterization, or kind of commented on your characterization in the second reading that you did. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit about how you get into these characters' heads, these people from the past, and how you kind of use the experience of writing in the present to bring those people to life.
Yeah, thank you for that, Harriet. I've got a little bit of a technique where I do have to kind of focus. I do have to kind of focus this person on a visual image. And what I did with Margaret and Elena was I went into some online into St Fagan's archives, and I just started looking for her. I knew she'd be there somewhere, you know, going through their archives of a girl at the turn of the century, as I was imagining her. And I came up with this image of, you know, quite a sparky looking young woman standing amongst some butcher boys. She was, again, one of those pictures where they say everybody outside for their photo outside the shop. And she had this kind of, you know, spirit was jumping out the page to me. Then I thought, yeah, you're Margaret, tell me about you. And then I kind of had a conversation with this image where I began to understand her. How would she talk, and, you know, what would she be interested in? And she's not, you know, she's not your regular girl, as you'll find out as we go more into the novel. But yeah, that was one way I pinned the image. And similarly with Lula Coots, I was looking through the doing some research looking through the archive material on the Congo Institute, which is a story that's always been with me because it's a neighbourhood story. And just in the picture, you see a little girl who's a bit like me when I was little, mixed race girl, and you then start to imagine her in her time, thinking about putting her in the context of big debates that would have been going on at that time, you know, about African independence, but at home, there's still the debates about abolitionism, the abolitionists, debates about language, Welsh language, and the blue books, and so on. And so you're beginning to put her in the context of that history. So yeah, I try to find somebody real life or a picture or some kind of image, and then kind of build it from there. Because my third character that I mentioned is a young man, and I'm looking for him at the moment. But he'll pop out. He'll either speak to me or I'll find a picture of him, and then I'll be able to imagine him into life.
I love the way, Charlotte, that with Margaret, I was wondering if you were drawing on, you know, some of your knowledge of your father as an artist to
Yes.
paint a picture of her for us, and I was seeing you sort of transforming life into the art.
Yes, that's always there with me. I come from a family of artists. I'm not an artist. Well, I don't see myself as an artist. But I grew up with all of that kind of talk around me and my father's work and my sister's work and so on. So I tend to see things with a painterly eye in that respect. And I think that will be one of the themes that I always take through my writings. I just wrote a short story about an artist model, and I realised I was doing it again because I was making reference to the Wales art scene and the key artists in Wales and so on. So yeah, that's a strong theme for me.
Yeah, no, I thought it was lovely to see that right from the beginning. I think we have time for just one quick question before we finish. We have a question from Sinead from London. I found the focus on community in Sugar and Slate and how it's formed and maintained, both in terms of where people live or come from, or is formed through religion, really interesting. And I wondered if you could say some more about that.
Yes, of course. That is a strong theme in relation to the idea of home and belonging and connection, all those kinds of things that we've been talking about, and identity. And we know that communities both hold you close and look after you, but also repel, you know, certain characters. And, you know, this is a theme, I think, in Welsh literature generally about community. And also we know that there's imagined communities, the way in which you construct yourself as part of a community that might be in an elsewhere place, and build a kind of connection to that. So I was and remain very interested in people's reference points, in how people build that sense of who do I belong to, the fluidity of it, the way it changes. I talked, I think yesterday, about a writer that I was very influenced by, Pauline Melville, and a shapeshifter image, you know, that you kind of have multiple identities that you shift and change in relation to community that you belong to. But just on that theme, I mean, I think Welsh literature, or certainly traditional Welsh literature, has these very strong themes: land, language, and lineage or blood. And they're all contestable, aren't they? You know, they're there and they're huge. You know, we've talked about the landscape, we feel connected, we write the landscape, and so on. And I mentioned this idea of placing Black people in the landscape is a very important theme in contesting the landscape as portrayed by Wales. And then, you know, the language, and a lot of discussions before me have talked about, you know, the language and the significance of language and how it's changing, that I think we said yesterday, we're not in that binary, you do speak Welsh, you don't speak Welsh anymore. We're much more fluid in our understanding about how people use the language and draw on the language. And then there's the one about, you know, your mother's mother's mother. I love that one, you know, who's your mother? You know, the lineage one. But that's so exclusive of a lot of, you know, a lot of people in Wales, because they're not necessarily got the graveyard to go to with grandparents and heritage. So all of this is kind of up for contestation, and I think it's really makes our literature very vibrant, because we're all challenging those kind of core pillars that have been around for so long. So,
and at the moment, I think it's making it especially vibrant, and I think that's something that we all recognise and are getting a lot from through the conversations that we've been having this weekend. Charlotte, I wish that we could carry on. I can see that there are more questions, but I'm afraid we have to stop there for a little break, I believe, before the next segment. Thank you so much. It's been such an illuminating talk, and I think really fascinating for us to see what you're working on at the moment, and to think about your new book, which sounds like just the kind of thing I would love to read. So thank you, and I shall hand back to Rebecca.
Thank you, Fran.
Thank you. Diolch o galon, Charlotte and Fran. What an absolutely beautiful discussion. And you're right, there are so many more questions in the chat. So perhaps you might want to just have a look at those, and also just some lovely comments. I think people really responding to the things that Charlotte said there from their own experiences and their own experience as readers as well. So thank you. We do have another short break now, and then we're back for our final session of this seminar before some closing words with Paul Smith, Country Director of British Council in Germany, and also Lleki Shenkin from Literature Wales. So 15-minute break, and then back for a panel discussion, Wales, what now? What now indeed? And Neil will be chairing that. So co-chair of the seminar, Neil Griffiths, will be chairing that discussion. And the panelists will be Manon Steffan Ros, Zoe Brigley, Richard Gwyn, and Ifan Morgan Jones as well. So brilliant. Thanks very much, everyone. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. So now for the final session of this afternoon, led by our co-chair for the seminar this year, Neil Griffiths, and joined on stage by Manon Steffan Ros, Ifan Morgan Jones, and Zoe Thompson. Thank you very much. Over to you, Neil.
We're waiting for Rich Gwyn.
Oh, yes, we are. Hang on a second.
I'm here. I'm just changing my name
to Richard Ginn.
No, I'm reclaiming the W.
There you are. Yeah. You putting your camera on, Rich?
Yeah.
Right. Good. Hello, everybody. Okay, this is the final session of what's been an absolutely fascinating weekend. It's been really, really interesting and inspiring and stirring. And I must take this opportunity to thank you all as well. It has been, what's been so hugely refreshing about this is that when I've done these kinds of things in various other countries, I've sometimes had some really quite heated discussions with people who have some heated and passionate discussions, some blazing rows, with people who've kind of monopolized this notion of colonial suffering and being Welsh. This notion that nobody suffers like the Welsh, you know. You've touched on this as drivel, and actually Wales was an enthusiastic participant in the colonialist enterprise. This must not be forgotten. This is part of Welsh history. And Manon as well, I was so pleased to hear you say how lucky you feel in being able to speak 2 languages fluently. Of course, it's absolutely vital, crucial, that the Welsh language is kept as a repository of identity and history and everything else, and everything has to be done to keep it alive. But to see the beauties and the possibilities of being bilingual, I think, is something that really, really needs to be more and more appreciated, I think. I remember R.S. Thomas complaining that he, in Wales, brought up with a schizophrenic identity. I remember thinking, well, either write in Welsh or English then. Don't write in the 2, choose one, you know. I mean, I'm glad he didn't, because, you know, he wrote his poetry fantastically in English and his prose fantastically in Welsh. But this has been absolutely wonderful to hear. So yes, thank you for that. So yeah, so the point of this is what now? What now, Ifan? Can we come to you first? The vital work you're doing with Nation Cymru, I found not only fascinating but absolutely essential. What are you? Why did you set it up? It's it's a recent thing, isn't it? In its current guise. Why did you set it up? What are you hoping to do with it, and what are you hoping to influence the future, if in any way at all?
Well, the idea behind setting it up originally was that I felt that in Welsh, at least, there were a number of, you know, truly Welsh national news services, news websites. You know, we had Golwg, Barn, BBC Cymru View, and so on. But as I mentioned in the session earlier, I'd done a PhD in 19th century Welsh press, and the English language media in Wales had set up, or tended to develop around sort of individual towns and smaller areas. And as a result, it hadn't really developed a sort of a truly national character. And even something like the Western Mail that calls itself the national newspaper of Wales, of course, there's a kind of Daily Post in North Wales, and it doesn't tread on the Daily Post's toes. So what I wanted really to do was, you know, we had a national polity in Wales, we had political institutions, national institutions. I think what we needed was a kind of national public sphere to go with those national institutions, so that because, you know, there'd been quite a few, there'd been quite a bit of research done showing that, for instance, people in Wales didn't know what powers the Senedd had, the Welsh Parliament we have now. They didn't know what powers the Welsh government had. So I just wanted to set up a new service really that would try and make Welsh politics a little bit more interesting, and try and bring it to the attention of more people, and talk about, because I noticed that there was a difference between what news actually appeared on Welsh language news services and what kind of news appeared on English language services. And with Welsh language services, they tend to be sort of issues of national importance in a way, where in the English language news services, it tended to be kind of local news, but kind of thrown together into a national picture. So I wanted a kind of a news service that would discuss matters in a similar way to the way they were being discussed on the Welsh language news services.
I get
it's been very successful. We've a number of readers have grown sixfold just in the last year, probably partly due to the pandemic bringing kind of national Welsh politics to the attention of more people, and hopefully it'll form a kind of stage for more discussions about Wales and Welshness, Welsh culture. You know, where are we going from here, really?
Yeah. Has it been given added impetus through the B word? Brexit, of course.
Well, one of the most interesting things we've been tracking, you know, the website itself doesn't really have a kind of political slant in terms of if Conservatives send us articles, if anyone sends us articles, we will publish them on the site. However, one of the most interesting stories in Welsh politics at the moment, I think, is the Welsh independence movement and the growth of that. And I think that certainly has been given an impetus by Brexit. So in terms of the kind of knock-on effects, sort of Brexit giving the Welsh independence movement an impetus, that becoming this sort of huge, very interesting story that a lot of people are interested in, and us then being in a kind of prime position then as a national news website to actually report on that as a national issue. I think, yes, Brexit has given us an impetus as well, I think.
And even though Wales voted for Brexit by a narrow margin, and the cephalological analysis is hinting at perhaps that vote was tipped by an awful lot of English second incomers. Although I know the Valleys was quite enthusiastic, and where I live, although it voted Remain, the farmers were very keen on Brexit. It seemed to be in Wales more of a pragmatic decision rather than an emotional nationalistic one, like it was in England, it seems to me. But are we all hoping for independence? Manon, can I start with you? It's a simple question, I know, but can you elaborate on that?
That's a massive question. And the answer, if I was to reply fully, I think that would take hours and hours and hours. I think I would be hoping for an inclusive, independent Wales, but with taking away the word inclusive, I wouldn't want that kind of. I don't want an independent Wales at any cost, is what I'm saying. And I think we need to have conversations about the type of independent Wales that we want and that we're striving for. I can't square my conscience with marching under one banner with people I disagree with on really basic stuff. I can't march with people I think are fascist, racist. And I think that even though it's a really very, very tiny minority, I think that there are people within the Welsh independence movement that are not like me politically. I do think that that's a conversation we need to have openly and not feel as if we can't talk about it, and not feel as if we can't air our differences and come to some kind of just come to the conversation, just have the conversation about what we want it to be.
Yes, I totally agree that there has been some little voices informed by the whole blood and soil ethos in the Welsh independence movement. They're only small voices, as you say, but nevertheless, that is a part of nationalism.
Unless we acknowledge that those voices are there, we're not challenging them. So
yeah, exactly that. Yeah. And there is a thing. William Vollman, one of my favorite American writers, he said nationalism in a big, powerful country is about coercion and oppression. Nationalism in a small, weak country is about self-determination and liberation. I think there's something in that, but nevertheless, nationalism, I mean, I'm very aware that we're talking in Germany, of course, you know, a country that knows better than almost any country, the dangers of nationalism. And Rich, in your blog, in your Ricardo Blanco blog, you spoke about Brexit, and you said the simulated splendor of an odious nationalism and how that drove the Brexit vote. And yet, do you see the vote for Welsh? I'm going to use the word independence rather than nationalism, because the two things are fundamentally different. Do you see that as colouring the idea of Welsh independence in any way?
No, well, I see Brexit per se as colouring the nature of Welsh independence, but I mean, these terms, independence, nationalism, and self-determination, all have very different nuances, don't they? And having lived, you know, as a very close observer to the Catalan situation for the last 10 years, I suppose my views have been rather coloured by what I've seen going on there, and that, you know, intuitively, I would favour Welsh independence of some form, but I would like us not to make some of the same mistakes as I've seen the Catalans making.
And what are those mistakes?
Well, I think the basic divide within Catalan society between those who have made Catalonia their home, but do not consider themselves to share some of the rather more nationalistic aspirations of the Catalan bourgeoisie. The Catalan middle classes, who have always, or at least since the 1950s and the introduction of mass immigration into Catalonia by Franco, in order to destabilize Catalan culture and introduce a large working class of mainly southern Spanish workers, in order to destabilize what they saw as a perilous and anti-Catholic movement within the Catalan middle classes, and the resonances of that are still being felt. But unfortunately, you know, it's not as simplistic as that. The second and third generations of Spanish immigrants are now Catalan speakers and feel themselves to be Catalan in many ways. And so there's a rather convoluted and complex society that's emerged, which is in some ways simplified by some of the utterances of the right-wing Catalan nationalists.
And you see a possible parallel to that in Wales?
I haven't, I wouldn't like to gaze into my crystal ball and say that was likely to happen. But
well, have you seen it in the present? Have you seen it? Have you seen hints of that?
No, but it could easily emerge, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. And Zoe, you're speaking to us from a country in which I was once asked if Wales was in Scotland. And I was also asked by a guy who claimed Welsh heritage if we were looking after Hadrian's Wall when I was in Chicago. At the same time, though, I have a dear friend from California called Bill Paddy, whose grandfather left Pennsylvania just outside Carnarvon when he was 17 years old, not speaking a word of English. So Bill's come back a lot to retrace his roots, and he's become a dear friend. How's it looking from over there? I know you've been coming back to Wales, although not for the past COVID-infected year. But how's it looking from over there?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and it's funny because I'm sort of sitting here now in a country which is very divided, but you know, we have a new president, and there's been a lot of community organizing. We're feeling very hopeful about that, but you know, it does make me think about what's happening in Wales, and I completely agree with what Manon said about needing a kind of nationalism, an independence movement that doesn't exclude people. And I think that is so important. And, you know, it's a big worry because I think the last election that we had for like where I come from in the South Wales Valleys was very depressing. It was extremely depressing. I was there at the time when the result came.
In 2019?
What's that?
In 2019?
Yeah. And I was there in Wales at the time, and I think that it was depressing because there's this feeling that the Conservative government in Westminster does not pay attention to the things that people need in the South Wales Valleys. So it was depressing, but I think that there are things we can still be doing, and those are developing a strong sense of our own identity and who we are now. Thinking about an independence movement that is inclusive, and then also community organizing, because that is something that has really worked here in places where it seemed as though the vote was definitely going to go for Trump, and it didn't, which was really wonderful and very hopeful. But I think it really means going into communities and talking to people and organizing. After Brexit happened, I was very curious to find out why people in the South Wales Valleys had voted for Brexit, because it seemed to me to be going against, you know, what they needed or could have from the European Union. You know, all kinds of wonderful projects that have been funded in the valleys using European funding. And when I spoke to people, it actually turned out, like in my own town, my state, where I went around and talked to people, it was almost like a kind of protest vote, because people felt like Labour, when they had been in power, had neglected them and had not helped them. And so I think there needs to be real attention to that if you're not sort of going into communities where there's a lot of deprivation, where there's a lot of poverty, and you're just ignoring that and not addressing it, then you know, things like that might happen. And so we need to be doing that community organizing to try and help people. And it's just the right thing to do anyway.
Yes,
but,
you mentioned in your essay, New Worlds, New Imaginings, you used the phrase a radical kind of deep imagining, which could be a catalyst for change. Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have to really imagine what we want Wales to look like. So yeah, that exercise of deep imagining is really important. But I also see so many good people doing really positive work, like, you know, Ifan talking about National Cymru, you know, that is so important. That is developing our identity. That is really strengthening it. Or, you know, all this stuff we've seen from Literature Wales, these films we've been making, it's about an inclusive Wales, it's about strengthening our identity and looking at our community as well. So I think there's a lot of hope, you know, for doing this in Wales. And we've always gone our own way anyway. So if you look at the South Wales Valleys, my town, my stag, the Miners Hospital, you know, obviously built by subscription, the buildings in town built by subscription from miners, the library, you know, the people, the community built that town. And the scary thing is that I feel like we're almost turning back to that now, that we're having to just do stuff ourselves, and that, you know, government is not really helping us enough. So it's scary, but it could be really positive too.
Why is it scary? Just because it all of a sudden dumps a lot of responsibility on people who are ill-equipped?
Yeah, I think it just, I think it's a lot of labour for people to do that they shouldn't have to be doing.
Yeah,
I think that's what makes me feel angry about it, because I feel like it's kind of going back to times, you know, almost like, you know, the NHS as well, different aspects of our institutions. We're going back to before the 1950s, when, you know, we were having to sort of band together to get services or to be able to access the things that we need. And I think that's really terrible.
Yeah. But nevertheless, you're feeling a kind of fluttering wings of optimism.
Oh yes, Yeah, I think so, because I think it's one of those things where, you know, it is a little scary to have to, you know, be going back to those community networks, but those networks are still there in the South Wales valleys, you know, in the town that I'm from and the towns around. You know, there is still that really strong sense of community, and I think that is, you know, one of our great strengths, actually.
Are we all feeling this? I mean, I've been toying with. I remember speaking to Leanne Wood about a Welsh nationalism, and her. I mean, you know, emotionally, I felt quite strongly about it, but in practical, pragmatic terms, I was unsure. But I asked her about that, and she was just brilliant. She was just absolutely fantastic in what she said about the civic side of independence and nationalism. It was really interesting. And when I went on the independence march in Carnarvon, what was that, 2018 or 2019? You said, Manon, you don't want to march all under one banner. And although this was AUAB, the all under one banner march, there was actually a myriad of banners. There was thousands of them. It wasn't just the Athraig. It wasn't just the EU. It was the counties of Wales. Some, well, just as an aside, some of which flags are absolutely beautiful pieces of art. There was lots and lots of banners. Lots of identities were coming together under the one banner, I suppose, under the one banner of the term, all under one banner, it seems to me. And I've been working on a couple of books for ages, really, and then. Under lockdown, I mean, they're going to be lockdown novels, but then I was coming back from the shop and I was just hit with this notion of writing a book that I've never written before, that is simply a celebration of human defiance and love, and that's the one I've started to write, even though, you know, I did no research whatsoever. I just plunged straight into it, and I don't know where this is coming from, this sense of optimism and this, maybe it's just a bit, you know, the return of spring, maybe, I don't know. I had COVID as well, which laid me low for about 2 or 3 weeks, and maybe coming out of that and dealing with it fairly well, you know, for a man in his 50s, maybe that gave me some hope on a personal level. And yet it's for some strange reason, the mess that the country's in and the mess that the world's in, you know, in the grip of a plague, people are strange, artists especially, are feeling some kind of hope. Manon, when you were talking about writing in English, I got this kind of sense that this is filling you with some kind of, the hope and optimism that comes through, you know, creative fire. Am I right? Or
yeah, I think for me personally, I feel the same. It's a weird time, and I can't. I think Joni Mitchell sang, maybe it's the time of man, or maybe it's the time of year. And I think, yeah, that makes sense to me, that there's something in the air, and I don't know if we have the hope of returning to some kind of normality post-COVID. But I think for me personally, it's being published in 2 languages it just feels liberating, and just there's something so uncomplicated about it, and I've made it such a big deal in my own head, you know, just the whole complexity of speaking and living a minority language, and feeling that if you give any leeway to the majority language that is also part of your life, that you're somehow letting the side down. And once you simplify it, it's just, you have 2 languages, you can use them both, and it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. And that's so liberating and hopeful, not just on a personal level of me writing a book, but it just opens the world.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, when I was a kid, depending on which grandmother sent me to the shop for bread, it was either aran or bara, you know. So, so something as essential as bread was three different words for it, you know. It was 3 ways of analysing the world, and the world coming at me in 3 different ways. I found that extremely rich. And Ifan, you were talking before about steampunk. Steampunk I've always found an interesting thing, because it's both utopian and dystopian. it seems to be utopian, certainly for its fans, perhaps less than for its practitioners, but certainly for its fans, it gives them a world that never did exist, but kind of one that they, you know, the way they dress up and all that kind of thing, and indulge in that, in those dressing up desires that a lot of us still have, we never really grow out of. And also, you know, do you know the phrase uchronia and dyschronia? It's the same as, it's to do with time rather than place, as in utopia and dystopia. It's also it's a uchronia and a dyschronia, as well as utopia and a dystopia. Is there something in that as well that is commensurate with this strange feeling of that I'm seeing amongst creatives of almost defiant hope?
So, well, one strain that kind of runs through the steampunk genre, I think, is that it's very kind of bottom up. All the stories are about kind of normal people on street level, sort of fighting to get out of the kind of difficult circumstances they are in. And that's, I think, one of the things that attracted me to the genre, really, was that, you know, at the moment in Wales, we are almost sort of putting something together on a kind of grassroots level. And I think that's where the hope comes from, really, that we've got a feeling that we're all kind of coming together at last. And the kind of, perhaps the stoicism of the past has gone, and we perhaps feel, I think it's partly because of a change of technology. I think the rise of the internet has a lot to do with it, I think, where in the past, you know, mass media was very kind of top down, and sort of messages, people being told, and people being treated as a kind of crowd of people and being told from the top what to do and what to think about. But I think with the rise of the internet in the last, especially over the last 10 years or so, I think people who actually have plans to do things differently in society are finding each other online as well. And I don't think the rise of Yes Cymru, I don't think that could have happened, 15 years ago, I don't think, because, how would we have sort of kind of discovered each other? How would people have been able to come together as a group like that and kind of discuss and, create their own media? Nation.Cymru couldn't have existed 10 years ago because, I set it up for £65 online, and it kind of snowballed from there. Before then, it would have taken a massive investment of money just to get something like that off the ground in the first place, being able to reach all the people nationally in Wales. So I think it's, and I think what that has in common with the time I was looking at in Babel, which is a steampunk novel, is it was a time when anyone could pretty much set up a sort of a small printing press and print off newspapers. And at the time in Wales, you had sort of 10, 30 Welsh language newspapers, very small scale, just being printed off by, non-conformist preachers, in their attics or something like that. So I think it's a very similar time, a time where people feel that they can actually have their say and get their message out there and bring a crowd of people together that can have an impact in a way. Perhaps a few decades ago, we didn't feel that we could do that. And perhaps we just couldn't get our voices heard within a kind of all-encompassing mass British media where Welsh voices weren't really heard to the extent where they are today. Today, we can come together as kind of one voice and actually make our voices heard together.
Yeah, well, Welsh Twitter has been fascinating in the past couple of years. The speed of its growth. I was on Twitter, but I got thrown off for being nasty to a bigot. He's still bigoting away, but he doesn't use the words that I used. Nice priorities, Twitter. And Rich. Another point, Ivan, just as an aside, really, you mentioned Lloyd George's library today. I was actually in Llanestynwy when they were gutting part of his house, and there's a lot of his library still left. There was a hell of a lot of books on the keeping of bees, written in Welsh, and how it's a true Welshman's duty to keep a couple of hives of bees, which I found really fascinating. Do you know about that?
No, I didn't know about that. My father was interested in beekeeping, but I think it was a temporary thing, because I certainly don't remember him, but he had these books on beekeeping. Maybe it's an intellectual pursuit that comes from being from North Wales.
Yeah, yes. I assume, well, maybe it's because you can make mead out of the honey, in the same way that the Irish know, they're making a Pasheen was a political thing.
Yeah,
and
definitely. Yeah.
It's the same thing in Wales.
I was wondering about that, but I just wanted to come in on something that Manon mentioned about the language and about, you know, the acceptance of diversity on a wider scale and the recognition perhaps of a more generous attitude. And I was thinking that actually this is good, but it needs to work both ways. And if you're going to come to live in Wales and buy a house called T Hafod and change the name to Bluebell Cottage, then I don't think that kind of attitude, which still exists and is going on, you know, as we speak, is really particularly welcome. Well, what do we do about that? It's a question of educating people in a way that perhaps they don't wish to be educated. And in the same way, and this is again something that, you know, that I've learned from the Catalan experience, is that during the entire debate in Catalonia, there didn't seem to be any consultation with immigrant Black or North African voices in Barcelona, for example. And you know, I live in an area of Cardiff where the second most spoken language is Urdu. And we need to be aware of the fact that we're not speaking to a simple, you know, English-Welsh dichotomy here. There's more going on.
Of course, I'm very aware that there's 5 white people on this discussion, but you know, but we have had over the course of this weekend, we have had different Welsh voices expressing their different histories. It seems to me, and that is a growing thing. It seems it's taken a while to put down roots or to sprout rather, but it seems to be doing so, and I really hope it does. And Charlotte today was expressing some recognition of that, and I hope so.
Yeah, and I was reminded, you know, in the session, the first thing today with Eluned and Joao and sorry, it was Ifan, wasn't it? When Eluned was talking about being in Hokkaido in Japan and her sense of humility, of adopting a position of not knowing, you know, of not moving in and being kind of assertive and confident about how to deal with the situation. It's such an unknown, you know, what's ahead of us in Wales, that we really have to have a kind of combination of self-confidence and humility in approaching in the way we approach it. And I think Manon was saying that, you know, it has to be done. It has to be done with forethought, and we have to know what we're doing when we do it, rather than just stumble into it blindfold.
We're getting some great questions coming up. Just to make one last point, from the Ricardo Blanco blog, a quote: "I very much doubt that I will want to be a citizen of the residual mess of a nation torn apart by the regressive fantasies of the Little Englanders and the associated qualities of prejudice, ignorance, and racism that their belief system upholds." Have we, now I'm not idealizing Wales in any way, and I know, like, Wales, like everywhere, you know, this whole thing in Wales that, oh, we're all Paul Robeson's children, nonsense. But nevertheless, us and by wider extension, people of this festival, and I must say my pals, everybody I know in Wales, is that something we've defined ourselves against? Do we now, and have we always?
Well, I think, you know, it's self-evidential that, you know, we've been run by Etonians for so many centuries that we just take it for granted. I mean, we're still run by Etonians.
Yeah.
And that was what my blog post was essentially about, and we have the opportunity to do something about that in Wales.
That was from your blog post. That was really kind of discussing the daftness of the colour of a passport, and the idiocy of the phrase "take back control." But of course, the skill of that was to have a 3-word slogan that people could imbue with an awful lot of their hopes and fears and prejudices and paranoias. Well, so sorry, we will go on to questions just after this. In America, Zoe, are you seen as a minority?
what you mean as a Welsh American.
Yeah.
Well, you know, people don't even know I'm Welsh. They can't tell that I'm Welsh. They can't tell. A lot of like Americans in Ohio can't tell the difference between like my accent or you know, a kind of general sort of English accent. And I have a terrible time actually, because my Welsh family used to tell me I don't sound Welsh anymore. So I've got this weird like transatlantic accent. I'm not sure what it is anymore. But no, I don't think it's registered. I think more, you know, Irish Americans are registered to a much greater extent. Because there, you know, there was such kind of mass immigration from the Irish that I think that has really imprinted itself on American culture actually. But there are places in America where there are kind of little enclaves of Welsh Americans, like Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Because the coal miners went over there to work, and peddlers as well from the ironworks went over there. And a little bit in Ohio as well. So, so it is strange. It's strange.
Yeah.
And you know what's weird about it is that I feel like in the UK, there are so many stereotypes that are attached to being Welsh. And, you know, I don't experience that at all in America. But I experience more of the kind of British stereotypes instead.
Yes,
so
interesting.
It's an interesting experience. But yeah, it can be a little strange sometimes.
There's a church in the Appalachian Hills. I'm not sure which state, because you know they straddle a few states, don't they? The church was built by two Welsh families went and set up a village, and they built the church. They had a falling out, so the church has got two huge arms of corridors. So each family didn't even have to look at each other as they went in the church. So rather than actually make up and be friends again, there was you know, they would as soon spend all the money and time to avoid even looking at each other. I don't know what the argument was about. Probably somebody put too many raisins in the Welsh cakes or something. It would have been something really bad, I'm sure, to set them apart. Right, now we're getting some really good questions. Oh God, 20 minutes. Who's the chair? Rebecca.
Yeah. Hello. Sorry, I forgot that I was moderating, so I actually asked a question, wrote it in the chat. And I am going to ask it first, just because others lead on from it. Okay, so I asked that what's really struck me about this whole seminar is just how many of the writers have talked about international influence and their own global curiosity, or their curiosity of other cultures, languages, and so on. And this seemed to chime with me with something Gary said last night, which is we're at our best when our art is in conversation with other cultures and identities. However, I would say 80% of the conversations that I'm involved in with artists in Wales are talking about Wales. And I just wondered what the panel thought about that.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I mean, I'd just like to say, first of all, that because I've done a lot of work in the last few years in Latin America, the people I've met there over the course of, you know, the last 10 years are incredibly inquisitive and curious and want to know about Wales, because they've, you know, I'm talking about people who have read fairly widely. They're aware of Scotland, they're aware of Ireland, and they're curious to know more about Wales. And there's a huge appetite, I would say, in quite surprising areas about Welsh literature and Welsh culture. It was really quite encouraging. And I mean, that's an area of the world that I know quite well. So, you know, I'm not just talking about Patagonia, talking about, you know, Colombia and Mexico and places where there's a curiosity about Wales in literary and artistic circles.
Yeah, I met a Mexican lady in, I can't remember, somewhere, I think it might have been Oregon, and she was a fluent Welsh speaker. And I said, where did you learn this? And she said when she was a little girl, and she was in her 40s, so, you know, it would have been quite a while before the internet.
Yeah.
When she was a little girl, she heard about this place called Wales, had its own language and all that kind of thing. She went to the library at the time. She didn't have any internet, as I say. she, you know, she looked up books about Wales, what it actually was, and she learned Welsh from books. And somehow she managed to, I think she on a CB radio, and she managed to hear people speaking Welsh. She was a fluent Welsh speaker. I took her down to the shop in the village, and she was speaking Welsh to the people in the shop. One of them went red. Said, "Your Welsh is better than mine." And also in slang terms as well. But now, of course, she's got the internet, so she's been joining Welsh language groups. But I think you're right. Has anybody else had that experience?
It's an interesting question, I think, linguistically as well, because I think as time has gone on and I've become more involved in this kind of occasion, I've realised how poor we are in Wales at having conversations between the Welsh language publishing side of things and the English language publishing side of things. And I quite often, you know, read something by a Welsh writer written and published in Wales, but I have never heard of this Welsh writer because it's not the world I've been living in. And I think that's something that we probably need to work on, is just to have that kind of relationship, so that it's not focused on language, that it's not just focused on language, that there's a relationship, that there's a bridge there at least.
Yeah.
Great. Should we move on? Next question. Unless anyone else wants to come in. Okay, question from Catherine. What new movements, writing, voices and projects are contributing for you to this feeling of hope in Wales at the moment?
For me personally, I'll pick up on what Ifan said. The communities, or the online communities that are springing up. And not just that, when you see that, you know, when you see them IRL, as I believe we should say when we're talking about the difference between the internet and the flesh and bone world, you realise that they actually do have their avatars in life, in physical, human, palpable life. That to me has been a remarkable development. Anyone else?
One thing I've noticed a little bit, going back to the literature point, is that for about the first 10 years or so of Welsh devolution, I felt a little bit that Welsh language literature, at least, hadn't really caught up with devolution in a way. We were still kind of discussing pre-devolution battles, perhaps, in our literature, where I've seen in the last the last 5, 6, 7 years or so, it seems like we're suddenly getting a glut of novels in the Welsh language, at least, that are kind of dealing with a post-devolution Wales. So I'm not sure if after we actually had devolution in Wales, there was a sense of resting on our oars a little bit, and we've sort of reached the promised land a little bit. But now we're starting to get a little bit, perhaps realizing the limitations of devolution and the fact that it limits sort of Wales' powers and so on. So I'm seeing, I wrote when I wrote a novel that came out in 2017 called The Denny. At the time I was writing and thinking, there's nothing being written at the moment about kind of post devolution Wales. And then suddenly, as soon as I published it, a lot of other novels came out at the same time, which were dealing with very similar issues. So this was obviously something that was kind of ongoing in a lot of different artists and writers' brains at the time. So I think that one thing that perhaps is leading to a sense of kind of momentum at the moment is that we're not this kind of Welsh political world, I think, which was for a time quite stagnant. And I think this was reflected in the news media, in our political discussions and in our literature, now is kind of being stirred up again. And there's a lot more kind of discussion and a lot more conflict. And there's something quite exciting, I think, going on in Welsh language literature, at least, and beyond that as well.
Yes, and I'm very much liking what's happening in terms of dialect. Scotland's always really had 3 languages: English, of course, Gaelic, and Lowlands, Scots, which is, it's English, of course, but barely recognisable English. And I think that's beginning in Wales, not just with the Wenglish thing, but Joao is writing in a Cardiff dialect. We've got Stephen Knight writing in a Swansea dialect. We've got Duby Priso writing in the Cymraeg Carnarvon dialect. That seems to be quite a new thing, and I've been very, very heartened by that.
Brilliant. Shall I ask another one?
Could I just add before you do and say something that really gives me hope in Wales is seeing how various arts organisations are engaging with the climate crisis. I think that it's really encouraging, and in terms of government and in politics at the moment, it's a big issue, but I think that there are also a lot of people doing really good work towards that in theatre groups and magazines. Wales Arts Review now has this new section which is devoted to environmental issues. There are journals springing up, and I just think that is so important, and it's something that Wales seems to be really robustly responding to.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And isn't this the one angle that could make independence for Wales something really special? I mean, isn't it the one thing that we could bring to the world as being, because in many ways we were ahead of the game anyway with the Machynlleth Centre.
Yeah.
And I've read, I don't know whether it's true, that, we could harness enough tidal energy from the Bristol Channel to produce electricity for the whole of Wales. I don't know whether that's true, but it sounds wonderful, and if we could do this kind of stuff and ally it in a way that promoted the independence movement, then surely we could do so in a way that drew attention to our intentions and made it look like something really quite spectacularly interesting.
Yeah. Yes. I thought that's a fantastic idea. God, you fill me with too much hope. I'm normally a pessimistic kind of chap. I wasn't going to drink tonight, but now I'm going to open a bottle of champagne.
Brilliant. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out for the Wellbeing and Future Generation Act, which of course is solely a piece of Welsh legislation and is driving forward that environmental agenda that Zoe's just referred to. And is, as Richard was saying earlier, I think garnering a lot of attention from around the world in terms of how do you protect the people who are not yet born, I think. So just back to our questions, if that's all right. Do you think that the division, polarisation post-Brexit in Wales and globally has led to more plurality in literature? i.e., has it improved who is heard and who speaks for Wales? And also, who writes as well as a Welsh writer?
Who's that question from, Beck?
It's from, it's from Elena in Cardiff.
What a fantastic question. I'll leave it up to the panel.
I guess in a way this question is asking if there's been a kind of pushback, and yeah, it's interesting to think about that. I think, for example, in the States, it was around a similar sort of time that we had Brexit and then Trump was elected. There was definitely a big pushback in terms of things that were being written and issues being highlighted that were coming up related to immigration, related to institutional racism, and there was a big pushback against those things. And I think that people in Wales are really thinking about diversity. They are really thinking about trying to lift up voices and make it inclusive. I think that is really happening, and you only have to look at some of the projects that we've seen to realize that. And also in response to #BLM as well, I think people are really taking time and thinking about it thoughtfully and really trying to make real change. I think that is happening, but it can be difficult, I think. I think something else that we have to do is also to try and buoy people up, because, you know, I think looking at it from America, it seems like it has been a terrible grind, you know, the government and the recent election, the lack of attention from Westminster to people's needs. I think that has been something that's ground people down, and we really need to try and lift people up and support each other as much as we can.
Yes, I think it kind of links with what we were talking about yesterday about the inadvertent benefits of things like Brexit and Trump. You know, I mean, Trump produced brilliant analyses. I'm thinking of Ben Fountain's book, Beautiful Country, Burn Again. And over here, Fintan O'Toole, of course, is Irish. But his book, Brexit, the Glorious Failure, the Politics of Brexit and the Politics of Pain, where he talks about how the only thing that the colonists could not take from the colonized was their pain. And yet that's exactly what Brexit did. The way you had certain moronic people talking about how the EU is a colonizer of England and all this absolute nonsense. They even found a way to steal the pain of the colonized, you know. And I've had these discussions in Australia, you know, similar discussions, and we're talking about, you know, the pain of the colonized. I'm thinking, hang on, you're standing on a mass grave of black people, you know. There's a historical perspective that we need to bring to bear on this, and I think that has been one of the inadvertent benefits of the past few years.
I think Brexit became all about identity and how people identified themselves and how they felt that they were allowed to choose other people's identities too. And I think that's led us to question our own identity, our own personal identity, but also how do we define Welshness? And leading on from that, the people, anyone who defines themselves as Welsh, how do we give them voices? How do we hear them?
Yes, and even though Wales did vote for Brexit, it's very hard to find a pro-Brexit Welsh voice, it seems.
I'm glad you raised that, Manon, that particular, there's a kind of gap. I remember about 20 years ago, a Polish colleague asked me when he moved to Britain and started working with me at the university, how did I define myself identity-wise in terms of Wales, the UK and Europe? And I said on the spur of the moment, I feel I'm a Welsh European. I feel first Welsh, then European, and somewhere way down the ladder, British.
British, yeah.
And now the second of those things has been pulled away from me. My Europeanness has been denied me, and yet I feel intrinsically bicultural. You know, my wife is originally from a Spanish family, and I spend a great deal of my time in Catalonia and have done for the last 25 years. But that bit of me has now got legal stipulations imposed upon it because of a vote taken in Britain that I opposed. Yeah. And unless I take Spanish residency, I'm now going to have to abide by, I'm going to have to get a visa every time I go there, etc. Now, okay, that's my privilege and so forth. But it's also a part of who I feel I am. And my Europeanness, as I said, is part of my identity, which I'm now not legally entitled to. And so that feels really quite embittering. And so, you know, if Wales has a role as an independent nation, it has to be within the context of Europe. And I think that is something that, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Scotland negotiates its own bid for independence.
Yeah.
In that regard, because of course it's going to be opposed by, well, it's not anymore going to be opposed by Spain, but the Spanish state was certainly opposed to Scottish independence, while the UK was part of the EU.
Yeah, this is what the Good Friday Agreement got so well in Northern Ireland, was this sense of identity, and how it incorporated Irish people who want to be British, people who want to be Irish, people who want to be both, and of course people who identify as being European. It was done so well, the Good Friday Agreement. A peace process, of course. The clues in the word process. It wasn't an event. It's still an ongoing thing. It was a web of delicate care and compromise and connectivity that people like Boris Johnson have absolutely blundered through. And now we're getting the loyalist paramilitaries saying we no longer recognise the GFA. There's trouble ahead.
I think in terms of Brexit, I think it did two very important things. The one thing it did was to show that the kind of constitutional borders of a nation state aren't kind of set in stone, I think. So I think it showed that if you can take the UK out of the EU, you can also sort of change things within the UK as well, and sort of change and take bits of the UK back into the EU and so forth. So I think it did that. I think it also challenged the idea of the liberal view of history. Things will always get better if we're just apathetic. If we sit back, things will always improve. And I think what Brexit showed is that, no, you have to sort of come together. If you want to change things, you have to come together. You have to agitate. You have to make your voice heard, because things won't automatically get better over time. This Barack Obama thing of, the arc of history turns towards progress. It's not necessarily true. We have to always be watchful that we're always moving in the right direction. And I think Brexit and Trump in the United States have really challenged that idea that things are always getting better. And we've realized now that we have to come together and we have to agitate for change and progress as well.
And there are an awful lot of angry middle-aged and old white men out there.
Neil, we've got another question. Somebody wants to ask one in real life, as it were, if that's okay.
IRL.
Yeah. So Florian's got her hand up, or his hand up. Could we unmute, please?
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for this lovely couple of days. It's so sad that it's already over. Now I want to touch on something I think that didn't come up in this session. And that's, I'm in Germany here and in Regensburg, and we have the luxury of a very small group of students that indulge in Welsh literature and in Welsh history and in Welsh matters. But I have also fellow students who, when pressed about Wales, they just say that's, oh, you mean they're part of England? And my question would be, what can we do outside of Wales, obviously? What can we do to project and to reimagine this view of Wales being a very independent entity from England, obviously?
I think it's a very interesting question. I mean, Scotland and Ireland, they have exportable qualities. The kilts, the bagpipes, the dancing, the Guinness, all this kind of stuff. I think what a lot of people abroad in different countries know about Wales is the language. And of course, the very few of them are likely to learn it. I think partly we need to export the other parts of Wales that are, to simplify, that are fun. When I was at the West Coast, like Steddfod in America, we had the guy playing the Welsh bagpipes. We had people wearing the Welsh kilts. Historically false as they may be, they are attractive, alluring. Now, this sounds like, you're trivializing the culture, but at the same time, you have to show other parts of Welsh culture that, yes, we haven't really exported, I don't think. Agreed, anybody?
Well, I think this relates a bit to what we were saying about being Welsh in America and people not necessarily knowing very much about Wales. But, it's funny, I really liked what Richard said about the sense that people are curious and interested. And so, something that I think about a lot is that, my friends, people I meet, my colleagues, I am really telling them a lot about Welshness. They're interested, they want to know. And my students as well, I'm linking them to like some of these Welsh poet videos, the Plethy Weave that we've seen, you know, so I'm, you know, in my own small way, I feel like I'm sort of trying to pass on what Wales is about. But I think, you know, one of the strongest things that we have is our literature, you know, our traditions, like going back to, you know, the Eisteddfod, our bardic traditions, you know, our traditions of writing in the community. And I think that that is so strong. And it's why I'm really glad to work with Poetry Wales, for example. I'm really proud that we have that magazine, which really presents like Welsh poetry as, you know, something that is on an international stage and is really something very special. So, you know, that's the thing that we have, which is very special, apart from sport and rugby, of course, which is the other thing.
Dagmar just said here, maybe international Eisteddfodau are an answer. And I think that's a good point. I have been to a few in various other countries, usually English speaking countries, it must be said, but that's not a bad idea, I don't think. St. David's Day, make it as big a thing as St. Patrick's Day. Elka's saying hay festivals and Eisteddfods all over the world are needed. The hay festival is quite global at the moment. It's had quite a few in South America. But like today, today the postman brought me translations of one of my novels in Georgian. Now there's a little bit of Wales in Georgia now, you know, a little bit of Georgia in me as well, which I always like when I get translations.
We've got a president in the United States now that has a strong link with Wales, doesn't he? He was brought up in one of the Welshest places in the United States.
Biden.
It's very where was it? Scranton and Pennsylvania. He was brought up, which is kind of the coal mining town where all the Welsh people actually moved when they went to the United States. It's very interesting because my great grandfather was born in the United States. And he was from a Welsh family, and there's a graveyard in the town where he was brought up, and the gravestones are in Welsh, but it's called the German graveyard because the local people don't know the gravestones are in Welsh.
He makes a big thing of his Irish heritage. I mean, that's the special relationship, you know, America and Ireland, not America and Britain. The special relationship is really America and Ireland, really. But then he seems to have quite a healthy skepticism, Anglo-skepticism about him. So maybe we could build up on his upbringing in Scranton.
Well, I noticed the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, was very quick to send him a letter reminding him of this Welsh link when he was elected. So
good.
Maybe it will have an impact.
You see?
And seeing it, you know, seeing as we are being hosted by Literaturhaus Stuttgart, it's probably worth mentioning Parsifal, who was Welsh, as is pointed out in the first rendering of the Arthurian legends by Chrétien de Troyes, that Parsifal came out of Wales, and he says, and this is a translation, this is a commentary, the least likely place for a hero to appear. And it reminds one of another hero who was born in an unlikely place. Who would ever think of Wales as possibly producing an answer to our suffering? And of course, Parsifal cured the Fisher King of his illness by finding the Holy Grail. So, you know, there's some hope perhaps of coming from what was considered to be a backwater and remains for many people a backwater. But maybe there's a wonderful elegance in being a backwater.
Yeah, except there's also a great deal of poverty in it.
Brilliant.
How are we time?
Just so we don't end on that slightly negative note, Neil, I'd just like to say that I completely agree with all that's been said about the interest and the love and for Wales outside of Wales, really. And I've been in my job at the British Council for 5 years, you know, so sort of heading up arts in Wales for the British Council. And what I've really noticed in that time is that as the world has become more crumbly, if you like, and things have shifted and changed, and the big natural centres for culture, those big sort of satellites like London and New York and so on, as they've become a little more kind of mixed up and less attractive, that actually people around the world have become are incredibly interested in Welsh writing and Welsh culture. And so I just really wanted to chip in. And I think Catherine makes a really good point in the chat, which I'm just going to read. And she says she thinks it's a question of confidence. We historically assume that other countries might not have this curiosity, which does in fact exist. And yes, literature. And yet still, even within Wales, it feels as though there's not enough pride and confidence in our literature. So I just thought that we should just hear that comment. I'm really sorry, there are lots of other really great questions in the chat, Neil, but I think we've got to...
I know, I can see them, yeah, some of them are fantastic.
We can pick some of them up on the blog if...
Yeah. But time is finite, and so are our lives.
Sadly it is. So if you're all right, we'll finish there, brilliant though it's been, and thank you, Diolch o Galon. I'm going to hand over now to Lleki, who's going to say some closing words, and then also to Paul Smith, who's my colleague and the director of British Council Germany. But just before I do, I just wanted to say, I won't thank people individually because Paul will do that, but I just want to say what a huge pleasure it's been to work with our chairs, particularly Fran and Neil, but also all the writers and artists who've contributed to this seminar. I mean, I know that Wales is known for being warm and having a welcome and all of that kind of stuff, but actually it's true. The generosity with which all of the artists and writers have come to this seminar is extraordinary, and it's been my absolute pleasure to speak to everybody and to be on the receiving end of some of that generosity. So a huge thank you to everybody who's been involved, and I will hand over to Lleki Shenkin, who is CEO of Literature Wales, our partner organisation in this seminar. Diolch o galon.
Diolch yn fawr pawb.
Diolch yn fawr, Rebecca. Ga i checo ydy'r cyfieithu dal yn gweithio? Mae'r cyfieithu dal yn gweithio.
It's working, yes it is. Thank you.
Gwych. A wel, ar ran Llenyddiaeth Cymru, fel wedodd Rebecca, un o bartneriaid y seminar Llenyddiaeth, mae'n bleser gyda fi gloi'r penwythnos hynod llwyddiannus hwn, gydag ychydig o eiriau o ddiolch. A ni wedi mwynhau gwledd yn y diwrnodau diwetha. Fi'n mynd i feddwl am yr cyfraniadau yma, am ddyddiau, os na'r wythnosau i ddod. Felly diolch i bartneriaid a noddwyr y penwythnos, sef y Literature House Stuttgart, Llywodraeth Cymru, Llenyddiaeth Cymru a Dinasoedd Caerdydd a Stuttgart. Diolch o galon i'r ddau gadeirydd gwych, Francesca Rhyddferch a Neil Griffiths, am liwio'r trafodaethau mor gelfydd ac am guradu rhaglen lenyddol mor amrywiol ac o safon mor eithriadol o uchel. Fel gwlad gallwn ni ymfalchio'n fawr yn ein llenyddiaeth a'n hawduron cyfoes. Diolch i'r holl gyfranwyr sydd wedi'n diddanu dros y penwythnos yn rhithiol mewn person ac ar fideo. Richard Gwyn, Zoe Brigley, Manon Steffan Ros, Charlotte Williams, Joao Morais, Richard Owen Roberts, Hannah Nissa, Eluned Gramich, Alex Wharton, Ifan Morgan Jones, Crystal Lowe, Mererid Hopwood, Elena Scarby, Lee Johnson, Marid Roberts, Gary Raymond a Paul Keynes. Chi gyd wedi bod yn wych. A diolch i chi, y gynulleidfa'r rhithiol, am wrando, holi cwestiynau a bod yma yn astyd iawn, yn clywed yr holl weithgareddau'r digwyddiadau hyfryd. I chi yn bob man y byd, i chi yn yr Almaen, i chi'n Nghymru, i chi'n Lloegr. A diolch am rhannu'ch angerdd at lenyddiaeth gyda'ch gilydd a gyda ni. Ond wrth gwrs diolch yn bennaf i'r British Council, a swyddfeydd yma yng Nghymru, yr Almaen a'r Adran Lenyddiaeth Gwych yn Lloegr. Mae staff wedi bod yn hynod brysur dros y penwythnos, ac am yr wythnosau o baratoi, ni'n ddiolchgar iawn i Divia Parig a'r holl tîm sydd wedi bod wrthi gyda'r cynnwys technolegol, y llywyddwyr am gadw'r llygad ar y cwestiynau, y capsiynwyr a'r cyfieithydd. Ac ar lefel bersonol ac ar ran fy nghydweithwyr yn Llenyddiaeth Cymru, diolch arbennig iawn i ti Rebecca Gould am arwen y prosiect hwn ers y dechrau ac am fod yn gefnogwr mor frwd dros y celfyddydau o Gymru. Ni wedi bod mor lwcus yn dy gael di yn chwifio'r faner ar ein rhan, a ni gyd yn dymuno'n dda i ti gyda dy antur nesaf. Nawr drosodd I ti, Paul.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you can hear me. I'm Paul Smith. I have the great privilege of being the director of the British Council in Germany, and therefore the great pleasure of also having a little bit of ownership of what have been 36 years of great literature festivals between Germany and the UK. And thank you all for 3 terrific days and wonderful series and sequence of experiences. That last seminar I felt was typical of the 3 days that we've enjoyed. It was vibrant, it was relaxed, and therefore it was stimulating and enjoyable. And very good and potent moment, Richard, to end with Parsifal. That's very appropriate for the 2 countries that have most shared in this seminar. The seminar, like all the experiences over the last 3 days, has rolled through the continuously recurring ideas around Wales and particularly Welsh literature, around contemporaneity and legacy, around extraordinary creativity that comes from the joy of being in a culture and a nation that has 2 indigenous languages, not just one first language and a second language, but 2 indigenous languages. And which leads to such great cultural texture. How wonderful, like the thing I took from you, Neil, in that, you have 3 indigenous words for bread when you go to the baker in the morning. And that, for me, captures so much of the spirit of what the last 3 days have been about. So we come to the end. It's time to say farewell to this, the 36th edition of the British Council Literature Seminar from Germany. Our first online version, of course, but also the first one fully dedicated to writers and writing from Wales. And it's been an extraordinary journey. And I've been in this organisation long enough to have memories of the first one, led by the great Sir Malcolm Bradbury 36 years ago. And what a journey it has been. And what a rich experience this one was. We have had 12 plus writers in conversation, in readings, in workshops, and these delightful films produced and set in the beautiful Welsh landscape and its million facets of green by Like an Egg Productions. We really enjoyed those. And for those of us who usually expect most years to take our now non-existent summer holidays somewhere in Wales, well, this was a treat. I want to give special applause to our seminar chairs, to Neil Griffiths and Fran Lidich, to the writers Charlotte Williams, Manon Steffan Ros, Zoe Brigley Thompson and Richard Gwyn, as well as Joao Morais, Richard Owen Roberts, Henna S. Issa and Eluned Gramich, Alex Wharton, Ifan Morgan Jones. What a wealth of different ways of using poetry, exploring poetry, describing poetry and storytelling and prose in both these languages. It's been 3 days of distinctiveness and energy. Thank you to our wonderful audience. That's not the usual glib remark where everybody always thanks the audience, of course, but many of our audience have been faithful literature seminar followers for many years, and they've been back with us, even though in a different format this time. But of course, this time, the difficulties of digital have also given the opportunities of digital. We have many, many more attendees at our seminar this year, many new ones from Wales. And thanks to the digital format, numerous people from countries including the Philippines, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and indeed India, including my own wife, who is in Jaipur for the last 3 days, looking after her mother in India, and she was able to join as well. So that's fantastic. I thank you for that. This themed seminar, We Are Wales. This wouldn't have happened in this year of crises normally with financial and COVID crises, but we were determined that we would carry on, and we wanted to carry on because it fitted into the fantastic all year Wales in Germany season, which has received such generous funding from the Welsh Government. So a big thank you to Ifan Morgan, Head of International Relations in the Welsh Government, and to our good friend Samantha Diamond from the Welsh Government Hub here in Germany, in Berlin, where I'm speaking to you from. And the Welsh Government office in Berlin, I can assure you, never tires in creating all kinds of exciting links between Germany and Wales. And similarly, I am thrilled that the British Council has relaunched its relationship with the Literaturhaus Stuttgart and its director, Stefanie Stegmann, as a result of this We Are Wales opportunity. And also relaunched our relationships with Elena Schmitz from Literature Wales. These are relationships we will sustain. We will keep them going long and look forward to future face-to-face exchanges. And I certainly also, as ever, want to thank the 3 British Council teams who delivered this year's seminar. That's our British Council events and literature team based in London, Hasina Khatun and Isabel Casal and Jenny Marquez, who achieved miracles in visuality, professional delivery, stage management, and prove that a digital event can be a really engaging and enticing kind of event. And it's not just us all sitting in our pajama bottoms in different parts of the world in our back bedrooms. I want to thank my own British Council team in Berlin, the wonderful Elke Ritt and Ruth and Eva. And above all, I want to thank our British Council team in Wales. Rebecca and Divya, you've been fantastic, of course. We wouldn't have expected anything less. You have reimagined our traditional literature seminar format, turned it into a rich cultural feast, not just of literature, but of music and film, and certainly engagement with talk and dialogue. So congratulations to everybody. But it's now Saturday night, folks. In Wales, it's 6:30. Here in Germany, it's 7:30. It's time to get out our Saturday night glad rags and get out on the town to the pubs and the clubs and the restaurants, or maybe not. Maybe one of the few advantages of COVID is that it means that instead of doing that, we can all pour ourselves a drink, settle into our chairs and start reading some more of this wonderful contemporary Welsh literature we've learned about. So I wish you all a happy, quiet night in. Thank you very much.